I understand, Naruto, Nagato coughed as he turned to face the blonde ninja. As Nagato's body moved up and down from light breathing, it lay helpless in front of the Konoha nin. Naruto gave him a stern look while rapidly reviewing all of his thoughts. Naruto understood what Nagato was going through after hearing his justification for his actions, but the Konoha nin realized that this was not the proper course of action. Nagato's outer shell was finally broken by Naruto. That is why I have decided on a few things. Nagato replied, I will revive everyone I've killed recklessly. But before I do that, there is something you need to know. Naruto looked at the almost dead man, now interested in hearing what the Rain Nin had to say. Konan also glanced at her friend, but she remained silent so as not to disturb him. Her expression was solemn, but she wasn't sure what emotion she needed. There are things about your family that you don't know. Things that were so dangerous that most of your relatives were killed in order to prevent chaos, Nagato murmured. He glanced at the boy, whose expression softened with perplexity. The truth is, your family held a very powerful bloodline trait, Naruto. This trait was so deadly that during the Second Great Shinobi War, everyone made an attempt to kill them. The blonde nin asked bluntly, well, if they're all dead, then how does that relate to me? Nagato curled his lips upward after glancing down at the boy. Two of them survived the war, Naruto. That response caused the leaf nin's eyes to widen. Why, you mean, my father was a survivor? Nagato chuckled a little before coughing violently. Then he calmed down and went on. No, Naruto. Your mother was the one who survived. My mother? Asked Naruto. Both Naruto and Konan shot glances at Nagato, who simply dismissed them with a detached air. Yes, Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki was a survivor from the Shinobi War clan massacre. Her abilities were unawakened during the time of the massacre, so no one could tell her descent. She then moved to Konoha to hide from the killings and turned herself into a Konoha ninja. After giving that a nod, Naruto became aware of something. Wait. If two of them survived, then who is the other one? With his breathing still labored from consuming chakra, Nagato gazed at him. Then he responded, letting go of the serious expression on his face and smiling as softly as he could. I am Naruto. The blonde Jinchuriki and Konan both gave the Rinnegan wielder a face flaw. Konan asked the red-headed man, What, Nagato, is this true? And he shook his head obligingly. Yes, Konan, Naruto is my little cousin. With all of this new evidence, the Konoha nin were at a loss for words. A fresh perspective emerged on everything he knew about himself and his background. He simply fell to his knees and slammed his hand down on the ground. He cried a little, and then he chanted, Why? And? I can't believe it. This was clearly a reaction to the sudden realization that had occurred. Don't be sad, Naruto. It was supposed to happen this way. With teary eyes, Naruto gazed up at Nagato, who smiled reassuringly at him. Then, feeling as though a boy shouldn't cry, he stood back up and used his sleeve to wipe his face. Uncertain of the circumstances, Konan questioned, Oh, so that's why you wanted him last? Is that why we never caught him as well? In agreement, Nagato shook his head. That and because Naruto is just so powerful, he said with a slight snicker. Any information received about Naruto, I simply destroyed. I didn't want my cousin treated like some animal, like he had been treated for most of his life. The words, You've caused Naruto's eyes to widen once more. That's right. I have been watching you ever since you became a ninja. I've watched you grow into what you are today, and to say I'm impressed is an understatement. For a while, I thought you would have rebelled, but you kept your head held high. I guess that's something I envy about you. In a quiet voice, the red-headed figure added, That is why, before I go, I have something to give you. Approach me, Naruto. Though cautious, the Konoha nin complied by grudgingly approaching the man. The braces that held Nagato's hands on his left and right arms clicked softly, and Naruto heard it. He attempted to take his arms out of the arm cuffs, but they trembled feebly. When he eventually took his hands out, they fell to his sides. The blonde ninja scaled the four-legged, mechanized vehicle and approached the Rinnegan wielder. Nagato raised his arms and grinned at the boy in front of him. With considerable effort, he raised them, pressing his thumbs to both cheeks beneath the Konoha nin's eyes. He then focused all of his attention on Naruto by placing his middle and index fingers on the boy's temples. Nagato reassured him, This may hurt a little at first, but it will go away in a moment. However, the leaf ninja gave him a terrified look. After closing his eyes, the redhead started reciting a mantra, creating a lavender chakra with his fingers that permeated Naruto's skin. The blonde ninja started screaming in pain almost immediately after. Naruto choked out, Gaiac. As the mantra went on. As Nagato continued the chant, more chakra spread through his fingers, causing tiny steam formations to start to form around them. A burning sensation ran through Naruto's body, and he closed his eyes. Fire seemed to subtly consume the boy, causing his entire nervous system to react to the agonizing sensation, giving him the impression that he was in his own personal hell. This continued for a few more seconds before Nagato finally let go, causing Naruto to collapse to the ground with steam emerging from the Akatsuki's previous finger positions. As the sensation gradually faded, the Konoha nin tried multiple times to throw up but was never successful. After struggling to stand up a few times, Naruto eventually regained his full height. He had to keep his eyes closed for the moment because they were so painful. About a minute went by before Nagato restarted. "All right, Naruto. You can open your eyes now." The boy with the blonde hair opened them, blinked a couple of times, and then focused completely once more. Nagato gave Naruto a confident little smile as he looked at him. "I have awakened your ability. The ability of the Rinnegan. It is not a full Rinnegan because you have not mastered it yet, but I don't see a problem with you increasing it to its fullest potential." Naruto noticed that 2 violet rings had completely replaced his irises when he looked at his reflection on one of the metal braces. He stumbled over himself as a result of the scene's ability to make him jump back in awe. After Naruto leapt to his feet once more, Nagato began to speak. "Yes, your eyes have turned to Rinnegan, but it's never permanently that way. You can turn it on or off whenever you use it, sort of like the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan." As the Rinnegan faded into his typical ocean blue eyes, the blonde nin shook his head. Konan could not speak. In reality, the boy who had resisted them for so long was a cousin of Nagato, who also possessed the Rinnegan. Nagato needs to have complete faith in this boy. As she looked at the two, Konan thought, "I have never seen him like this before." After several minutes, Nagato finally raised his voice. "Naruto, I am sorry about what I have done. Hopefully you will use the Rinnegan better than I have." After glancing at Nagato, the blonde ninja smiled sadly at him. "By the time I have revived everyone, I will hopefully have moved on to a better place, my own peace." Konan yelled, "Wait, no, you can't die," while she observed the man getting ready. He gave her a glare of happiness after giving her a serious look as though he was thinking about something. "It has to be done, Konan. I was foolish. I killed thousands of people trying to find an answer. Now I am paying for my actions." "No, please. I need you. I'll have no one left if you're gone." She came back. Nagato called out to him, utterly disregarding his friend, "Naruto?" The operator looked at the blonde Jinchuriki. "Take care of Konan for me." As the Rinnegan wielder used a series of hand gestures to channel the remaining chakra into the move, Naruto nodded his head. It took them well over a minute to see Nagato's body go limp and lose all traces of life. Naruto let out a sigh, remembering all that had happened before. His final relative passed away right in front of him. He had a family member he was unaware of. It evoked a sense of regret, and he blinked a few times to hold back the tears. As she processed the information, Konan also lay silent. Evidence that she was unaware of or didn't bother to piece together was disclosed by her longtime best friend. How was it that she missed it? How could Nagato have kept something so important from her? I take it they were friends. Glancing at the blonde ninja, she said, "I do remember something that happened when we received data regarding the 9 tails. Flashback Pain mostly kept himself occupied in the desk room of his Omegakure home, organizing documents and scrolls about Jinchuriki's whereabouts as well as other details like the state of other villages and Akatsuki teammates. The only light in his somewhat dim office was a little lamp to his left. In addition to having a huge wall-sized window that overlooked the entire village, his office was filled with bookshelves containing hundreds of both new and old books. After reading the 2-tailed Jinchuriki report, he started scanning the scroll for keywords that might provide hints about her location. Pain grunted as he signaled entry to his office after a knock on his door. Konan questioned the orange-haired Akatsuki, Pain Taiko?" He was busy studying the scroll when he answered, "Speak your matters." She came back, taking a scroll out of a pouch under her cloak and setting it on his desk, saying, "I have information regarding the 9 tails Jinchuriki." His eyes widened in pain as he placed them on the scroll. "The 9 tails?" He extended his hand and placed it on the paper that had been wrapped. Then he opened the scroll with a sudden motion. He wanted to read this as soon as possible because it was the first information he had ever received about the 9-tailed fox. The following information was provided. Analyze Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki 12 years old. Kitsune is the demon. Hash of tales, 9 in all. Origin Village. Konohagakure location last known, Konohagakure. What? No, it can't be. He studied it, then again, and again, and again, until it finally clicked. Uzumaki. He uttered the name in shock and amazement. It was a bad choice of words to say that he was shocked because he hadn't heard that name in almost 13 years. He couldn't speak. Is there another Uzumaki alive? Another Uzumaki? He thought to himself. Although he had heard of Kushina's passing, he was unaware that she had a son, much less one who now owned the Jinchuriki. Confused by the situation, Conan asked her longtime friend, "Is something wrong?" But Pain gave her a stern look in return. "Send for Itachi immediately." The sudden outburst momentarily paralyzed Conan, but he quickly shrugged it off and vanished into paper. A few moments later, she showed up with Itachi, who silently stared at Pain. "Itachi, there is a matter that has to be handled with utmost importance." The Uchiha silently eyed Akatsuki's head, still appearing unfazed. Continue. "There is a boy from Konohagakure that possesses the Kyuubi. I'm sure you have knowledge about the layout of Konoha." Itachi gave a slight nod. "That's why I need you to keep a full eye on this boy. Any new information you receive comes directly to me. I don't want anything happening to him. I want to be the one to face him. I'm sure you have an understanding as to why I'm doing this." From the hardly perceptible gestures the Akatsuki leader was making, the Uchiha arched a small eyebrow. Itachi definitely noticed them, but Conan didn't. He understood exactly what Pain was talking about, as though it were a shared emotion that only he could comprehend. Understood. Pain Taiko. Shunshin then vanished, leaving the Uchiha behind. Unaware that he had gotten up from his chair to deliver the message, the orange-haired Akatsuki returned to his desk. Though she wasn't sure what was on her friend's mind, Conan could tell that something was bothering him in the back of his mind. It's not like she wouldn't notice anything Pain does because they've known each other for a long time. Conan chooses to ask him because she feels the need to determine the root of the problem. She questioned him, her voice unsure. "Pain?" The head of Akatsuki reappeared, asking, "What is it, Conan?" She approached him a bit more closely and supported her weight on his desk with her palm. "Is there a problem with the 9 tails? You seem hesitant." She was a little startled when he abruptly stopped what he was doing. He smiled confidently at her, but she didn't buy it. "Everything's fine, Conan. No need to worry. He's just the strongest one is all. You think you can hide it, but I know there's S." With more force than he intended, he yelled, "Everything's fine, Conan." The sudden noise caused the paper angel to wince. She gave the man a dejected look and said, "Well, if you ever need anyone to talk to, I am here, Nagato." Pain said, panting, "I know, Conan, I know." He rose, moved to the window on the wall, and started staring into the rain as though something were there. He didn't have the heart to discuss it, even though it seemed like he wanted to. He was radiating his sadness, and Conan could feel it. She was aware that Pain was experiencing pain. A fresh pain that caused him to question a few things. She might have been able to assist. Since they have been friends since childhood, they should be able to share anything with one another. She was a little perplexed, though, because there was something he didn't want to tell his friend. She asked one last question after coming to the conclusion that nothing else would persuade him otherwise. Reluctantly, she said, "Need me for anything else, Pain Taiko?" He called and said, "You're dismissed." The purple-haired Akatsuki replied as she left the room, "Yes, sir." She glanced at Pain one last time, who was still lost in thought and staring out into the rain-soaked city. Then she closed the door softly, lowering her head a little. Flashback end. She felt like a complete fool when she realized that she had to figure it out all that time, and she was totally unaware of it. Then she looked back at Nagato. Her friend of many years had passed away. There was only one of the 3 friends she had left, and he was dead. It dawned on her at last. Then she started crying for the first time since the war. She fell to her knees and pressed her hands to the ground, still sobbing lightly and with a tear or two rolling down her cheeks. She was at a loss for what to do. Since Yahiko's passing, her friend Nagato has led the group. She could remain the leader, but since the previous owner had defected before he died, there was no reason to continue a society that had lost its purpose. Every time she considered his death, her tears grew deeper. Naruto began to feel sorry for the humble rain nin as he watched her pout in her own misery. Since Conan had once been the enemy, he was unsure of what to do for her, but he had a gut feeling that she was just as human as he was. Since he had been there before and understood how it felt, he approached her with the intention of consoling her. Then she started yelling frantically. With a cry of, "Keep away from me," She started to worm her way away from him. Conan, I understand how you feel. How? The last word, shut up. You understand nothing, was so full of disgust that it spit out of her mouth like acid. When Naruto attempted to approach, she continued to worm her way farther until she came to a wall, her face angled so that Naruto could not see her sobbing. Conan shouted, "Stay away," and Naruto flinched. She wasn't the kind of person he would just go up and hug, but he knew she didn't want him to avoid her. Although he didn't know her well, he went for second best because Nagato had instructed him to look after her. You think I didn't cry when Jiraiya-sensei died? I don't think that pain will ever go away. Jiraiya-sensei was my godfather. The more he considered it, the more angry he became. For a very long time, he wanted to get it off his chest. He was on autopilot, speaking whatever his heart felt at the moment, and he couldn't believe he was actually saying it. He taught me almost everything. I wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for him. Naruto continued to vent as she continued to cry silently on the wall. He screamed after slapping his hands across his face in frustration. He then kicked a stone across the cave, causing it to bounce off the wall until it landed a few yards away. I just killed my cousin. My last family member I will ever know is dead. I'm alone just as much as you are, damn it, he exclaimed. Conan looked up at him after he finished speaking. Although Naruto was crying once more, his expression was not dejected. No, she was a little afraid because he now exuded an angry aura that she had never seen before. Try living with no family your whole life and knowing everybody hates your guts. It'll give you a good kick in the teeth. She recognized that situation. Then her thoughts turned to Nagato and his life. Conan's eyes widened once more at the unexpected revelation. Naruto and Nagato weren't all that dissimilar. When Nagato was young, his parents perished in the war. People avoided him because of the Rinnegan he was. She then went over Naruto. According to what she understood, his parents passed away when he was still a baby, and because of the Kyuubi that was hidden inside his body, he was shunned by everyone. When she realized that, her mouth fell open. You're right. Huh? Answered Naruto. It caught him off guard because he didn't anticipate it sticking to her so quickly. Using the cave wall as support, she rose from her position and said, You are absolutely right, Naruto Uzumaki. Even though she wasn't crying, the mascara and tear stains showed that she had once. She then wiped her face with her palms to get rid of the emotional stains that covered her cheeks, saying, There are people who have suffered far worse than I have. I shouldn't embarrass myself with such trivial things. After that, Naruto's attitude toward her changed. He finally realized that war has an effect on people when he saw how she was now. She appeared to be an elderly version of a scared child. Following that, he strolled over to the Rain Nin and put his left hand on her shoulder. Look, Conan, I know it hurts, but there is no reason to beat yourself up about it. The only thing you can do now is keep moving forward, you know? Deep within those pools of ocean blue, she could see a fire growing when she dared to look into his eyes. For a brief moment, she believed that this person had the same fire that someone she used to love had. An invisible smile spread across her face. Her smile only conveyed that she had made up her mind about something, not that she was grateful for Naruto's attempt to comfort her. Well, Naruto broke eye contact out of embarrassment and began using his index finger to scratch his cheek. I could, ask if you could, I don't know, join Konoha or something. Her ruminations were broken by that statement. It seemed absurd to even consider her joining the Leaf. She belonged to the nation's most feared organization and was an S-rank criminal. She shook her head in denial, and her smile dimmed. She lowered her head and stepped away from Naruto, saying, as sweet as the offer sounds, I don't think I can. But Conan, I could tell them that you changed your mind about your ways or you helped me W. Staring him in the eyes, she interrupted, No, Naruto, I just can't. If I tried to leave to your village they would only ask for my execution. Naruto gazed at her incredulously. She appeared eager to leave. Though it wasn't immediately obvious, he could see the sadness in her eyes. Even so, her lips seemed to say something else to reject the boy, despite the sadness. But, Conan interrupted him again, saying, No buts. Now if you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to. The blonde nin gave her an irate look as she turned to leave the cave. But I'm supposed to protect you, Naruto exploded, his fists clenched. Conan came to a complete halt. She gasped as she realized that this boy reminded her of Yahiko once more. That was the last thing the orange-haired ninja had told Conan before he passed away. Because she did have a crush on her teammate, the girl was devastated by his passing. However, neither of them mentioned it again after Nagato took over as Akatsuki leader. The purple-haired nin then turned to face Naruto, who fumbled for a response. He started to say, "Not like that, I meant, Nagato told me to protect you so," but she interrupted him by approaching and putting her arms around him. It wasn't a loving embrace. It wasn't even a warm embrace. It was merely an act of kindness. She swiftly withdrew, making sure to let him know it wasn't a pass. As soon as he adjusted to the sensation, she extended her arms around his chest and offered him something. "Flowers?" inquired the blonde nin. A bouquet of origami flowers was in Conan's hand. Naruto was a little intrigued because he had never seen anything like them before. Prior to the boy grabbing them, Conan explained, "It's a sign of friendship and trust." He alternated between her and the flowers, examining them intently. As the former Akatsuki started to leave, she added, "I can't go with you, Naruto. I have another village to look after." Naruto stumbled rapidly as he tried to come up with a response. "Well, will I ever see you again?" She glanced in his direction. She performed a shunshin by paper from her position, leaving Naruto feeling anxious and perplexed, and a smile appeared on her face. Nearly 3 days had passed since Konoha's historic rebirth. Ever since Naruto discovered he was the final Rinnegan user, he was taken aback by this and began to consider his life and his true self-knowledge. Since returning to the Leaf Village, he hasn't been acting like himself, to be honest. After returning to Konoha, he did enjoy the festivities, but they felt phony. Given his cousin's passing, should they really be celebrating with a victory party? The majority of people who were either cementing floors or hammering walls instantly halted their work to welcome the village's savior. The Uzumaki received cheerful acknowledgement from the village as he passed through the town, either in the form of a shoulder pat or brief words of support. Frequently, young children will even approach him and invite him to play. He would occasionally agree, but more recently he started to turn them down, claiming that he was currently too busy. He simply wasn't in the mood to join the kids in their playtime, even though he wasn't particularly busy at the time. He scuffed his feet all the way to his newly constructed apartment, which replaced the old one, since Ichiraku wouldn't be built for another day or two. His apartment was made a little larger than it was originally, with the help of the entire village. The kitchen was enlarged, and there was another room. The bathroom was enlarged as well, nearly doubling in width to provide ample space for walking. He walked slowly inside after unlocking the door. As he entered his newly purchased house, the aroma of freshly painted walls and freshly cut wood filled his nostrils. He noticed the fresh food and furnishings that filled his home as he glanced to his left and right. With ribbons, cans, condiments, and a variety of homemade food items, the fresh food was stacked to the ceiling. It would take him an entire week and a half to consume even a small portion of this food. To be honest, the amount of attention began to overwhelm him. Something unexpected from the supposedly top-ranked hyperactive ninja that everyone said he was. And he could see why the people were so generous. Because he saved their lives, the people owed him something and had to pay him back. He decided to relax on his new sofa since he had nothing better to do. With his palm under his chin, he gazed out the large window overlooking the street. Workers were still hard at work on other structures. He thought of an anthill when he saw the people doing this. The ants always emerge and rebuild as if nothing had happened, even if the anthill is destroyed. The origami flowers then caught his eye. As a reminder of the alliance he and Conan now share with the leaf and rain, he put them in a vase and placed it on the windowsill the day before. Glancing at the blue flowers, he said, "Alliance, huh?" He stared at them blankly as he twiddled them between his middle and index fingers. The half-beaten girl was asked by Tobi, "Madara, give me what I seek, instead. You will gain nothing but death by fighting me." Conan clenched her arm in an attempt to stop the pain as she looked at him. Every breath she took sent a tingling sensation through her body. It was a chore to even stay upright while she stood there covered in paper, and the chakra reserves in her body sapped her energy to move too forcefully. In order to simply steal the Rinnegan and learn the secrets and applications of the ability, Tobi, Madara came for Nagato's body. However, the blue-haired ex-Akatsuki met him with deadly consequences. Her rage started to outweigh her safety, but she didn't care. "I will never let you take him," she cried. She would risk her life to ensure that nothing was disturbed, so long as she kept her friend out of the grabber's grasp. He yelled, "Fool! Do you know who I am?" The words, "I don't care who you are. I will die before I let you take him," caused a fire to burn in her eyes. She had a fiercely burning will. After giving her a brief glance, the orange-masked man grinned beneath his mask. He made a few hand gestures and let out an inevitable fireball jutsu, saying, "So be it." Even if Conan wanted to move aside, she couldn't because it moved so quickly. She screamed in agonizing pain as the flames encircled her body and scorched her skin. She fell limply to the ground, her last resistance overcome. After glancing at the girl, Madara delightedly fixed his gaze on Nagato. He let go of his space-time jutsu and used his Rinnegan to draw Nagato's body into a different dimension. A swift figure tried to attack Tobi by slamming a spiraling sphere of chakra through him just as he was ready to depart. The Rinnegan exploded on the ground, creating a crater as dust and debris filled the air, and the masked man became intangible as the figure passed directly through him. Tobi noticed a figure standing on the other side of the room as he turned to face the direction the person lived. When Konan looked up, she was startled to see an orange blur in front of her. When she recognized who it was, her features softened a little. The boy protected her as she asked feebly, "Naruto?" Unwaveringly, the blonde nin told her, "Sorry it took me so long, Konan." He made sure the Uchiha didn't start too early by leering steadily at Madara. Akatsuki, wearing an orange mask, gazed at the boy. He sensed a change in himself, as though his power had doubled. Still getting glares from the Konoha nin, Madara thought, this feeling. This boy, this power, how did he become so much stronger so quickly? His gaze returned to the boy, and this time it lingered on Naruto's. What? Thought Madara aloud. What is this? Tobi found himself looking directly into the boy's eyes as their gazes locked. The Rinnegan. Then, for the first time in a long time, Madara began to worry a little about his safety. Given that Tobi did not yet possess the Rinnegan, the orange-masked man was aware that he was no match for Naruto in his current form. The show was over if the Akatsuki made one false move, so he needed a good reason to leave. He spoke calmly while turning to face Naruto. Tobi responded as he took small steps away from the Konoha nin, "It is not our time to fight, boy." There was no need to fight the blonde, he had already achieved his goal. Then he used his space-time jutsu to vanish with a wispy sound. Naruto clenched his fists, but he let them go because he didn't want to get into a situation where Madara had the upper hand and could easily take out the blonde nin, or because he believed he would never be able to catch Madara now. He looked at Konan, and the Rinnegan dwindled from his eyes. The burn marks all over her body and the chakra consumption had rendered her unconscious. Her hair was slightly singed at the ends, and her cloak was ripped in several places. Her mouth gushed blood, and her body was covered in dirt stains. His features took on a sad expression. The image of her lying on her deathbed, almost dead, made his stomach turn when he looked at her. Nobody should have to endure this kind of suffering. He hefted her bridal style and discovered that she was a little lighter than he had anticipated, but he shook that distraction as he ran for his life. "Don't worry, Konan, I'll get you somewhere safe." As she lay there, allowing her mind to wander, Konan felt weightless. She felt as though she had a fever and was too weak to get out of bed. She reveled in the cool feeling it provided, her fingertips feeling cold against her face. A shadowy figure then approached from the left and applied a cool cloth to her forehead. As the rag penetrated the cold sensation through her forehead, she relaxed even more and sighed in relief. She glanced slightly to her right and noticed a shadow with spiky hair. The silhouette cast a somber glance over her, as if he hoped the girl would awaken. Her roaming consciousness gave the impression that she knew him, but the figure seemed to know her. Konan turned her head more toward the boy in an attempt to get a better look. Her senses suddenly snapped back to reality as she recognized him. As she called his name, she started to cry a little. "Yahiko!" she exclaimed as she rushed from the bed. She ignored the fallen rag and put her arms around the figure, who embraced the girl without hesitation. She sat there for a while, still hugging and crying in private. After a minute or so, the figure began to speak. He needed to say something, but he seemed hesitant. The shadow said, Konan-san? I'm glad you're happy that I saved your life, but, do you have to hug so tightly?" As she slowly pulled her head up from the figure's shoulder, her thoughts came to a halt. She recognized the voice all too well because Naruto was sitting in her arms, flushed and bewildered. She remembered, and a moment later, she jerked away, her cheeks blushing slightly from the already somewhat feverish face. As her eyes landed on the bed, she pursed her lips and said, "I'm sorry, I thought, never mind." After glancing at her, Naruto turned to face his arms. He always wanted to experience the same emotion that Konan gave him when he held her. Additionally, he had wanted to experience what it would be like to be loved, as Konan appeared to have demonstrated to him. He felt a little sad about the abrupt jerk away from the girl because she appeared to be yearning for the boy at the moment. He wishes he could put his arms around her once more. "Hold on a second. What am I thinking? Naruto, get your act together." He shook his head. Then, in an attempt to push the memory and thoughts out of his head, He pinched and pulled his two cheeks apart. You're not fond of Konan-san. You can't. She's so much older than you are. Just keep in mind that Sakura-chan is still a concern. Yes, that is correct. With a whisper, Konan said, Naruto-san? Naruto asked, suppressing any memories that strayed in his mind as he looked back at her. Where am I? She asked again in the same tone. A cheeky, oh, well, we're in Konoha Hospital, was his response. Konoha. She shouted out. But how? Well, he began, rubbing his facial hair. It's a long story. Flashback, Tsunade sat in the Konoha Hospital's recovery bed. She appeared to have gone into a coma as a result of the protracted and agonizing battle that took place in the village. She wouldn't give a clear response if someone asked her what had happened because her thoughts were a little fuzzy about what had actually happened. Shizune and numerous others filled in the blanks about what had happened before she woke up in her hospital bed. It would be an understatement to say that she was shocked by Naruto's victory over pain. She was overjoyed. By becoming a sage and adopting Jiraiya's personality, Naruto appeared to be taking Jiraiya's place. Spending more time with someone tends to make you more like them. When the sage was younger, Jiraiya's personality was nearly exactly like Naruto's, minus the perverted aspect. However, the Godem had a severe headache that throbbed in her frontal lobes, so she didn't give it much thought. She wanted to use a hammer to smash her face in order to get rid of the headache. The situation was exacerbated when the nine-tailed Jinchuriki burst through the door. He wandered over to Granny Tsunade's bed and yelled, Hey, Granny Tsunade. I need your help. A little annoyed, the Godem said, Naruto. What's the meaning of this, barging into my room like a madman? She was more irate than she usually would have been due to the headache, but Naruto simply dismissed the attitude by explaining his purpose for being there. He fidgeted and said, Well, you see, I have this problem. Well, I have this friend who is seriously injured and I need to get them to a room to be healed as soon as possible. The Hokage gave him the impression that he was a little dim-witted. Instead of something this mediocre, she is typically asked for more king-like favors, such as completing a mission or retrieving something of great importance. Bothered by the seemingly absurd situation, she responded, Why are you asking me? If someone is injured, then take them to the medical nin. You don't have to ask for my permission for something like that. That's the problem. If I tried to bring this person in, the medical nin might reject her treatment. Tsunade gave the boy a suspicious glance. The person Naruto had in mind kind of piqued her interest. She was also a little uneasy because the medical nin typically heal everyone except the country's enemies. Her voice became less angry and more solemn, asking, Who do you actually have, Naruto? She avoided wasting Naruto's time by getting right to the point. The blonde nin asked almost imploringly, Well, if I tell you, you have to heal her, promise? Tsunade yelled, It doesn't work that way, Naruto. Now tell me who it is. The Jinchuriki jumped. After lowering his head, Naruto grudgingly walked toward Tsunade, making sure that only she could hear him. He began to whisper, specifically to prevent straying Enbu ears from listening in. Konan from the Akatsuki. Her shout, What? Reverberated throughout the entire space. What's going on, Lady Hokage? Is there an intruder? Enbu hurriedly flooded the area in an attempt to ascertain what was happening. No, you idiots, leave this room at once. This is a matter between me and Naruto here, Tsunade replied. Though a little let down, the Enbu hurried out, being careful not to anger the Hokage. A sigh escaped her as she kneaded her forehead. Her head was hurting more than it had to. Naruto was always skilled at making fun of her, and it appeared that he was doing it once more. But this time, she was curious as to why he wanted her rehabilitated, so she began asking a lot of questions. She asked, somewhat perplexed, Why do you want her healed, Naruto? Does she have good information? It's not every day that someone wants an enemy restored to their original status. Naruto angrily shook his head. No, she's a friend now, she's not even with the Akatsuki anymore. Tsunade's eyes dropped. Since Naruto was still a teenager and didn't fully understand the rules, she felt sorry for him. Look, just because she left the Akatsuki, it doesn't mean that all of her actions toward the Leaf Village are forgiven. At that remark, Naruto scowled. I know, it's just that Nagato told me to take care of her. I didn't know any other way than to bring her to the place that is the safest to me. Konoha, he said softly. Wait a minute. Nagato told you to take care of her? The Hokage interrupted. Naruto gave her another glance before responding hastily. Just thinking about it made him agitated. Yeah, he trusted me with that request, and I have to live up to it. So can you do it? He had to watch helplessly as Conan drew closer to death the longer he sat here. He wouldn't even be aware that she was dead at this moment. Tsunade kept asking more questions, oblivious to the rage. Well, why would he want you to protect her? He knew you were the enemy. Then Naruto's fists clenched. He gritted his teeth at the length of this conversation and added, because Nagato and I came to an understanding with each other. He trusts me. Can you heal her? When Naruto finally got it, Tsunade interrupted, saying, but that still doesn't make any sense that he would trust you. You are the E. He finally screamed, because he's my cousin, he trusts me, which caused Tsunade to become extremely alarmed. When the Hokage finally got a glimpse of Naruto, her eyes widened dramatically. She was wide-eyed, but not because of the intense heat with which he was now staring at her. She noticed the 2 violet circles on each iris when she gazed into the Jinchuriki's eyes. She was able to see the entire Rinnegan that Naruto now had. She experienced a spell that made her speech hoarse, but she instantly recovered her composure and felt compelled to speak. She gasped, the Rinnegan? The Godem couldn't think. She recently learned something new, and it appears that Naruto has also acquired the Rinnegan. Yes, Naruto said first. His eyes wavered as he found himself staring at the ground. His last gift to me was the Rinnegan. He gave it to me right before he died and entrusted me with the gift to protect his last best friend and find true peace. And that's what I'm going to do. I don't care if people hate me for doing this because if they were in my shoes they would do the same thing. So, are you going to help me or not? Tsunade couldn't speak. She was unable to think clearly because her thoughts were disorganized. Perhaps this accident was brought on by the headache, or perhaps it was all of this new information that she had never been aware of before. No one could really provide her with a convincing response. Her mouth opened without a word as she searched for something to say to the blonde Jinchuriki. For a few more seconds, it remained that way before Naruto looked toward the door. His last words before heading for the door were, fine. If you won't help, I will find someone who will. Tsunade yelled his name because she felt compelled to say something. Naruto. What? He snapped back, turning his head to face her. Well, I can't do it because I am still in the hospital, but I think I can get someone else to help you. Although it was never entirely clear what caused her to change her mind, Naruto appeared to have had some sort of impact on her. Even the words that were coming out of her own mouth were unknown to Tsunade. She felt almost lightheaded by what was happening because Naruto didn't seem like this at all. Although he was never irritable, he was typically content and carefree. He was also a little cocky. It appeared that she had last seen him in this manner when he was attempting to return her to Konoha. Along the way, Naruto had to battle Orochimaru. He was angry that day as well, but it appeared that he only loses his temper when defending someone. That's one of his better qualities. She gave it careful thought before reflexively continuing her reply to Naruto. Anbu, report, she shouted, calling the characters in cloak from the hospital room's front door. The Anbu guards all said, yes, Lady Hokage. Bring in Haruno Sakura. Tell her to drop everything immediately and come to my room. It is an emergency, she replied strongly. Yes, Lady Hokage. They all said the same thing again. Shunshin quickly vanished both of them, leaving Naruto and Tsunade by themselves once more. Naruto turned back to the woman, who gave him a pathetic expression. You're helping me? He asked. Yes. I don't know why, but I trust your decision, Naruto. She looked around the room, feeling comfortable with that response. Shortly after, Tsunade replied, don't worry. I will have a room secluded specifically for her in this infirmary so no one harms her. Her eyes lingered on the ceiling in an irritated gesture, changing the expression on her face. It's not going to be easy explaining this one. He felt as though a burden had been removed from his shoulders after hearing the Godaim's forceful statement. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. The words that came out of Naruto's mouth caused the Hokage to blink a few times. He had never before addressed her in such a formal manner. Hearing the blonde nin's maturity was almost unsettling. Before Sakura and a few Anbu showed up, she concluded, yeah, I want a better explanation of everything that took place in your fight with Nagato, so don't forget. Yes, milady? Sakura inquired, utterly unaware of Naruto's presence. The Hokage then passed a signal to them, and the Anbu swiftly vanished. Sakura, I want you to accompany Naruto and do whatever he asks of you. No questions asked. Tsunade began. Sakura exploded before the Hokage raised his hand to greet her, saying, but, Lady Tsunade. The Sannin interrupted, saying, I don't want to hear it. This is something that has to be handled with utmost importance. Whatever you were doing previously has to be done later. This is a matter between life and death. Tsunade continued with her message. Sakura turned to face Naruto, who appeared to want to run in any direction in order to fulfill Tsunade's request. Unless you knew him for a long time, you wouldn't really notice the ache in his eyes. It wasn't as though he thought she would simply ignore him because Sakura had known him for the last 4 years of her life. She felt worried for her friend, and her face lit up with concern. At last, Sakura answered, "Yes, milady." Naruto was at his breaking point. At breakneck speed, he bolted out the door and ran to the destination. Sakura yelled, "Wait! Naruto!" But the blonde nin gave no answer. Naruto was absorbed in his own world. His only concern at the moment was lying on the rooftop of the Konoha hospital, so he was unable to hear or speak. No one would dare touch the person or even bother to look because it was in a discreet location. Naruto continued to run and showed no signs of stopping, making it more difficult for Sakura to keep up. The boy ignored her despite her repeated attempts to call him. When they got to the roof, Naruto turned sharply to the left, swerving into a building corner and avoiding air conditioners and vents. At last he paused and knelt beside a bigger vent with nothing surrounding it. Sakura was momentarily perplexed when Naruto used a genjutsu to reveal a battered and ragged Konan resting beside the vent. The former Akatsuki appeared to be hanging on by a thread, as she was barely breathing. Sakura began to say, "Naruto, is this?" but stopped when she saw the Jinchuriki's face. As the girl lay there defenseless, he gave her a disdainful look. He seemed to be giving something careful thought. He then asked Sakura a question while keeping his eyes fixed on the woman with the blue hair. "Can you heal her?" Every word felt like a razor slicing through the atmosphere. He took this very seriously. He genuinely wished to heal a national enemy. He would heal her without hesitation, even though he didn't know her well. His eyes were still on the rain nin, so she looked at him as if he were doing something foolish, but he didn't glare back. "Naruto, you can't be serious. She is the enemy. Why would you wah?" She stopped suddenly when she noticed the boy's cheek dripping with tears. The boy's hoarse response was, "Because I promised a friend. Please Sakura, can you please heal her?" He kept his eyes fixed on the girl with the blue hair. As Sakura pondered for a moment or two, not really understanding what was going through the boy's mind, she glanced at her friend before turning back to the rain nin. "All right, Naruto, but we're going to have to remove her Akatsuki cloak and any other identifiable items, if we want to do this without any problems," she responded to the blonde nin. Naruto watched Sakura and gave a slight nod. Sakura grabbed her Akatsuki cloak since Konan was no longer wearing the light blue origami flower on her head, which might have fallen off during her previous run-in with Tobi. She removed the rain nin's cloak to reveal clothing that was hidden. A dark blue zip-up robe that started zipping just above the navel and flared out around her waist was exposed when she pulled off the red and black cloak. Additionally, the robe's lack of sleeves and bare back allowed for easy mobility. As Sakura proceeded to undress the other woman, his gaze followed her every move. In addition, the missing cloak showed skin-tight pants with a wrapped pouch beneath her hip that were the same color as the robe. Sakura went up to take off all of Konan's piercings, starting with her lip, ignoring the fact that her clothes were obviously ripped and filthy. After finishing that, the dead girl did not resist when Sakura eventually took off her belly button piercings as well, leaving her fair but bruised skin with open holes. "Now," Sakura said, "I will only restore her enough to keep her alive for now. The rest of the healing will have to be done in the hospital." Sakura then gently placed her hands on Konan's body, following the protocol that any medical ninja would have to follow in dire circumstances, and he silently agreed. Naruto saw a greenish glow chakra start to tremble around the medic nin's hands. As she inspected the rain nin's damage, her eyelids dropped. "She has a couple of ruptured organs with 4 broken ribs and, one of those ribs has lodged itself into her heart," Sakura said with sorrow. "If I pull it out now, she will bleed internally." In a tone that the pink-haired girl wouldn't typically hear, Naruto whispered, "So, what do we do? Will she live?" "Well, I can heal her ruptured organs and treat her burns, but we need a medic team to do the rest. Even with all of the things we know now about healing, it is kind of hard to say," she said. She took a breath and went on. She then started to heal the former Akatsuki after saying, "All right, here goes nothing." After hearing what Sakura had to say, Naruto fell silent. Konan was far worse than he had initially believed. She couldn't die now, but the rain nin he was supposed to protect might actually perish and he wouldn't be able to stop it. If he had learned anything from his battle with Nagato, it would be that there should always be hope. Naruto initially thought that, so why did he now have a different opinion? Nothing. Not a thing. As recollections of his childhood hardships filled his mind, his attitude gradually changed. Even though all of his hardships continued to beat him down and wanted him to remain that way, Naruto's willpower allowed him to overcome all of the obstacles in his path. As he stood up, Sakura caught a glimpse of his face change and could see the expression in his eye. His expression changed from one of melancholy to one of grave fortitude after it was revealed what he had once stood for. He replied aloud, "She'll live, I just know it." Of course, there was no real certainty that she would survive, but the boy remained hopeful. He looked at the girl with the blue hair and was very sure of his response. Sakura glanced at her close friend before turning back to the humble Rinnegan. "What do you see in her, Naruto?" As she proceeded with her treatment, she thought anxiously. The agonized expression on Conan's face gradually gave way to a more serene and gentle one. As Sakura continued to use her mystical palm technique and kept her attention only on the former Akatsuki, the burn marks also gradually disappeared. The pink-haired medic Nin completed her treatment a short while later. As she raised herself off the roof, she began, "I've done all I can for now. The rib will have to be done in the hospital because it takes more than one person for a job like that, okay?" He gave her a silent glance before returning his attention to Conan. Because of the character's body's obvious improvements, a small smile spread across his features. Now that everything had been restored, she appeared a little happier. Without hesitation, he began to return to the hospital after carefully picking up the blue-haired ninja in the same manner. Sakura extended a hand and said, "Naruto?" But the boy with the blonde hair once again refused to acknowledge her. After a few moments of staring at the blonde ninja, she let out a sigh and did the same. And, as the two of them wandered aimlessly in search of a room to put Conan in, the pitter-patter of feet reverberated off the hospital walls. Their lack of an escort somewhat infuriated them because they were unsure of which room they were to go to until Shunshin appeared in front of them with a couple of Anbu. One of the figures in black cloaks said sharply, "This way." Sakura and Naruto exchanged silent nods and glances before following the two Black Ops members. When they arrived at a room at the end of a different hallway to the right, they were greeted by an operating table and a number of other medical professionals who were silently waiting for their patient. Naruto felt a little more gratitude for the Sannin because it appeared that the Hokage had fulfilled her end of the agreement. Two additional Anbu were present in the emergency room as well, most likely to ensure that the recovery proceeded without any interference or covert assassination attempts. Naruto entered the operating room slowly and carefully laid the limp body of the Rinnegan on the table. The former Akatsuki was operated on by a few medic nin not even a moment later. Sakura then promptly informed them of her actions and the woman's condition before one of the other medical nin approached Naruto and Sakura and politely ejected them. She closed the door behind the two young leaf nin as she said softly, "Don't worry, we'll take it from here." End flashback % in a low voice, Conan said, "I see." When the blonde Jinchuriki finished his story, he slurped up what was left of his soup, and they had just finished a hospital lunch. She saw the bandages covering her body when she looked down. The percentage that concealed the majority of her body nearly mummified her. Even though she had healed earlier, the majority of these bandages appeared to be covering her newly burned areas as well. This could be because her skin is much more sensitive now than it was previously. Her gaze landed on Naruto, who returned the foxy smile. It appeared that Naruto made a special effort to fulfill his pledge to Nagato. He did his best to bring her back to life and fulfill his older cousin's wishes, despite the fact that she was still somewhat of an enemy. As she considered past events, Conan thought to herself, maybe, I can trust him. He appeared to be far more reliable than she had initially believed. I have no understanding of him. At the expense of his village, he even brought back to life a national enemy. It doesn't make sense, but perhaps getting to know this boy as well would be a good idea. She looked at the blonde nin and thought, perhaps I should get to know this boy. Naruto-san. Was his response to her. Even though he was still cheeky, there was a look of interest on his face. She responded without a second's hesitation, how long have I been in this infirmary? In response to his and her rhetorical questions, Naruto said, oh, you've been here, going on 3 days now? To herself, Conan said, 3 days? After 3 days in Konoha, no one has incited a riot or a mob calling for the girl's complete destruction. She belonged to Akatsuki. They wanted her dead, didn't they? With utter denial, she questioned, how is this possible? Naruto looked sheepish and started massaging the back of his head in response to the question. He began, but then he started to fidget. Well, he said, looking around the room, the village doesn't know yet. Only a handful of people know you are actually here, but they can't tell anybody. Not until we know exactly what to do about the situation. Was her only response to that. For the moment, it appeared as if her life was spared, but then she had another idea. The blue-haired girl whispered, Nagato. Naruto, who was clearing his mind, gave her a look. The blonde ninja didn't hear her words clearly, so he asked, huh? More loudly than before, she retorted, Nagato. Where's Nagato? Did you save him from Madara? Naruto gazed at her before lowering his eyes to the ground in despair. Just by looking at the boy's gestures, Conan knew the answer. She asked the boy, don't tell me, before she sank low on her bed and balled her fists. As she went on, her voice trembled. Damn it, she started, I had everything planned to defeat him. I was ready for whatever he threw at me, and I failed. Her voice broke and tears filled her eyes as she said, I ran through so many scenarios in my head, I even calculated timing between tactics, and I couldn't even protect my best friend. Although she had put a lot of effort into stopping the abduction of Nagato's body, all she had accomplished was realizing that she was too frail to save her final friend from the Dark's grasp. Naruto gave the girl a direct glance. As he reflected on what had happened earlier, a wave of guilt swept over him because he had also failed to retrieve Nagato's body. He felt like hitting himself for hurting someone else again just thinking about it. After Naruto got his Rinnegan, he recalled what the elder Uzumaki had told him. Look after Conan for me. Blame me, the woman was told by the blonde Jinchuriki. What? She asked, her eyes widening as he glared at her. His expression was angry, but he maintained a serious tone as he said, I had a chance to save him and I blew it. I was the one who let him get away with his body, hit me. He lowered his defenses in front of her and gestured with his thumb to himself. But, I don't she began, but Naruto cut her off right away. His eyes were still full of seriousness as he said, I said hit me, don't blame yourself. Blame minestead. As she considered everything she detested, she slowly lifted her hand and balled it into a fist. When she finally gained the strength to strike the boy, all of her hatred was going straight into her hand. As Conan's fist slammed toward Naruto, he braced for impact. After closing his eyes in the hopes that it wouldn't hurt, the blonde felt nothing. He opened his eyes slowly again after a few seconds. In a raspy whisper, she answered, I can't do it, and I can't blame you for what happened. As she ran out of ways to kill the boy, her fist dropped to her side. Speechless, Naruto simply stood there. Once more, he didn't anticipate that it would come to her so naturally. He might have underestimated her. If I told myself you did it, then I would be lying, she said, her eyes flinching back to her bed. It wasn't your fault. It was his. Madara's. Every time she spoke of him, a sour taste escaped her lips. He would have died a million times over if words had the power to kill. Look, I'm sorry I can't bring him back, Naruto said as he walked around the room. But I will keep my promise to Nagato. I promise I will make peace with everyone and make people finally understand one another. I will become Hokage. Conan stopped hating herself and looked at the boy with interest. After turning to face her, he smiled at her in his usual way. Before a certain Hokage and Sakura entered the room, she couldn't help but give the young leaf nin a small smile. After examining her, Tsunade said, I see you've made a full recovery. Before speaking and allowing her actual feelings to temporarily subside, the blue-haired nin assessed the Godem as well. She said, I see you have as well, without really emphasizing it. Yes, well, I can handle my own, Tsunade said. But, I did not come here for idle chat. I came here for another reason altogether. Then why are you here, Granny? Naruto inquired, a little perplexed. She said, I was just about to get to that, capturing Conan and Naruto's full attention. The reason I am here is to get you tested. We clearly can't have an enemy of Konoha living here without any clarification of non-malicious intent, she said, turning to face the former Akatsuki. Conan yelled suddenly, L living here? I didn't say I was joining the Leaf Village. Tsunade gave her a cruel look. You are in no position to argue. Naruto saved your life and brought you to this village, and it was because of him that I have decided to spare your existence as well. Unsure of what to say, Conan threw her eyes to her bed and thought in silence. I could just sign for your execution here and now and be done with you, but you could prove to be a valuable asset to this village, being as how you have trained under Jiraiya, who was one of the legendary Sannin, such as myself, and you were a former member of Akatsuki nonetheless. That is why, henceforth, you have been disregarded as the S-rank noob nin you once were. You are now known as Conan of the Leaf with probation rights. As Sakura put it, Lady Tsunade, is it really a good idea to enlist an Akatsuki as a Leaf nin? It wasn't easy though, Tsunade said, turning to Sakura after turning to face Naruto, who was looking at her with a faint smile. If Naruto believes in her, then it wouldn't hurt to give her a shot. I've already talked to the council and they have fully agreed to allow her stay as long as the probation is in effect. The pink-haired girl gave the Godem a wary glance, indicating that she wasn't entirely sure if it was the right decision. With a sigh, Tsunade looked at the worried medic Nin. Before continuing her initial response to Konan, she turned to Sakura and said, "Don't worry," whispering, "I'm sure there is a good reason why Naruto wants to do this." She then glanced at the blonde and changed to the blue-haired Leaf Nin, saying, "Even if it doesn't make any sense. There will be clothes sent to this room for you to change into. Afterwards, Anbu will arrive and you will immediately go to the interrogation chambers for your cross-examination to see if you're actually hiding something." Tsunade shifted her head to meet Konan's eyes as she turned toward the door. After saying, "God help you if you are," Sakura followed her out of the room, giving it one last look before shutting the door. In desperation, Konan sagged in her bed. It appeared that she had lost all control over her options regarding where to go and what to do. She would only be apprehended and tried for instant treason if she attempted to flee in her current vulnerable state. It would only spell her demise, and things would not go smoothly. Naruto smiled broadly and reassured the new Leaf Nin, "Well, I believe you'll pass, no sweat." She noticed the warmth etched on his face as she looked at him. "There's something about him, something I can't describe," she said, barely smiling at the boy again, unable to comprehend it. "What's this sensation?" Before Naruto began to leave, she pondered for a few more seconds. "Naruto-san, where are you going?" she asked. "Oh," Naruto said, "well, Captain Yamato wanted to see me. He told me after I got done in the hospital, I should see him immediately." Konan added in silence, "Oh." The Jinchuriki could tell she was a little uncomfortable because of the way she spoke. With a thumbs up, Naruto added, "Don't worry, you'll do fine. You're not like the others and, I can see that," before heading out for good. With a gentle click, the door closed and the room fell silent, leaving Konan by herself on her bed to think. To get to a single building at the other end of the construction mess on the other side of the village, Naruto leapt over a few buildings and scurried past different people. It lacked enthusiasm in terms of creativity and had a drab color scheme. It had two flaps in front of the doorway, slowly wafting in the breeze, but no door. Stretchers and other medical equipment were lying around, suggesting that it had once been used for medical treatment. However, since Konoha had a hospital again, it was abandoned. With little enthusiasm, he said to himself, "Well, this was where Captain Yamato wanted to see me." Naruto entered the room and pushed the flap around his body. With numerous needles and bandages scattered about, the room still appeared disorganized and a little stale. The bodies of the ninja who occupied the building were the only thing that appeared to be new. As soon as the boy arrived, Yamato saw him and said, "Ah, I see you've made it." "Yo," Kakashi said to the boy, who merely gave the masked man's greeting a mildly perplexed expression. As Yamato approached the Jinchuriki, the blonde questioned, "Wait a minute. What's Kakashi-sensei doing here?" Before he smiled beneath his mask, Kakashi glanced at Yamato and then at the boy. "Well, it's no big deal, but we heard from Lady Tsunade that Nagato did something to you before he died. We just want to make sure nothing affects the Kyuubi's final seal is all." "That's right, Naruto," said Yamato, "whatever he did to you could affect the seal and ultimately release the Kyuubi from its cage. That is why we have to check your body for anything abnormal." Naruto pounded his hand in his other palm and exclaimed, "Oh yeah, I haven't shown you yet, have I?" Before the masked man addressed the blonde Jinchuriki, Yamato glanced at Kakashi. Shown us what?" Shortly thereafter, Naruto focused for a moment before shouting, "Rinnegan, at last." When the blonde's eyes opened, each iris was replaced by two purple circles. When Yamato and Kakashi saw the new Rinnegan eyes that had taken the place of Naruto's original sky blue eyes, they both stifled a breath in surprise. Kakashi began, "Our Rinnegan. How did you?" "It was Nagato's last present to me. It turns out that he was my cousin," he said joyfully before recalling his passing. Naruto briefly lowered his gaze as a result. The new Rinnegan wielder's eyes caught Yamato's attention. "Naruto, this is unbelievable," Yamato said. The light bulb on the ceiling glowed purple in his irises. It was equally intimidating even though it wasn't a full Rinnegan yet. "Kakashi, can you help me out here?" Still in awe of the scene, the masked man said, "Oh, yeah, sure thing," but he raised his Hitai aid to reveal his Sharingan. After a few seconds of Naruto standing there, Kakashi said, "Well, it's not an illusion, there's nothing behind it. It's not a trap either, so it's the real deal." The wood expert felt dumbfounded. He actually saw this kind of eye up close for the first time, but after realizing something, he adopted a more solemn facade. With a small smile, Yamato said, "It appears that the Rinnegan is actually a member of the Uzumaki bloodline." Kakashi said, "Huh? What do you mean?" before Yamato gave him a look. "Well, back when I was a Chunin, there was this rumor going around the adults that a Rinnegan user was actually found. I don't remember much, but the higher-ranked ninja also said something about the Uzumaki. I was young back then, so I really didn't understand what they were talking about at the time, but now that I see Naruto here, the heir to the Uzumaki bloodline, I realize that both of those stories were actually one story." Kakashi considered it carefully. "Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that too. That was a while ago though. I guess when they saw that Kushina didn't have it, they gave up the idea." Naruto, like a kid receiving candy, said, "So, are you saying that I actually have a Kekkei Genkai?" Yamato said, "Yes, it seems so," before turning to face the Jinchuriki. "All right, Naruto. Let's see if it alters your seal or not." Konan lived in the only recovery room, and it was very quiet. Just 30 seconds after Naruto left, the Anbu had already arrived in her room and given her the clothes she needed to change into. Her other clothes were missing, so she assumed they knew her sizes from them. At first, they seemed to fit her perfectly, which confused her a little. Following that, she entered the tiny bathroom across from her room. As she examined herself in the bathroom-sized mirror, she let out a sigh. What did she have on? How was it possible for her to wear this? She arrived wearing something that appeared to degrade her, as though irony were gnawing at her very being. She dressed in the same attire as many of the other ninjas who attempted to stop her. Wearing the greenish Junin vest from head to toe, she wore a black turtleneck shirt with long sleeves underneath, which featured the orange Uzumaki swirl on the left arm. She also had the shuriken pouch on her right thigh and was dressed in the same black skin-tight pants as all the other Leaf Ninja. To complete the look, she added black sandals to complete the ensemble, which eliminated any color shift. "I guess it's what I deserve," she offered in a distraught tone. Her eyelids dropped and her gaze wavered. The clothes seemed to mock her and push her into a further state of suppression to the past, forcing her to leave the bathroom because she could not bear the sight of herself. Konan didn't think she was worthy of these new clothes, saying, "Those who wore this vest obtained it through honorable means to their village. I shouldn't wear something like this." "Follow us," one of the two Anbu who appeared before her said as the door to her room opened, directing the blue-haired Leaf Nin to follow. With a silent nod, she and the two Black Ops members left. A moment later, she was in a tiny space with 2 chairs and a table. She was met with a scornful look from 2 men who had already entered the room. The taller man sneered at the woman and said, "I see you are in Konoha. What are you doing here?" Her response was drab. "That only concerns me. It is none of your business," she said. The man picked her up by her Junin vest and angrily retorted, What did you say? I should kill you right now for all of the suffering that was spread across this entire village." The other man shot back at the irate Junin, saying, Now, Ebiki. We shouldn't do anything to harm this one. Besides, we will find out, soon enough, of her true intent." "Oh yeah, that's right Inoichi," Ebiki said, letting out a small laugh before letting the woman go. After that brief performance, the blonde Yamanaka gestured for her to take a seat. She sat in a chair across from the other man and gazed at the blonde Junin without emotion. "All right, I'm going to have to put you to sleep before I can perform the procedure. Hopefully you will cooperate with me so there won't be any trouble," Inoichi said after turning to face her for a brief moment. "Okay. Allow me to start," he said after she shook her head in agreement. Shortly after that, she unintentionally passed out from a sleeping jutsu. Inoichi said, "Now, let's see what you were hiding," while putting his hand over her head. Flashback An 8-year-old Yahiko asked the young girl, who was around the same age, "Who is this and why is he even here?" Konan cheerfully answered the orange-haired boy, "He's called Nagato. He looked so alone and pitiful outside that I told him to come live with us. But he even brought a dog, sheesh." As Inoichi reviewed her memories, he thought, nothing here. But it seems Nagato and Konan are longtime friends. Let's go to another one. Jiraiya told his teammate Tsunade, "I'm staying." Tsunade was furious and said, "What? You can't be serious." The younger Jiraiya retorted, "Well, at least until they get on their feet." Konan gave the older man a look. Although he appeared to be very pleasant, she was a little concerned about his stay. After they grew accustomed to his presence, he almost took on the role of a father figure. Conan questioned the white-haired sage. Hop in planks? What are those? There was a smile on the Leaf Nin's face as he waited for the children to understand the pun, but it was unsuccessful when the young girl asked another question. Oh, he began. Well, they're to show who's here and who's not by the side it has been flipped to. If it's red, it means you're here. If it's white, it means you've left and can hop in anytime. Uncertain of the purposes, Conan questioned, but why do we need these? The sage gave a realistic response, saying, well, this area is still dangerous and you'll never know when they will come here and try to attack us. She asked Jiraiya in a state of bewildered comprehension, so, you're saying that if it's red, then one of us has probably been captured, and when one is white and we're all here, then that means there is an enemy disguised as one of us. That's very inspective, Conan. Unlike a certain other, the wise man scrutinized the boy with the orange hair. Yahiko responded, hey, I knew what you were talking about, sort of. Nothing here either, but they were taught by Jiraiya-sama. For the time being, Inoichi mentally ignored the idea. Where are your more sinister ideas? You're here, but why? Then he probed her mind further. Kill me, Yahiko said solemnly to Nagato. Conan shouted at the top of her lungs, no, don't do it, to her partner who was wielding a Rinnegan. The orange-haired man yelled, Nagato, to a stunned teammate. Nagato appeared to be in a challenging circumstance. He was given a deadline. Either kill Yahiko or Hanzo would kill Conan. In response to the shaken, red-headed Akatsuki, Hanzo said, if you don't do it, this girl dies. Yahiko impaled himself with Nagato's kunai, and a solid thud was heard a moment later. Through gasping breaths, Yahiko answered, both of you have to stay alive because you are the Messiah. I really believe you, and with a final exhale, Yahiko collapsed to the ground, never to be heard again. Conan yelled, Yahiko, but the man never responded or stood up. As Nagato lost all sense of purpose, a severe rage swept over him. Nothing mattered anymore, so he started to slaughter everything in his path without hesitation. Ultimately, it resulted in a summoning that consumed the souls of everything his beast came into contact with, paralyzing the Rinnegan wielder with rods that pierced his back. Nagato, a distraught Conan yelled at the boy, but his madness overcame him and he ignored him. So, you were the real leader to begin with, Hanzo said, crossing his arms in front of the insane man, who knew you were the one who had the Rinnegan this whole time. Shortly after, Nagato let out a cry and hurled his summons toward the enemy, only to have Shunshin miss him. The blonde Yamanaka thought to himself, that's pretty tragic, now I see how they came to be. What a difficult way to live. He then delved even deeper into her memories, saying, but I still don't have what I need, so I need to keep searching. Conan said to the hateful man, I knew you'd be here. In a thought so tone, the man in the orange mask swirled and said, so, I'm assuming you won't tell me where Nagato is. I've waited a very long time to end you, Madara, the girl with the blue hair forcefully replied. Under his mask, Madara smirked at the woman and said, just so you know, I won't be kind to you just because you were one of us. However, I have a question. Do you believe Naruto Uzumaki is that unique? His voice was menacing as he asked. Naruto is the embodiment of light itself, which is why every time he meets someone, they carry the flowers of hope, Conan said without hesitation, piercing the man's one-eyed glare with her own. Conan then hurled a couple of paper shuriken at Toba's shape. As he disappeared entirely, avoiding the shuriken, he retorted icily to the girl, well, I may as well tell you a few things about your friends, before you come to your imminent death. Before reiterating his point, Conan was taken aback by his intangibility. First of all, I was the one who made Yahiko form Akatsuki. The girl with the blue hair widened her eyes in shock. He told the shocked girl, and second, I was the one who gave Nagato the Rinnegan. So, really, all I wanted was my eyes back. I just need to hold you because, although you were a stupid girl who didn't know anything, you now know where Nagato's body is hidden. This new information sparked a fierce battle between the two Akatsuki as Conan used the paper angel technique to further her plans to see to his failure and death. The fight lasted for a very long time before it came to a screeching halt, and Madara somehow used a move that, as a result, completely shut off his other eye underneath the broken orange mask, but this move allowed him to warp space and time to fuse reality and imagination. This attack led to Conan having a fatal encounter with the masked man, who stabbed her in the back from behind with a pointed bamboo sword and pushed her away as he resumed his conversation. There cannot be hope if there is no peace. All Nagato wanted was to feel better about himself. You can spend eternity regretting your choice to listen to Naruto's nonsense, but you'll see him soon enough. The never-ending rain that fell over Omegakure stopped altogether as soon as he said that. What's happening? It can't be, Madara said aloud, his astonishment evident in his tone. The blue-haired former Akatsuki took it as a sign and mustered the strength to go on. Yahiko and Nagato's wish for peace is still alive and well. Because Naruto will be the bridge to peace that everyone has long desired and I will be the pillar supporting that bridge, I also have faith in him. I don't care if I am blown away in the process. She then raised her arms to launch a final blow at the broken masked man, as if Nagato's passing had forced her to make a life-altering choice. I'm going to Saint. The evil man put a death grip on her neck before she could finish her sentence. You didn't think I'd let you do something like that, did you? As Madara went on, she could sense the life slowly leaving her body. I will wilt your flowers of hope and fade the bridge to oblivion, she said. Your life will end when I finish this jutsu, but not before you expose his deception and let me know. And no, I can't, no, she said, looking into the man's eye as the jutsu was performed. End flashbacks. No. She screamed in the open, startling Ebiki and Inoichi. She breathed heavily in anxiety, and a tiny tear dropped from her cheek due to the recurrence. The Yamanaka instantly withdrew his hand as he recalled the memories of that last encounter and shook his head at the circumstance. What? What did you observe? Ebiki questioned the other man, who rose slowly from his chair. Looking solemnly at the floor, he replied, she's clean. It turned out that Madara was responsible for everything. Ebiki scoffed at that remark, asking, what? However, I believed him to be deceased. The blonde began, I'm not sure, but I'm sure she wants to help us. Ebiki couldn't believe it. A former Akatsuki actually wanted to help for a change, but Konan's facial features supported that statement Inoichi declared, and it seemed to make him go a little softer on the woman. Ebiki thought aloud, a rare sight indeed. Well, I suppose we have to send her to the Hokage since she passed away. She did let us know whether the Akatsuki was allowed to accompany her to her workplace. I suppose so, the blonde said apathetically, let's go. A few minutes later, they reached the Godime's office, where she was sorting new files on the Konoha construction projects in front of her. Konan stood up and walked with the other two men who went ahead of her, with two Anbu guards following standard procedure from behind. Oh, I take it that it went well? Tsunade posed the question rhetorically. Inoichi replied, yes, Lady Hokage, and we also have information. Well, began the Hokage, what are you that long? Let it out. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment as Ebiki said, oh, right, well, it seems the man known as Madara is the one behind everything. All right. Tobi, the man in the orange mask, is another name for Madara, Inoichi added, sighing and closing his eyes. What? Madara is the man wearing the orange mask. But, Madara should be dead, Tsunade said, losing her train of thought. Ebiki said to the Hokage, I said the same thing. All right, I'll inform the others. I need to talk to this woman about something in the interim. Before they left the office, they both said, yes, Lady Hokage. Once the two women were alone in the office, the room seemed to calm itself. Tsunade went to her window that looked out over the village and stared at it silently. Konan felt that she shouldn't speak because, technically, she was the prisoner and had nothing to say because she had done so much damage to the leaf and now they had partially captured her as a form of compensation to the village. The room was silent for a few more seconds before Tsunade spoke. These three children weren't even old enough to live independently. My partner saw them on our way back from a mission. He truly wanted to teach them, but I'm not sure what he saw in them. He wished to instruct them in mutual defense. As the Hokage went on, Konan listened to the story in silence. Although I didn't think it was a good idea at the time, he saw something in those kids that I didn't. Tsunade's posture changed to her other leg as she crossed her arms, still glancing at the village. Days turned into weeks until one day, I received mail from my partner, she said, adding, so he left me and my other teammate to help these kids learn how to defend themselves. To keep me informed about his health, he wrote me a letter. He'd ask me the same questions and tell me how he was doing. However, he started telling me more about those kids the longer he was away. He eventually stopped talking about anything else when I got mail from him. In the letter, he would start talking about it so much that it would take up 5 pages or more. After hearing that, Konan's eyes widened a little, but she remained silent. Until he eventually made it back home, those weeks stretched into months, which in turn stretched into years. I was thrilled to see him again. When he returned, everyone was delighted. It seemed those kids really grew on him, Tsunade said. shifting her gaze to the blue-haired leaf nin with a sadness that seemed to emanate from them. But when I looked at Jiraiya's face, I could tell something was wrong. The only people who had personal ties to her and Jiraiya were Naruto and Tsunade, but even though her emotions and past were buried from the long and arduous years of pain and fighting, Konan couldn't deny it. She seemed to think of Jiraiya as a father, even though he wasn't there for very long. If anything, he thought of her as a daughter he never had, but he passed away after that fight with pain. May I pose a question to you? What made you change your mind about Naruto? The Sennin asked her only other companion in the room, to which Konan gave her a silent nod. After a moment, Konan started, because Nagato believed in Naruto and, if Nagato believed in him, then I will believe in him as well, although her throat felt dry, as if she was unable to speak. In order to maintain world peace, I will support his wishes and welfare. It is what Jiraiya-sama and Nagato would have desired. That is what I wanted to hear, the Hokage said, looking at her with a hint of satisfaction. Tsunade then turned to her desk and opened a drawer. At first, I thought you were plotting something, but yesterday Naruto told me that he was the one who found you, so it's obvious that none of this was planned, she said, taking something rectangular out of the drawer and examining it. It might be a while, but you may redeem your name just yet. The rectangular object was wrapped in a light, white silken material and folded elegantly. The Godem tossed it toward the blue-haired ninja, who caught it easily, and she pulled the folds apart to reveal something that left her speechless. A Hitai ate of the leaf. The headband made a sad smile creep across her face as she stared at it incredulously, and it matched her clothes with a coal color, and the leaf metal forehead protector gleamed impeccably in the light, showing no scratches or signs of wear and tear. It was new, a fresh start, and she couldn't believe it. You will have to assist in rebuilding the village as part of the council's directives because Naruto is currently occupied with being examined by his captain. The remainder of your leisure time will be spent on something more significant. Your primary goal, before continuing, Tsunade threw her gaze to Konan and said, is to protect and help Naruto master the Rinnegan. Before making a decision, Konan didn't give it much thought. She closed her eyes, wrapped the new Hitai aid over her forehead, twisted the fabric tails into a knot, and pulled firmly. When she opened her eyes, she showed a renewed sense of resolve. Yes, Lady Hokage. The blonde Jinchuriki was told by Yamato, it looks like you're okay Naruto, adding that it actually makes no difference, it's secure. Naruto, who had never realized he owned a real Rinnegan, lowered his mesh and orange-clad jacket with a slight sense of relief that it was real. Hey, Captain Yamato? Yes, Naruto? With amusement, the wood user inquired. Are you aware of any additional Rinnegan information? He asked the Junin. Yamato sighed after placing his index finger to his chin as though he was thinking deeply. I don't know a lot more about it. We don't really know anything because we've never had one to study, I apologize. As he leapt to his feet from the medical table, Naruto sighed, oh, but then he had an idea. Wait a second. I believe I know someone who is somewhat knowledgeable about it. Thank you, Captain Yamato and Kakashi-sensei, but I have to go. He waved his hand in response and hurried to the door. Naruto, Kakashi repeated in his mind, he just keeps getting stronger. Just like you wanted, eh, sensei? As he watched Naruto's last moments in the room, his mind flashed back to the Yondaime. 888,888,888,888,999. It was a sunny day, and people were still working on the village, so they had to literally build a city out of nothing. The villagers seemed unconcerned because at least they had something to do with their time, and Naruto continued to get smiles from people as he went by them, even though he had never really experienced what it was like to be liked by a girl, so it kind of creeped him out because he thought maybe they were planning something or making fun of him. Ignoring whoever and whatever, he went on. He was trying to get to the Hokage building because he wanted to see if Konan survived. After passing a few more people and wrapping around a newly constructed building, he began to hear a lot of shouting and swearing. As he got closer to the noise, he noticed that some of the people were upset about something. It wasn't until he turned a corner that he noticed a group of people gathered in an uneven circle, and it appeared that a fight had broken out, which the people were encouraging by keeping it contained in the irregular shape. After listening to the fight for a few more seconds, he could make out some of the words the people were saying. Kill the bitch. Why is she here? She pilt the clothes of a leaf ninja. Probably attempting to infiltrate. Return to your origination, demon. Naruto became a little concerned for this person. Did they really hate whoever this much? She couldn't have done something too bad. After he finished thinking about that, a tiny hole appeared in the confusion that surrounded this character long enough for him to see who they were fighting. It wasn't a fight. No, it was far from it. This was attempted manslaughter. There were multiple people on this one person, and there were even others attempting to get their hits on the poor figure. Who were they thrashing on? They were beating down the blue-haired ninja that Naruto had promised to protect a few days ago. Conan. The blonde boy, whose feelings had been absent for a long time, was horrified to see the woman lying on her back being struck in the face by a villager's fist, while 3 or 4 others kicked her in the sides. Without giving it much thought, the Jinchuriki blazed through the crowd, throwing a right-handed cross to the person assaulting her face, which sent the abuser flying several feet away from the circle and everyone else to stop what they were doing. Conan looked up at the boy weakly and saw the anger in his eyes, almost exactly like the last time, and Naruto. Who else wants to strike her? The blonde nin asked to anyone and everyone. All of the villagers stepped back a little at the sight of the Jinchuriki before they barraged him with an array of angry shouts. Why are you defending her? Akatsuki is what she is. She is not welcome here, she must be slain. You know, just like me? Naruto screamed as his head turned to one of the villagers, revealing his red vertically slit eyes. Shouldn't I be dead too? The Jinchuriki is me. After the villagers took a few more steps back, one of them started talking, saying, well, you don't want to harm us and we realize that, but that woman was in on the whole entire destruction of the village. However, individuals can change, right? To everyone's surprise, an unidentified voice spoke up behind Naruto. To Naruto's relief, the village ruler emerged behind the boy, bringing a sense of calm to the scene. Grandmother? Naruto began, but the Godem interrupted him. Naruto, don't worry. From here, I'll handle it, she said firmly. Tsunade listened half early to what the villagers were saying before raising her hand to calm them down. Once they had calmed down, she sighed softly, look. The villagers once again started to make a lot of noise, obviously rejecting the blue-haired woman's presence. Let me reassure you, even though I know you're all upset about this recent incident. All of this has a perfect explanation. The villagers watched the speaker intently as Naruto watched Conan and assisted her in standing up. Yes, added Tsunade, she was a part of Akatsuki, but she was taken prisoner. You're probably wondering why she's dressed in typical leaf clothing now. Well, the council and I have decided that, since she participated in the destruction of the village, she should wear what many of our fellow ninja have worn to remind her of the past and her misdeeds that followed to the destruction of the leaf, the statement read, to a few nods of agreement. As retribution for that tragic day that struck our country, she will remain here and live her entire life under the leaf's shadow, helping to rebuild the village and doing whatever else we ask of her. The newly assigned Leaf Nin looked away as a look of guilt crossed her face, but the Hokage could see the sadness without having to look very closely. The Godaim's statement appeared to be taken at face value by all the villagers, as many of them grinned viciously at the price the woman had to pay. For that reason, no one is allowed to hurt or maim this person going forward since she will demonstrate her value. Do you understand? After saying that, she observed the villagers complaining and leaving the area to carry on with their previous activities, with a few remaining to glare at the blue-haired ninja with disgust before leaving them too, leaving only Tsunade, Conan, and Naruto. When the female Sennin saw the other two standing there, she opened her mouth to speak, but felt a little lightheaded, so she closed her eyes and let out a sigh. Gazing down at his feet, Naruto sighed, thanks, Granny, she said to him, I know Naruto, with a small smile. She said, just be glad I was thinking about you, before opening her eyes and turning to leave. It was never quite clear to whom she was speaking, but before anyone could question her, she vanished by Shunshin. The boy's features briefly took on a crossed expression before he shook it off and turned to face the former Akatsuki. Naruto smiled as he said, come on, Conan, and let's get you cleaned up. It seems he still has some buried feelings about his past, she thought quietly as she turned to face the boy and considered everything that had just happened. Naruto went out of his way to protect her once more, even hitting someone else in his own village, but was that because he had promised her or for some other reason? They arrived at Naruto's house a short while later, and he took a key out of his pocket, unlocked his door, and pushed it open to reveal the interior, which was almost exactly the same as the last time except for a few strange and odd objects on the floor. They entered the living room, and Naruto helped his guest sit on the couch that looked out onto the street. He left her alone for a short while before returning with a roll of bandages, a bottle of some unidentified brand of ninja pills that was halfway full, and a few rags. He sat down next to her and started examining the damage, noting that she had a black eye, a little hair, and a small amount of blood on her lip that appeared to have left a trail on her face, but had dried over time. What prevented you from defending yourself? Naruto continued to examine her face and asked. Violence isn't always the solution, though. Furthermore, I do think that touching anyone in your village would have dire consequences. It's not a good impression to kill someone on your first day, is it? She looked down and answered casually. At that, he chuckled lightly and said, "No, I guess not." Then he reached for the rag and started dipping it into the warm water, but a few seconds later he stopped and said, "Wait a second. What in the hell am I doing?" Then again, she hasn't said anything yet, so, I guess it's okay. The Jinchuriki sank the rag back into the lukewarm water, wrung it out, and slowly drew his hand closer to her face, coming within a hair's breadth of touching skin before a hand caught his wrist and knocked the warm rag to the young woman's lap. "I'm capable of handling this alone." He only got as far as he did because she wasn't listening to him. "I don't need your assistance," she said sharply, matching his facial reaction. "Oh, I'm sorry. Ha ha, I should have known," he said wryly, feeling foolish now. She wouldn't let him do that, of course. She started to gently wipe her face with the rag, closing her eyes to the sensation it gave her. Naruto didn't really know what to do anymore, so he thought quietly to himself. In reality, he was thinking about the villagers and how they had responded to her. They hated her, loathed her, wanted her dead, and he couldn't help but think of how they had treated him when he was younger. This was a feeling he never wanted to experience again because he had been the village's source of hatred for the longest time. He believed that the only way to gain attention was to act out and become a nuisance, so he did bad jokes and pranks all over the village, even marking the Hokage monument. Nevertheless, people noticed him, and back then, it didn't matter how he got noticed as long as someone was watching him. The only reason he ever made friends was because he was placed on a team with people who had to deal with him. Eventually, they realized that they shouldn't judge a person by their appearance and grew close to the boy. Years went by before everyone finally acknowledged Naruto as a person and not a demon. However, Naruto has become a new pariah, and the villagers now have someone new to despise and blame for everything. Perhaps Konan will experience the same thing? He asked optimistically. Perhaps people will perceive her the same way they currently perceive me? He continued to brood in silence for a short while before being cut off by a quiet voice. "Naruto-san." "Yes?" "Curious?" he asked. The blonde was willing to talk, though he was a little disappointed that his thoughts had been interrupted. She stopped massaging her face and turned to face him, looking interested. "There was something I have wanted to ask you ever since I have been here," she said. "How did you know Madara was pursuing me? You seem to have known I was in danger." "Well," he began, holding his chin and closing his eyes as though he was focusing intently, "I don't know." "What do you mean that you're ignorant?" she questioned him angrily after his foolish response. "Oh, wait a moment. Let me explain," he said, properly positioning himself on the couch and pressing his hands to his legs. His eyes closed, indicating that he was thinking deeply. "Well, something happened to me when I was home," he said. "From this window, I was observing the villagers as they rebuilt their houses. Everything seemed fine and it felt like another day," he said, pointing to the one behind the couch they were seated on. "Well, then I started thinking back on Nagato's passing and the disclosure of my true ancestry." Konan continued to focus on the boy, moving as little as possible to avoid interfering with his thoughts. "Around that time, I began to feel depressed as I gazed at the flowers you gave me. The flowers, however, began to wilt as I was working on that." He continued his explanation after she reprimanded him, saying, "But, origami cannot wilt." "Yes, I am aware of that. I had the same thought. I initially believed it was merely a genjutsu you applied to the flowers to give them a realistic appearance, but then, it became even more bizarre." Konan silently urged him to continue after giving him a perplexed look. Then he sighed and said, "After they wilted, they caught on fire." "Caught on fire?" She was surprised by the statement. The blue-haired leaf nin didn't do any of that and thought Naruto was just making it sound plausible by lying, but his calm manner of speaking about it gave the impression that he was speaking the truth. "Yes, they did, but I don't really understand it myself. I didn't want to think about it anymore because I was a little anxious about it." The Jinchuriki then lowered his gaze to the ground and said, "But then I began to feel this pain. I felt as though I was going to die because it was in my chest. However, you were the only person that came to mind when this feeling persisted. I just ran out of the village by myself because I could feel your pain and my mind was telling me you were in trouble, and the feeling led me to you," he concluded with a smile. His Rinnegan couldn't have been activated during the time, so Konan thought for a moment, concluding with a slight smile. It was a lot to process because things didn't seem to add up. How could Naruto know she was in danger? Nagato did that. The poor boy seemed perplexed by that. "Huh? What do you mean? How could he have done anything now that he was dead?" As if to offer him a hint, she replied, "Well, Then he must have done something while he was alive. What was there for him to do? The only time he could have done anything was, Naruto said abruptly. How could he not have seen this earlier? It should have been clear. My awakening. Exactly, Conan replied definitively. It appears that Nagato has given you his locator link. Locator connection. What do you mean? What? The Jinchuriki inquired. Nagato used a jutsu on all of his 6 paths to locate them whenever he needed them, she said with a sigh. The person in charge can submit a small chakra frequency that creates a connection with the other person by sealing a small amount of chakra into a specific area of the other person's body. However, for it to function, both the sender and the receiver needed to have an antenna in order to send and receive the signal. No matter how large it is irrelevant. It could still function even if it were the size of a hair. With an antenna that's small, you can't control a body, but you can still find the person you're looking for. The person performing the jutsu leaves a hint of their own chakra into the other person, so they can always find who they are looking for, she says, pointing to the tiny hole beneath her bottom lip that indicates something was once there. I was the only other person to have a locating link placed on my body, which was transmitted by my lip piercing. Nagato appeared to have moved his chakra locators to you, and you could only sense me because I was the only one with his chakra linked. While you were thinking about me, you unintentionally clicked on this link. I suppose that makes sense, but how did I get the signal? Oh, Naruto said, scratching his head. There is nothing on my body. Conan said, I have one place in mind, as she approached the boy. As she approached the boy, Naruto felt a little uncomfortable due to their closer proximity, but she chose to ignore it for the time being. She whispered to him, turn your head for me please, and the boy turned his head in response. Naruto was confused by her actions because he didn't really know what she was doing, but he felt even more uneasy when she began to touch his hair, moving it around gently with her fingers. She looked around the sides of his face, then grabbed his chin and swiftly turned his head to look at his left temple. What are you doing? Yao, Conan said, found it, as her hand wrapped around his face and revealed a tiny fragment. Very clever, Nagato. What is that? Naruto asked the girl, looks like a splinter. This is a piece of a chakra rod. Nagato used this, the small antenna I mentioned earlier, for you to locate me. Naruto said, oh, but it's so small. Conan responded to this with a hint of amusement, saying, well, yes. As I mentioned earlier, they can be as tiny as a hair and still accomplish the desired task. The concept appealed to Naruto, who thought it was a very clever idea and was inspired to follow suit. Hey, I ought to purchase one of those. I can then step in and save the day if anyone ever finds themselves in trouble. You mean the moment you rescued me? The blue-haired Kunoichi asked, her lips curving into a smile. Oh, her playful question made Naruto flush. Oh, well, I guess. He rubbed the back of his neck and laughed a little. Unexpectedly, Conan put her arms around him once more, but this time, instead of showing sympathy, she did so because she needed and wanted him. Thank you Naruto, she said, a faint tear trickling down her cheek. It appeared that she had more going on than he realized. She was so good at hiding her feelings when they were in the hospital room that he was unaware of it until a somber mood settled on Uzumaki Naruto's home. The fact that she was older and didn't know the boy well didn't really matter at the time because he was the only person she could do this to, and he had the strongest bond with Nagato now, and she was in a village that detested her, so who else but the blonde nin saved her in the middle of her death? This was the 3rd time he had seen her cry, but this time Conan voluntarily gave him a hug. Before putting his arms around her as well, Naruto tried to gather his thoughts. A smile came to his lips and he started talking joyfully to the woman, saying, don't worry. Because I will be Uzumaki Naruto, you won't have to endure any more suffering after I rescue this world from the never-ending agony. Hokage of Konohagakure, Naruto said, releasing his hold and gazing at her with unwavering resolve while gesturing with his thumb to his own chest. I will ensure that everyone is in agreement and that there is peace throughout the land. My dream is this. My objective. My wish. I'll find a way to bring about peace if there isn't one. That smile, I understand now. That feeling I felt in the hospital, it was warmth. I have finally realized why Nagato trusts him. He truly is the light to this world, Conan said, staring at the boy. Yes, his way of thinking about finding peace was childish, but somehow he keeps stepping closer to that ambition with hope. I have faith in you, she said, another smile appearing on her face as she wiped a stray tear from her eye. You have inherited the will for peace, and I swear on my life and on the graves of my friends that I will uphold that will and permit the construction of the bridge to peace using only the most durable materials. I swear, Yahiko, Nagato, that the support beneath will keep that bridge taller than the entire land, preventing evil from ever reaching its pinnacle. They both gave each other a new perspective in that instant that had previously seemed impossible. They seemed to know each other, if only a little, and were willing to go out of their way to make this path to peace probable. It was a mutual feeling, an understanding. Perhaps the universe intended this outcome and was correcting itself by allowing this abnormal charade to continue. This didn't seem real. It couldn't be real. But here they were, joined together by an unusual game of chance where the hand dealt in their favor. Perhaps this could work. Was it fate that these two met? Did they share something that no one else in the known universe? She sat up from her seated position and bandaged her arm. Naruto-san, let us begin your training, Conan said. After their brief heart-to-heart, she felt slightly happier for some reason. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you today." Ask what? Conan asked the blonde, confused. Well, before I found you, I wanted to find someone to help me with the Rinnegan. Then I thought after a minute and realized you were the only person that was even remotely close to knowing anything about it. But after all of those things that happened today, I sort of forgot, he said with a wry smile. With a matter-of-fact tone, Conan answered, yes, well, we are here now and we don't have much time to waste. Madara far surpasses your strength and even my own, but we are about to change that, she said, wrapping her arm completely before making her way to the door. Naruto-san, Madara is nothing but pure darkness. On the other hand, you are the child of prophecy. It is said that you will triumph victoriously and make things right in this world gone awry, the blonde said, staring at her with his eyes deep in space, indicating that he was thinking. By the time we are done with your training, he will never get his hands on you. I can guarantee it, she said, turning to face him somberly. In fact, that answer made him feel a little better. As he considered that, a tiny smile appeared on his face. In fact, they were going to teach him how to use the Rinnegan. Now that he considered it, it felt a little weird. His Genkei is a Kekkei. Her friend used to have a unique eye. Since that friend has passed away, Naruto is now the heir apparent to the unique power he currently possesses. Okay, Conan-chan. I'm ready, Naruto said with a positive tone. The woman with the blue hair frowned as she looked at him and said, don't call me that. He asked, a little perplexed, huh? You are never to put, chan, at the end of my name. Understand? She said with a voice of rage, just because we have to train together for your benefit, that does not mean that we are best friends. But I thought, she said without hesitation, well, you thought wrong, and then she hurried out the door. Now let's get going. We do not have much time, she said. As he struggled to understand what had happened, Naruto tried to ask himself, what is wrong with her? We can be friendly one moment, and then she's staring at me with daggers the next. I don't understand. After a moment or two of concentration, he decided that it would eventually come to him. After that, Naruto trailed Conan as he started his first Rinnegan training session. Tsunade responded in the open at her desk in the office. It never ceases to amaze me as the Hokage unfolds another day. Lately, Tsunade was irritated. As if to intentionally irritate her, the work had already piled itself to the ceiling after she had just emerged from a coma. She had to cope with the sudden appearance of a former Akatsuki member, which was causing more problems than it was worth but could be very beneficial if managed properly. In order to even instate Conan as a leaf ninja, she had to go through council. Even though the Hokage didn't want to, there didn't seem to be any reason why the blue-haired woman shouldn't help Naruto in any way if that was what Naruto felt was best. What really swung the balance in favor of the ex-Akatsuki was Conan's treatment of Tsunade. Like the third Hokage, the Godem had such a keen sense of people that it was almost a talent, as she was able to quickly pick up on subtle body language or changes in tone of voice. Only interrogators were skilled in that area. Perhaps she ought to have served as a cross-examiner. She sighed and thought, easier than being Hokage. Then she remembered the woman with the blue hair who had entered earlier. If it makes sense, the way she spoke and the expression in her eyes when she looked at Conan gave the impression that she was speaking to someone else. Although Conan's voice didn't convey it at all, Tsunade could see the loneliness in her eyes. The Hokage could see right through the mask that the paper user clung to for a phony sense of security, so it didn't really matter that Conan was trying to hide it and doing a good job anyway. Too well, Tsunade could see how sad she was. Since all of her friends had passed away, Conan was the only one left of the three who had trained under Jiraiya all those years ago, and no one else was available to support the paper user in overcoming her loss. Even though the woman contributed to the complete destruction of the village, The Sannin felt a little sorry for her. Perhaps, though, Naruto will make a friend in Konan and assist her now that he is in the village. She appeared to think highly of Naruto. He's probably safe for the time being. She was deep in contemplation when Yamato and Kakashi abruptly interrupted her thoughts with a puff of smoke as they entered the Godaim's office. With a knowing expression on her face, Tsunade turned to face them. "Well, what did you find out?" she asked, tying her fingers together and placing her elbows on the table with her chin resting on her hands. "Right," replied Yamato with conviction. "Well, we were a little startled at first when we saw it, but the tests came back negative. His eyes are real." "Yes, it seems Naruto has acquired the true Rinnegan," Kakashi said with seriousness. "We do not know what to do about the situation, although we do know that it does not have any effect on the last seal connotating the Kyuubi." "Well, at least there is some good news. Good to know Nagato didn't do anything to him," Tsunade said definitively. "I found it very odd though," Kakashi continued following a minute of silence. "Naruto only has 2 rings on his eyes, but if I remember correctly, the Rinnegan has always covered the entire eye. I've done some research while we were fighting pain and it says that the Rinnegan covers the whole eye, but Naruto's only goes so far as to cover the irises." Enticed by his discoveries, Tsunade turned to face the ninja and said, You do make an interesting point. That is why I would like to continue testing him for further evaluation," Yamato replied in a hurry. "Things seem a little confusing. And for that reason, I want to make sure nothing happens." The Hokage firmly responded, "Right. You have my permission to continue watching him for any unusual occurrences as it would deem unfortunate if something were to happen to Naruto," to which Tsunade nodded her head in agreement. Things did not add up, so there was a problem. What might it be? What did Nagato want to accomplish? Then Kakashi's gaze wandered until he noticed something blue on the Hokage's desk that caught his attention. "Oh, doing a last-minute Akatsuki report?" Kakashi's gaze hovered a bit longer between the front page and the picture before spotting something unusual. "Wait a minute. Is she?" A folder was left open, revealing a sizable document with a picture of a person on top. The Godem cut in. "That's right, Kakashi. She's a Leaf Junin." Before glancing at the picture of the silver-haired Junin, Yamato questioned, "What?" He heard only, "Leaf Junin, she, and Akatsuki. You can't be serious," he said, genuinely surprised by what he saw. The document was also examined by Tsunade, who then sighed softly and said, "Look, Naruto was the one who found her. He seemed to trust her after finding out that Nagato was his cousin, and also, she has no ill will towards Naruto because we had Inoichi look into her mind and come up with nothing." Kakashi and Yamato were staring in as the Sannin. "I already know what you were thinking. When I first heard that Naruto brought her here, I thought the same thing. I really just wanted to leave here for dead, but Naruto. He had a sense that something was there that no one was seeing. That idiot, he thinks he know everything." She continued her speech with a smile on her lips, saying, "It wasn't until I actually saw her today that I changed my mind." After a brief period of silence, Yamato felt compelled to ask, "Well, what made you change your mind?" in order to find out what the woman had to say. Tsunade glanced at the photo once more before turning to face the 2 Junin. Her smile turned to one of sadness as she said, "Naruto did. His attitude about everything. Maybe he felt obligated to protect Konan, since Pain, or Nagato rather, told him that he was his cousin. I do not know." Kakashi asked in a somewhat melancholy tone, "You really wish the better for Naruto, don't you, Lady Tsunade?" But his sighs demonstrated that he was also empathetic. "Yes, but I also know Thay Konan can really help him with his training. She is THW only one that really knows anything about the Rinnegan, and plus, on top of that, she seems to trust Naruto to a degree." Tsunade then rested her arms on the desk and turned her gaze to the surface. "What was real strange though was while we were in discussion about it with the Junin leader and the council, Danzo didn't even raise an argument. Actually, he and I were the only ones in full support of the instatement. That only makes me curious as to what he was thinking." Kakashi turned to face the wood user and said, "I see your point. I guess we really can't disobey the Hokage's decree," Yamato said, nodding in agreement. Tsunade's cheeky response, "Nope," abruptly lifting her spirits, "and that is one reason why I love being Hokage." "Yes, Lady Hokage, then I will keep you updated with Naruto. Goodbye," Yamato said, nodding his head once more after a moment of surprise. He then performed a shunshin, leaving Kakashi and Tsunade alone in the room. After the atmosphere subsided, Kakashi turned to face the Godem and said, "Well, since you don't need me for anything, I might as well make my leave." "Really," Tsunade began, "I do require your help." The silver-haired Junin stopped dead in his tracks and said, "Oh?" She got up from her chair and said, "Yes, I need you to keep an eye on Naruto and Conan for me." But she stumbled a little after feeling another weak spell. She was suffering from the aftereffects of the coma. "So, you don't trust Conan after all," is Kakashi's, response. The slug summoner let out a sigh. "You're right. We can't fully trust her. Not just yet anyway. She was an Akatsuki member and a person who killed innocent shinobi without thinking twice. But, I do not want you doing anything that could interfere with Naruto's training, so just keep an eye on them and make sure nothing happens." "Yes, Lady Tsunade," Kakashi said languidly in response. And also, when Conan and Naruto arrived at the newly constructed training grounds, it was approximately 3 o'clock. The Leaf Village didn't really care that it was the hottest time of day, even though it was unbearably hot. Konoha residents were accustomed to the heat and were still determined to keep their village under construction. She had to rest for a minute to catch her breath after Naruto led her to the location where he typically trains, resting her weight on a fresh practice log by her arm. It was dangerous to do something like this right after leaving the hospital that same day, but she felt she had no other option. If she didn't try to fit as much as possible into the lesson, they would never finish anything in time. Naruto gazed at her with apprehension for a few moments before becoming agitated. "Well, what are we going to learn?" she finally said after a little more waiting. Before a frown returned to her face, Conan looked at the boy. "Patience is a virtue. That is what usually gets shinobi killed. That is the recklessness that comes from eagerness. You should know that. Anyway, while you are standing there doing nothing, activate your Rinnegan." Reluctantly, Naruto activated his Rinnegan in front of the blue-haired Junin, revealing 2 purple rings on each iris, while complaining about the order he had received. At that point, she forced herself off the log and approached Naruto, pausing 10 feet away. "Okay, Naruto-san. Right now, I am your superior. I have listened, watched, and helped Nagato create and perfect his jutsu and skills, so listen closely because I will only say this once," Conan said, drawing the full attention of the one blonde present. "Now that you have acquired the Rinnegan, there are certain abilities that have been added to your skill repertoire. It also means you have gained an upper hand in learning new jutsu as they will somehow become easier for you to learn." As the young woman went on, Naruto paid close attention. "I am sure you are aware of the Bansho Tenin and the Shinra Tensai from your fight with Nagato's Diva Path?" Conan asked prior to Naruto granting her permission. "Well, those 2 techniques come with the Kekkei Genkai, just like, in example, how the Mangekyo Sharingan comes with the ability of Amaterasu." Because he didn't want to interrupt the woman, Naruto postponed his question regarding Amaterasu until later. He had no idea what that was. "Both moves can control the gravity that keeps us on the ground," Conan explains further. "Bansho Tenin is the ability to pull any object towards you on your own volition by channeling your chakra through your hands. The chakra in your hands compresses until it creates its own gravity field in a small circumference inside your palm. This compression is so compact that it is generally invisible to the naked eye, which is why you can't see it. In any case, wherever you point your hand during this attack, it will be pulled to the source of the force automatically. The heavier or farther you can pull an object towards you depends on how much chakra you compress." "Oh, okay," Naruto said with a peculiar comprehension. "The Shinra Tensai, on the other hand, is comparable to the Bansho Tenin, but it uses the controlled chakra in your hands to repel anything by gravity. The gravity compression from Bansho Tenin must be pressurized to the point of instability in order to accomplish this." She demonstrated the technique with hand gestures, saying, "This move requires chakra control throughout the entire body because it could prove fatal if your chakra explodes without synchronization. That's when the gravity in your palm becomes unbalanced and it erupts into an explosion, causing a gravity expulsion away from your palm. For the impact of the expulsion to have no effect on your body, it must be in sync. Additionally, you must simultaneously expel gravity from both hands and cast both arms outward in order to perform the entire Shinra Tensai. If done properly, it will completely enclose your body in a barrier of disrupted gravity, protecting you from any attack, much like the Diva Path did." Before continuing, Conan gave Naruto a moment to process the information. She was taken aback by his level of awareness but quickly recognized that his Rinnegan was activated, so she dismissed it with a lack of interest. The Junin responded, "Now, we shall give you a little practice," as she picked up a random stick from the ground that was about a foot long, 1 centimeter in diameter, and weighed no more than an ounce or 2. She then threw the stick 30 feet away from Naruto, who was watching with interest. "Now, since you already have a jutsu that is similar to this technique in somewhat, it will make things a little easier," she said. I want you to extend your hand, focus on the stick, and aim it at it. Consider your chakra as though you were creating a Rinnegan without actually creating one, but continue to compress it in your hand until it is invisible. After you've done that, focus on the stick and visualize it approaching you. What? How am I supposed to do that? Naruto asked in a startled tone. How can I reduce the chakra to nothing when creating a Rinnegan is already difficult? Just think, Konan said casually, it shouldn't be that difficult because you have the Rinnegan. After a moment of contemplation, the Jinchuriki understood what the woman was referring to, and then, with a simple sigh, he raised his right hand and focused on the stick, thinking about creating the Rinnegan and compressing it until it was invisible in his mind, then focusing intently on the stick and attempting to visualize it coming to him. After a few minutes, Naruto decided that nothing was happening and said, Konan-san, it's not working. It worked for Nagato, so I don't see why it shouldn't work for you, Konan said, giving him an irritated look. For him, it was simple. On his first attempt, he succeeded. Naruto heatedly responded, well, I'm sorry for not being as good as my cousin, while continuing to hold out his hand. You think it's very simple to grab something without using your hands? Alright? The blue-haired woman shook her head, so he turned his gaze to the stick and started mockingly imitating the pattern to grab it. I will just focus on the stick right now because it is just so easy, he said. So I pretend to have a Rinnegan and then imagine the stick coming to me. Oh. Such as that. CHK. His tirade was cut short by a gentle pat on his palm as his eyes strayed to his hand. To his surprise, the stick he had been unable to grasp a moment before was stuck to his right hand like super glue. What the? How? You see? Simple, Konan said, staring at himself. However, why wasn't I able to get it a moment ago? The blonde inquired in confusion. As the stick dropped out of Naruto's grasp, the Junin retorted, you weren't concentrating with your eyes, but rather with your mind. The stick moves because of the Rinnegan, not your thoughts. Well, then, why hadn't you mentioned that earlier? The boy, annoyed that he appeared to be a fool, asked. I assumed you were already aware of that. Konan sneered at him. In any case, let's give it another go so you can see how the move functions. As the paper user picked up the same stick and threw it 100 yards into the forest, Naruto complained more to himself. Now, Konan started, you'll employ the same move you used earlier, but from a greater distance. Focus your gaze, then point your hand in the direction I threw the stick. The Jinchuriki responded, all right, and started focusing on the piece of wood. It was as though it was just him and the wood he was trying to grab was there. After another moment, just before he was about to give up, a shuffle of leaves caught his attention and something shot out of the woods as fast as a bullet, coming straight at Naruto. His surprise was short-lived, though, as the stick came to his hand and abruptly stopped, encountering resistance. Once again, it wasn't as hard as he thought it was. His arm was focused on the stick, waiting for it to arrive, and his concentration caused him to lose consciousness as he only considered bringing the stick into his grasp. As Konan watched Naruto laugh excitedly, she thought to herself, it's almost as if the Rinnegan tells him how much chakra to use. When Naruto and Konan decided to call it a day, it was around 6 o'clock in the evening. She was practicing her jutsu rather lightly while also helping Naruto improve his stick-grabbing abilities, eventually moving it up to logs that were about 2 feet long and 6 inches in diameter. Konan was impressed and unimpressed at the same time. She knew that the Rinnegan helped the user master any kind of jutsu, but she didn't think it was easier to master the gravity moves. He seemed to pick it up rather quickly, and he didn't even appear to be tired, saying, that moves consumes a pretty good bit of chakra and he has been doing it for the last 3 hours. However, she considered the boy's chakra and ignored her awe at the fact. Naruto heard a low growl in his stomach as he was leaving the training grounds and grinned wryly, saying, well, I'm hungry now. Ha ha. Konan-san? Would you like a bite to eat? I guess I am famished as well, Konan said, looking at him with mild interest in his request. You should lead the way because I don't know anything about this place. There's only one place I know where you won't be rejected from, Naruto said, nodding and grinning slightly. She dropped her head a little at that statement, remembering that the village despises her. The only issue was that she was unable to leave the situation. There was no way out, and it nearly made her feel afraid. Strange. Why does that scare me? She asked herself quietly, having never been afraid of anything since she was a child, but now the feelings roared their way to the surface, even if they were only slight in her mental state. Naruto told her, don't worry about it, Konan-san, which caused her head to raise in perplexity. Did Naruto understand her thoughts? They're nice people and I don't think they will judge you as quickly as you think they will. No, it wasn't what she was thinking, But when she realized that there was still one person in the world who didn't despise her, Conan's eyes widened in response to Naruto's response. A small smile crossed her face as she realized that, in a sense, she still had a tie to Nagato. All right, Naruto-san. It took a few minutes to get to the building, which was none other than the well-known Ichiraku ramen stand that Naruto had become used to visiting every day. They had only opened today, and Naruto was growing a little sick of cup ramen. He did eat some of the homemade food that was piled up in his house, but he had to throw out the majority of it because it wouldn't fit in his refrigerator. A young woman greeted him with a cheery voice as soon as he pulled the flap aside to enter. "Oh, hey, Naruto. Our message appears to have reached you today. Greetings from the updated Ichiraku." Her response made Naruto smile, and he glanced around the store and saw that everything had been completely redecorated. It still had the traditional counter seats where people ate, but everything from the back looked like it had been expensive, with new fryers, stoves, and other cooking equipment strewn all over the place. Naruto felt a little pleased for the Ichiraku family. "I have someone with me today, so you can put their order on my tab," Naruto said with a smile to the young, brown-haired woman. "Thanks, Ayame-chan." Ayame cheekily said, "That's a first," resting her arms on the counter. "Who is it? Really, are you going on a date?" After blushing at that remark, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck and said, "No, not at all. I just consider her a friend." "It's a girl, then. Where is she, then? I would like to know who you brought with you," the young Ichiraku said nervously to the blonde. Naruto said, "Okay. Well, I will bring her in then," and then he waved his hand for the other person to come in. The blue-haired woman cautiously entered, and Naruto opened a flap for her. Conan glanced at the brown-haired woman, who also looked into her eyes. It was a bit nerve-wracking because the paper user was not sure whether or not to speak, wondering if what Naruto had said about the stand not discriminating was true. As Ayame stared at her, a joyful smile eventually took over her face. "Hello, welcome to Ichiraku Ramen." She returned the greeting and sat down on a stool after Conan paused for a moment to allow the surprise to wear off. "Thank you, I will be glad to eat here," she said. Neither she nor the blonde Jinchuriki failed to notice that two other people in the stand had seen the paper user and had left with a rain check, leaving with a disdainful expression on their faces when they looked in the paper user's direction. "Have I heard Naruto enter?" An older voice called to Ayame from the back. Tuchi Ichiraku, an elderly man with graying hair and an apron wrapped around his body, entered the storefront with a towel and wiped his hands thoroughly. His face lit up with joy when he saw the young blonde sitting on a stool grinning foxily. "So it's you, hasn't it been a long time?" With warmth, Tuchi questioned the Jinchuriki. "It certainly has, and you are aware of my desires." With an enormous smile on his face, Naruto responded. "Yes, exactly as usual. And who is this pretty young woman?" the older man asked, grinning similarly until he saw the other person in the room. The blue-haired Junin answered, "You flatter me saying such things, but my name is Conan," with a faint smile on her lips. "All right. What will you be having?" the older man said sweetly. "That's a lovely name." Conan was unsure of what to eat, and although she wasn't a huge fan of ramen for personal reasons, she couldn't turn Naruto down, and this was the only place she could go to eat without fear of discrimination thus far. On their way to the ramen stand, they had passed a couple restaurants where patrons had seen the blue-haired woman passing by, and the restaurant managers had given her deadly looks, indicating that she couldn't go there and that the owners were unwilling to compromise. The Junin snapped out of her reverie and looked up worriedly before it vanished in an instant, saying, "I would like today's special, please." "Coming up right now. You know the drill, Ayame," Tuchi smiled in response. The young Ichiraku said, "Yes sir, right away," and then proceeded to the rear to start preparing the food. After giving the two ninja in front of him a quick glance, Tuchi said, "Your food will be ready shortly." "Many thanks," Naruto answered, "I'm starved," and the older man went back to the back to assist his daughter. For a minute, there was silence as nobody spoke or raised any issues, and Naruto and Conan were absorbed in their own little worlds, thinking back on the past and contemplating the future. It wasn't until Naruto made the decision to speak that tension broke out from the small stand. "Oh my god. Are you also a wind-natured person?" Conan appeared to stop thinking after hearing that response, and she turned to face him. "How could you guess that?" "Well," Naruto began once more, "I was working on Bansho Tenin when I noticed you practicing your origami attacks, and I saw that all of your techniques had wind attributes. I didn't know that much about you." "Yes, I do have the Fuden affinity, even though my condition prevented you from seeing the full extent of my power." However, Conan calmly responded, turning back to the counter, I am surprised you would bring up something like that. Naruto said, I brought it up because I have the food in nature too, without really giving it much thought. You do? With a hint of surprise, the woman with blue hair asked. With a slightly perplexed expression on his face, Naruto whispered, you didn't know? I assumed that every Akatsuki member was aware of their adversary. While that may be true, Conan said, turning back to the counter, in our organization, information came rather slowly. I believe that your battle against Nagato's diva path was the only instance in which we truly learned about your affinity. Hey. I suppose that's why I managed to overwhelm Nagato, Naruto said with a sly smile. Maybe, the paper user said, but I do have one question. How does the Rasen Shuriken operate? While you were battling his diva path, I overheard Nagato making a comment about it. It must have been a pretty strong jutsu because he mentioned something about wind and it seemed to irritate him. Well, it is a jutsu I worked on while I was in Mount Mayuboku, Naruto said, attracting the attention of the woman on his right. Basically, I create a Rasengan with another clone helping me mold the chakra, he explained. After that, I start encasing the Rasengan in wind chakra using my wind nature. I then add more wind chakra to the move until the wind blades begin to rotate and grow larger. When it's prepared, I simply toss it and observe the fireworks. That sounds complicated and difficult, Conan said, his expression strangely odd. With another smile, Naruto said, yeah, I trained a very long time to do that, but the move is still not perfected though. What does not perfected mean to you? That seems like a standalone move. How could something so powerful not be finished? Conan answered with a frustrated expression. Well, the blonde said after a few moments of reflection, they did a scan on me before I left the hospital for my checkup following my altercation with Nagato, and they informed me that every time I use that move, it damages my cells to the point where I lose a day of my life. There is something wrong with that method. After learning that the lifespan issue seemed to affect all shinobi, Conan lowered her head slightly, which only served to remind her of her friend more than she would have liked. I think you're capable, the blue-haired woman said raspily. What? Naruto answered, barely understanding her words. You already have such a huge advantage by bearing the Rinnegan, Conan said more confidently, and I really think you can achieve that feat. If I can, I would like to assist you in your attack. After giving it some thought, another moment went by before Naruto smiled and said, yes. That would be nice. And who knows, perhaps I'll show you how to use it. It was a little odd for someone to have complete faith in her just 6 days after their first encounter, almost like a role reversal with someone she used to know, but it was also confusing to Conan now because Naruto seemed to really trust her enough to explain how to do a move like that and even offered to teach it to her no less. A voice said, I knew you'd be here, without warning. When Naruto turned to see who was speaking, he noticed a silver-haired Junin wearing a mask behind him. Kakashi-sensei. Why are you here? What? Can't I just stop by and greet one of my students? Kakashi looked at the blonde and answered naively. The Junin was met with a scowl from Naruto, who said, but you already met me today, so this time has to be something else. They seem to be doing fine. Nothing unusual. So, this is the new recruit? Kakashi glanced at the Jinchuriki and then towards Conan, who was staring back at him with interest on her face. There's no need for introductions, since I assume you already know my name and I know yours. He smiled maskedly in response. I guess not, but would prefer if we reintroduced ourselves, now that we are on the same footing, the woman with the blue hair said casually. When he saw Conan extend her hand in greeting, Kakashi's happy expression turned to one of interest. Hi there, I'm Conan, and I'm a Leaf Junin. Which is yours? After giving her hand a brief glance, the silver-haired man smiled and shook her hand amicably. My name is Kakashi, he said. Conan of the Leaf, nice to meet you. As long as you don't come up with any amusing ideas, I believe we will get along just fine. So, why are you here, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired, obviously irritated by the man's earlier rejection of the blonde's query. What? I thought I already told you, Kakashi said, bewildered. I enjoy going to see my student. You know that's a bunch of shit. Naruto let out a self-righteous scream. After giving it some thought and moving his body from one leg to the other, Kakashi grinned and said, it's the truth. You would be the first to know if I had a serious reason for coming here. Well, said Naruto, defeated, all right. I suppose it was good to see you as well. It wasn't that difficult, was it? Now, I have things to attend to, so I will have to talk to you later, Kakashi said, grinning. He then turned to face the woman with the blue hair and grinned at her. Later, Conan of the Leaf. "Oh, by the way, both of you are to live together in Naruto's flat," he said, lifting the flap over his head and beginning to leave the two. He stopped suddenly when the flap left his silver hair and pushed his head back between the flaps. The order from Tsunade's. After that, Kakashi performed a shunshin, leaving the couple in the restaurant by themselves. Nothing could be heard because the entire stand was enveloped in utter silence. Putting their orders on the counter, Ayame smiled and said, "Okay guys, Naruto's usual and today's special. Hello?" The brown-haired girl asked as she opened her eyes and turned to face the two statue-like figures in the single stand. For the paper user and the Jinchuriki, it was morning. In the wind that began the new day, the birds sang and the dew started to slowly evaporate from the leaves. Due to some peculiar living arrangements that had to be followed, the two ninja didn't have the best night the previous night. As it happened, a lot of awkwardness resulted from Konan having to live with Naruto in his apartment. Because she preferred a bed to a cot in a tent, which other ninja had to make do with, Konan didn't mind the living situation. However, Naruto objected to the arrangements and even ran to the newly constructed Hokage Tower to voice his displeasure to the Godem. Tsunade provided numerous excellent arguments for why this would be the best option. Fortunately, Naruto's apartment was among the first structures the village rebuilt. Otherwise, they would have had to share a tent. She was unable to live alone since the village was furious about her visit. Numerous assassination attempts would occur. Additionally, because of Naruto's Rinnegan, they will be training together, so they should spend as much time as possible together in case something out of the ordinary occurs. Since they will need it, their increased time together also allows them to develop strong teamwork and learn from one another. Furthermore, Konan felt compelled to remain in the Jinchuriki's vicinity. Despite his mild annoyance, Naruto understood that Tsunade was telling the truth. Konan didn't voice any complaints. In fact, that information made her heart a little more at ease. It appeared that the Sannin trusted Konan enough to live with Naruto. Tsunade was concerned that something would occur, wasn't she? Although she wouldn't have objected, Konan wouldn't have felt totally at ease remaining in close proximity to the Jinchuriki if they had shared a tent. It was all right if she had no other option. She had previously had to adjust to new living conditions. She didn't like the idea of not having a room, even though it was a random thought. Before fighting broke out in the city, she had one in a megacure, but since she was now defending the next prophetic child in the Leaf Village, her position in aim was no longer significant. Naturally, she recalled that she was the Omegacure Cage and that she was responsible for protecting the village. In fact, she gave it a lot more thought than she had previously, but she had already decided on a number of issues. Since there is nothing significant for the Akatsuki to invade, the village is not in imminent danger. The fact that she was essentially held against her will in Konoha was another thing she couldn't stop thinking about. The village would ultimately defeat her, even though she could compete with a few strong shinobi. Every time Nagato saw him, she also considered the indisputable will that was inherited by Naruto. True peace will be demanded. She nearly forgot that she was providing unconditional but conditional protection for Naruto's welfare. Unconditional in that she wanted to protect Naruto for his inherited will and asserting that he was the real child of prophecy, and conditional in that she would be killed if she did not continue with Naruto's training. She stayed primarily because of the last part about protecting the boy. In the training grounds, they discovered that they were starting to practice. Both ninja began practicing his techniques again after realizing they needed to maintain their focus at 8 in the morning. Though she didn't have to stay as long, Konan rested herself on the wooden log to catch her breath, just like she had the day before. Her recuperation was proceeding quite smoothly, and it appeared that she would return to her normal state within the next few days. Naruto prepared himself by performing some early stretches. When he discovered more about these two methods, he became completely excited. "All right, are you ready?" Konan asked the eager blonde as he stood up again after taking another breath. With a hint of excitement in his voice, Naruto exclaimed, "Oh man, are you kidding me? I've been waiting since yesterday." "Okay, so you know the basic idea as to how to use the Bansho Tenin. Now it's time to teach you how to use the Shinra Tensei," she said through a barely perceptible smile. For the lesson, Naruto switched on his Rinnegan and assumed his thinking pose. "But before I do that, there are some things I have to tell you about the Rinnegan before we start," she said with a sigh. "The reason I tell you to activate your Rinnegan is so you can everything I tell you. No, it is not like the Sharingan where you can copy countless jutsu, but it does give you better memory altogether. Do you remember everything that happened yesterday while your Rinnegan was activated?" After giving her a brief glance, Naruto thought, I don't know. She said in a slightly annoyed but straightforward manner, "All right, then I'll help you remember with a simple question. How many times did you use the Bansho Tenin? That's easy, Naruto grumbled. 258 times. Wait a minute. I always lose count when I practice, so I shouldn't have known that. That's exactly what I was trying to tell you. Rinnegan gives you a better memory of everything that happens, the woman with blue hair replied. It also gives you a clearer mind to where you can think rationally in even the most intense of situations. The blonde exclaimed in amazement, wow. That's amazing, I see why Nagato was so strong now. Yes, but that does not cure the irrationality that you obtain through anger and rage. If you do not forget that, then you will be fine. Naruto paused to consider what she had said. Given that he occasionally lacked self-control, anger was often very hard to ignore. Okay, I will try, he said. Good. Since you now know this, I can teach you Shinra Tensei, she responded without much thought. Shinra Tensei is a little harder to maneuver for several different reasons. But since I told you why yesterday, we can just start the lesson now. Naruto gave a nod of agreement. Okay, you remember how I told you to compress the chakra in your hand until it becomes invisible? Once more, the blonde shook his head. Well, this time you compress the chakra in your hand to where it becomes unstable. I am pretty sure this part will be a little easier to achieve since you have technically mastered the Bansho Tenin, Conan sheepishly replied. Just so that same exact thing you did before except make it to where you synchronize your chakra throughout your whole body while simultaneously unbalancing your chakra in your hand. After Conan explained, the Jinchuriki's expression vanished. You make it seem like it is so easy. The Junin gave him a disinterested look and remarked, you said the same thing about Bansho Tenin and yet you have basically completed that move in one day. This one should be no different. His expression shifted from one of worry to one of joy, and he started trying it out without a word, focusing by closing his eyes. He raised his hand and gave the move his whole attention. He opened his eyes again a few seconds later, full of confidence. Before an explosion erupted out of Naruto's palm, sending him flying backwards into a tree. A faint whisper in the winds warned that something was amiss. He struck it hard, and the leaves shook loose and fell to the floor. His body sagged as soon as the momentum stopped, and he remained silent. As she approached him, Conan said, Naruto-san, are you all right? As she knelt beside the boy, a hint of worry was visible on her face due to Naruto's small stunt. Huh. Guess I used too much chakra, huh? The Jinchuriki said, laughing sheepishly as he raised his face to her eye level and started massaging the back of his head. No, that's not it at all. Your body was not in exact sync with your chakra and it caused you to fly backwards. She sighed as she helped him up. The reason I tell you to be in sync is because your body has to withstand the force the expulsion brings, and that means you have to endure the gravitational force it releases. It must be noted that he laughed at her right away. The ninja in orange said, ooh, as though he had just figured it out. So just match my chakra level throughout my entire body while doing the technique and I should be able to stay in one place if I do this. Precisely. He smiled resolutely and said, hey, all right then, this time, I know I can do it. In order to focus and align his chakra, the blonde then closed his eyes for the final time. Shortly afterward, he opened them and extended his right hand once more as before. When he did, the air was pierced by another whisper in the wind. A second later, a powerful explosion erupted from his hand, sending dirt, leaves, and a few sticks flying in the opposite direction from where he was. When Naruto was done, he heard a round of hand clapping from his left. Knowing that he had somehow managed to please his teacher and essentially perfected the move filled him with pride. He was about to give her his signature smile when he stopped when he heard faint heaves coming from her direction. When he turned to face her, he saw her face twisted in agony in a weak attempt to control the unexpected outburst of emotion. She raised her hands to her face and started to wipe away the tears streaming down her smooth cheeks. Her heaving became erratic, and her sobs became increasingly uncontrollable. She was obviously upset, but what exactly was the issue? Naruto pondered for a moment. The way she was looking was really getting on his nerves. She truly had no idea why she was in pain. Naruto approached her and asked, Konan-chan, are you okay? Despite the blonde's question, which caused Naruto to halt in his tracks, she continued to sob even louder than before. His hand was about to reach her when he stopped and dropped it to his side. Naruto appeared to be at a loss for what to do in this situation. Naruto simply turned and began to leave, believing that this was the best course of action. He believed that people needed to be left alone in certain situations. She kept sobbing softly as his steps dwindled. She approached a tree and slid her back all the way to the ground, pressed against the bark. She felt as though she was going crazy because her mind was racing in all directions. She was consumed as everything fell apart once more. Page break. Naruto paced the streets of Konoha at his own pace. He wasn't really paying attention to where he was going, so his thoughts were elsewhere. He ran into a few people, who yelled at him in rage until they realized who he was. After they did, it quickly changed from being mean to being nice. They started yelling their regrets and pleading for pardon for their impolite actions. The blonde simply dismissed it, told them it didn't matter, and turned to leave. He didn't really care what other people thought because he was too preoccupied. He worried more about Conan. Ever since he returned home after defeating Nagato, he has been unusually brooding. The blonde sat on a bench and said to no one, "What is wrong with her?" She just all of a sudden started crying. "Is it because of him?" he asked. "I don't understand," he said as he began slamming his fist into the bench, causing cracks to appear on its surface. "Naruto?" When the Jinchuriki heard his name, he looked up and saw a figure standing next to him. She wore her typical red outfit, pulling her pink hair up with her hitai, and said, "Oh, hey, Sakura-chan." The girl with the pink hair smiled and sat down next to him. "Hey, I was wondering where you were," she said. With his eyes on the ground, Naruto questioned, "What are you doing here?" "I am just helping rebuild Konoha on the west end and I decided to take a break. What about you? Aren't you usually training or something? It's kind of early for you to be sitting out here." "Yeah, I guess you're right, Sakura-chan," smiled the boy in the orange outfit. Then Sakura became aware of her friend's peculiar behavior. That expression was back on his face. He had that same expression when she assisted him with Conan. The same expression when he failed to win Sasuke back. A guilty expression. As he gazed at her, it was not just visible on his face but also in his eyes. The girl with the pink hair asked her longtime friend, "Are you all right, Naruto?" After a brief moment of staring at her, he lowered his head slightly. Sakura could see right through anything, he knew. That he made an effort, so he gave the honest response, "No, not really." He merely shook his head in disagreement when the girl softly asked, "Is it about Sasuke?" Naruto replied, "No, it's about Conan-chan," in a miserable tone. Chan. Sakura, however, was confused. However, she ignored that and saved it for later because she knew Naruto was currently having problems. "She's not doing anything to you, is she? Is she trying to change you? Just tell me and all." "No, Sakura-chan, it's nothing like that." "Well, what is it?" Naruto pondered it for a moment. "Well, she was training me today. Right now, I am learning how to use the Rinnegan and the moves that come with it," he said, taking a moment to survey the surroundings before he sighed and turned to face the sky. He needed to make sure he was using the correct words. "Rinnegan?" She yelled at Naruto, her eyes wide. She was unaware that Naruto possessed the Rinnegan. In fact, since they healed Conan, she hasn't spoken to Naruto. Nothing was ever really said between them because he didn't talk much back then either. She hadn't really had time for him lately because she was too busy assisting with the village's restoration. Not that she didn't want to see him, mind you. It was unavoidable because he was never in the locations where she typically found him during her breaks. "Yeah, I have the Rinnegan. Nagato gave it to me." Sakura questioned in confusion, "Nagato? Who's Nagato?" It sounded like she was about to get her fill, but she wasn't really aware of what had been going on for the past week due to private reasons. "You know him as Pain, the guy who destroyed the village." His response caused the kunoichi to gasp. Nagato, who was in pain, knowingly gave Naruto the Rinnegan. She thought that might be a bit unrealistic. He could never assign Naruto that kind of responsibility. However, after Naruto said something to the man that caused him to question his motivation, Nagato did bring everyone back to life. The girl asked him inquisitively, "Okay, well, why are you depressed because of Conan?" Since people were still adjusting, she reasoned that now was not the ideal time to openly discuss all of this Akatsuki business. She needed to know what was bothering the young Uzumaki because she didn't really trust the blue-haired Junin either. With a slight sigh, Naruto replied, "We were practicing today, just like the day before. Nothing was wrong really. Actually, everything was going great." He then smiled moderately at the memory, adding, "I learned how to do both of the gravity moves that Nagato knew how to do basically in 2 days, and that is without having to use clones for additional training time." Naruto learned those moves that destroyed the village, moves that require months of training for? Sakura asked, her eyes widening slightly. Simply put, no way. This confused the girl with the pink hair in a lot of ways. To begin with, Naruto was Naruto. Given how strong they were and how much chakra they used, he could never learn a whole jutsu in a single day. Learning a jutsu in a day was actually practically impossible. Second, he never even reduced the amount of time he spent training by using his cage bunshin, which was completely nonsensical. Did that have anything to do with the Rinnegan? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when she heard the blonde go on. After finishing his final statement, Naruto paused. Just as soon as I finally completed the Shinra Tensei, she started crying, he said. I called her name, but she didn't say anything. Then, I sort of left because I thought that she just wanted to be alone, he said, looking at her with beseeching eyes. Sakura-chan, I don't know what to do. Why is she crying? It was so bothering him that it was the only strange thing on his mind. The girl in the red dress closed her eyes and considered the circumstances. She struggled to find the right words because she didn't fully understand the situation. She thought that kind of thing was impossible when she heard that Konan, an ex-Akatsuki, was crying. However, she is a human being after all. But for some reason, the blue-haired woman was really upset to hear that Naruto had left her alone. In fact, when he said that, that was the first thing she thought of. With an irritated tone, Sakura questioned, why did you leave her? Huh? I thought shish. Let me ask you a question, Naruto. Did you want to be alone whenever you cried? Hey. Wait her question surprised the blonde boy. Sakura interrupted him once more as he attempted to respond to the question. Even if she was the enemy, she is still just a person like you and me, no matter how hard I don't want to accept it, Naruto attempted to say during Sakura's tirade, but she drowned him out with a squeak. Naruto, she is obviously in a state of anguish. She's been forced to live in Konoha against her will, and I don't think that is something to easily get over. Even though you did save her life, it's not like she asked you to save her. The girl sat her back to the backrest and heaved. Honestly, I don't know exactly what's going on in her head, but I do know that if I was in a situation like she was in, then I would be the same way. He was genuinely stunned by that brief outburst. Sakura was correct. Naruto saved her even though he didn't have to. Furthermore, Konan was now compelled to reside in Konoha. He pounded his fist against his leg in a desperate attempt to identify his issue. That's right. She can't leave. Ah, damn it, I totally forgot she was forced to stay here. Why didn't I plan this better? I'm such an idiot, he exclaimed. Being compelled to live somewhere she doesn't want to be would undoubtedly upset Konan. He felt somewhat numb as a result. He needed to find a way to make it up to her, but how would he go about doing that? There was nothing he could do to win her forgiveness for his thoughtless choices. Honestly, Naruto, Sakura said, focusing on the blonde as usual, I thought you would have grown up by now, but I guess you never really did learn anything, huh? When she said that, Naruto looked down into his lap. When it came to Sakura, it was typical. Every time he did something wrong, he would eventually hear about his shortcomings and the things he had done incorrectly. Every time he did something, she reprimanded him like a mother would, saying, yeah, I guess you're right. Huh? The girl with the pink hair wasn't really anticipating that. He typically makes an effort to support his responses and says irrelevant things. He seemed to be genuinely affected by it. Yeah, you're right, Sakura-chan. I just don't know what to do. The only thing you can do now is apologize to her, although I doubt that will do anything being as how it wouldn't really matter, Sakura said, putting her hand on her chin as she started to brood over the situation. At her statement, Naruto sighed and sagged even more. In fact, she was tearing him down. The girl was reluctant to say anything more after noticing his condition. She took a few moments to realize that she was actually doing him no favors. He most likely already realized that she was only fueling the flames and that there was nothing he could do about it. She tried to change the situation by smiling a little. Hey, it's not like you to be so down. Lighten up, she responded as she gave him a smack opposite side. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Naruto. You tend to figure everything else out on your own, so what makes now any different? You're not going to let something this small affect you, are you? He glanced at her after giving her a back slap. She gave the blonde boy strong support, which helped him realize that he liked her for one of the reasons he did. Hey. Yeah. I guess not. That's great to hear, Sakura smiled. Now, are you going to be depressed all day or are you going to try and fix the problem? He grinned broadly before breaking into his signature sly smile and saying, I'll fix it. She smiled mischievously and said, great, who knows, Naruto? Maybe she could end up falling for you and you both could end up in a kinky relationship. After blushing and blanching, Naruto said, ah, Sakura-chan, don't say something like that, and then he sagged in shame, which made the pink-haired girl laugh. She looked at Naruto and laughed, dismissively waving her hand. Sorry, she said, but her expression gradually shifted to one of confusion. There was something else about her Jinchuriki friend that she couldn't quite put her finger on. When Naruto saw her strange expressions, he brought them up for discussion. What? What is it? With a start, Sakura looked at the boy and asked, uncertainly, did you do something to your hair? After giving her a similar perplexed look, the blonde merely said, no, it's the same as it always has been. Why do you ask? Before sighing and smiling, she took another look. It's nothing. Anyway, I guess I'm going to go. The village doesn't build itself, you know? She said. All right, Sakura-chan, Naruto said in a puzzled manner. The pink-haired girl then departed, and they said goodbye to one another. When she left, he was faced with the difficult task of apologizing to his new teammate, and his face went blank. I'm not sure what's wrong with me. I think I'm at my breaking point. Nagato. First-person perspective for me, it was just another day. Day 2 of my permanent residence in Konoha. This was really unclear. What was the point of letting my guard down so low, given all the people I could have ended up with? I live in a village that despises me for even existing. If I ever allowed it to get this far, I knew this would occur. That is the reason I initially declined Naruto's offer to join him. But I'm here somehow. It seemed as though fate was truly manipulating each of us like puppets. Was there a reason? I got up and began walking slowly through the forest, not really paying much attention to my destination. All I wanted was solitude. I got chills just being in Konoha's presence. It was futile to even attempt to stop the tears, but they continued to flow. These abandoned tears continued to flow despite every effort to stop them. I have no idea why I am crying. Konoha. I feel lightheaded just thinking about this place. I feel like I belong to them. For what reason did I stay? What was the point of training that unthinking boy? He has such naive ideals. Why does he believe he can save the world? The more I considered it, the more irate I became. What made me believe in him? Given that this boy is incapable of even approaching his potential, how can Nagato have such faith in him? He is just so annoying in every way. He didn't even try to be polite when he served me ramen last night. 4 years old. What was he? When he was eating, even Jiraiya-sensei behaved properly, but not much else. He simply irritates me. By inserting that piece of chakra rod into Naruto in that manner, Nagato was obviously not in the right frame of mind when he believed this would work. I seriously doubt that his thoughts were logical, whatever they were. I kept walking through the forest while repeatedly replaying my thoughts. There was a clamor of sound that persisted. Why remain here and assist him? Why do you trust him when he is the enemy? For what reason did Nagato take his own life to help this boy? I have no idea why. This seems all wrong. Is Naruto truly Prophecy's child? Even I was unable to pinpoint exactly what sets Naruto apart from the others. He is so immature. And that grin. I halted my thought process at that point. He had a new smile. It produced that warmth. His smile had the power to illuminate the entire village and cast a radiance that lasted for days. I feel like I have less to worry about whenever I'm with him, for some reason. Can someone who seems to know nothing really make me feel that way? He's young. Final first person. When Konan turned around, she saw Junin, who was wearing a mask and had silver hair, walking directly behind her. Even though he had a neutral expression, there was a knowing vibe about him. Is there something I can help you with, Kakashi? I'm just keeping an eye on you to make sure you don't do anything hasty, Kakashi said firmly. With a sorrowful smile and a faint chuckle, she said, TCH. It's not like I could leave if I wanted to. I would be dead before I even get halfway out of this place. Well, he said, acceptingly, but I don't think Naruto would let that happen. What do you mean? That quickly piqued her curiosity. The silver-haired man replied, looking up at the sky, right, believe it or not, he already sees you as a comrade. He doesn't let his friends die so easily. Comrade? She heard, and her eyes widened a little. As if responding to her silent query, Kakashi returned, saying, yes, in his eyes, you are already his friend. And although I don't totally agree with your residence, it's not really my decision either. Konan had nothing to say in response to that assertion. It only made her wonder more about how she managed to survive that altercation with Madara. She would have died and been the last nail in the Akatsuki trio's coffin if Naruto hadn't intervened to save her in the manner that he did. She knew her friend Nagato was involved, but Naruto was there almost as if he already knew. He essentially gave her a second chance by arriving just in time to save her. When she had an idea, her eyes widened a little. She would save the new question for later because she hadn't considered it before. The blue-haired woman looked at the ground and said bluntly, Kakashi, Naruto is a strange character. With his eye closed and his head rubbed, the man's perspiration fell at her words. Yeah, he gets that a lot, he said, opening his eye once more, but it's just the way he is. Everything he does influences everybody. He has a strange way of getting into everyone's heart. That statement seemed to have some truth to it. Conan couldn't help but think. After listening to Naruto's explanations in the hollowed-out paper tree, she reflected on how Nagato had changed, saying, I can see that from the way the villagers view him. It's almost as if everyone depends on him. Kakashi said, well, you can say that, with a tone of resignation. He's like a beacon of hope that gives everyone confidence, not only in themselves but also with the entire village as well. Looking around into the trees, she thought, maybe that's what keeps me around him. I did say that he gave everyone hope, she said. Was I mistaken to believe I was an outlier? When she spoke so confidently about Naruto's light, her mind returned to her battle with Tobi, Madara. I know. He gave me hope as well, the blue-haired Leaf Nin said gravely, peering over her shoulder. And don't worry about me. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Not because I have no choice, but because I have a duty to fulfill. He is the child of prophecy after all, she said, wiping her eyes as she began to walk a few more steps toward the Leaf Village. She then paced back into the village by herself, leaving Kakashi alone. The village isn't the only thing that Naruto seems to be getting to, he thought quietly as he was alone. Then, with a faint smile, he added, maybe she isn't all bad. There were whispers everywhere as a woman made her way through the debris and village. There was a jumble of buildings and rubble, and people were working hard to restore the lives they had loved. People quickly became aware of who was walking next to them, and they scattered in an attempt to avoid her. The majority of those who were already aware of her simply ignored her and acted as though she didn't exist, as though she were a background element with no real significance. But she didn't give a damn. She obviously wanted to reprimand them, but it was difficult to engage with people who were so engrossed in their own world. If someone were too blind to consider things, you couldn't tell them anything. What was the purpose? They would simply talk over her or ignore her, which was typical of those who couldn't relate to what she was going through. She was currently brooding, which was something she was starting to do on a regular basis. She wasn't merely thinking because she had just relapsed into her angry phase. Since she was already convinced that Naruto didn't know anything about her, it didn't seem like Kakashi's words stayed with her for very long. Although she had previously stated that she thought Naruto was the prophetic child and that he gave everyone hope, she later layered herself with more denial about the boy and what he could accomplish. The longer she lingered here, the more severe her sporadic mood swings became. A random Anbu member poofed in front of the woman while she was thinking. Although it made her flinch because she was preoccupied, it didn't frighten her. After a brief moment of standing, the Anbu gave the command, "Follow me." She let him lead the way and nodded her head silently, knowing she couldn't refuse. They reached another end of the village after a few minutes of following the Anbu. There were a lot fewer people there who were actively constructing frames for support in homes. In order to construct housing, people were painting, installing plumbing, lining electricity, repairing roofs, and performing any other menial tasks. Across the street from the construction site, you could also spot a small group of kids playing by themselves. Each child appeared to be no older than 5 years old, with 2 of them being girls and the other 2 being boys. Her face nearly lit up when she saw the kids having a good time and playing. Nearly. With an authoritative tone that indicated it was a command rather than a request, the cloaked figure said, "All right," jerking the blue-haired woman's focus away from the kids. "Your task is to help these people in whatever they require your assistance for. You will continue working until they stop working," the Anbu replied. Before a voice could be heard, she simply nodded her head once more and appeared unimpressed by her surroundings. An older man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, with small rectangular glasses, graying hair on his head, and an aged goatee, appeared with a hammer in his hand and placed it on his shoulder. "So, is this our help that was sent to us by the Hokage?" he asked. "Yes, Tazuna-san, this Kunoichi will be aiding you with your work for today." With a chin rub, the older man said, Good, she will do just fine. All I needed was one person, and it looks like I can now settle my worry." The Anbu gave the new Junin another glance before Shunshin took him away, leaving Conan and the older man alone. "Well, grab some tools and let's get down to it, shall we?" he said, grinning and giving her a once-over before wiping his forehead with his arm. With an emotionless mask covering her face, she simply nodded her head, grabbed the available tools, and started doing whatever Tazuna asked of her. Breaking space. The hottest time of day was around 3 o'clock. Conan was observing the impact on herself after assisting for almost the entire day. Despite her excessive perspiration and frequent requests for water, She never voiced any complaints or bothered about anything other than her dehydration. She seemed to be operating on autopilot and performing the tasks like a machine. Oblivious to life and her environment, she followed instructions without question. She would occasionally mutter something to herself as well, but it was never heard because it was always too low. Tazuna started to wonder about it as she watched the woman gradually slip into an even more robotic state, if that were possible. Despite his advanced age, he was aware that the young woman was not fully committing to the project because of something bothering her. She was a ninja leaf. She ought to be more accommodating than even the local foreign builders. She started raising a second structural beam for a house's second story, making sure it was precisely straight and in the right place. Because other workers were busy nailing their own beams, the beam started to lose balance and tilt toward other beams that were currently unattached when she went to get the hammer and nails to put it in place. A grisly voice said to Conan, "Hey, you shouldn't leave the beam unattended, it might hurt somebody," as she turned to see the same gray-haired man she had met earlier smiling and holding the beam in both hands. Her eyes widened slightly, but she quickly put her mask back on because she didn't want to speak to the man. "Sorry," she said blankly, taking the wood from his hand and putting it back where it had been. After giving her a brief glance, the man began working next to her while attempting to maintain a steady pace. "Look, I know it's not really my business, but I am just curious to know if you are all right." He decided to speak up after observing her continue acting in a robotic manner. "Yes," she said quickly and blankly to him, barely taking her eyes off the task at hand. "Look," she said quickly, "I've seen a lot of people do the same thing, so I know when you say you're fine, you're not really fine." Tazuna sighed. The blue-haired woman calmly replied, "You are right," while continuing to work diligently on another support board. "So, there really was," she said, causing Tazuna's eyes to widen at the unexpected agreement. Her response to him made his face slightly sour. "You were right about it not being your business," she said. But as he thought to himself, his face became sour, and he changed it to acknowledgement. "She doesn't seem interested in discussing it. Perhaps I can get." As he began to speak, he raised another beam and said, "You know, I had a friend, no, a son who died as a hero amongst our village." Conan carried on working as though she wasn't paying attention, so Tazuna went on, "But a thug took control of our village and made it seem like my son was a criminal for doing heroic deeds. That evil man took my son and executed him in the town square." He paused slightly at the memory, closed his eyes, and let out a sigh. Of course, it left the whole town in shock, not only for the execution, but for the fact that he was a hero among them that fell at the hands of this evil man. Needless to say, the whole town lost hope, and I fell into a depression along with my daughter and grandson. After realizing that she was listening, Conan paused, but only for a brief moment before carrying on with her task. "The entire town and I decided that we needed a bridge so we could get supplies a lot faster and have a booming economy. After our hero fell out, our village took a turn for the worst and we lost all trades coming into the village. It was mainly due to the evil man that controlled our land." He then shifted his eyesight to the beam and began hammering. "While we were working on the bridge, however, the evil man began killing off the bridge builders and endangering all of the rest that were alive because he felt this bridge was a threat to his services, which it was." He picked up another nail and began hammering it into the beam. "We were in a bind and not really knowing what else to do, so we decided to hire a group of leaf ninja to protect us until we finished the bridge. But morale was falling between the bridge builders, so most of them quit. Since I was the leader of the bridge builders, I had a duty to my village and my family to build that bridge." He lowered his eyes, "So I never gave up and I tried my hardest to finish as fast as I could. It wasn't until a scuffle with a missing mist ninja that I thought it was the end of me. He was hired by the evil man to kill me and the rest of the bridge builders so that we couldn't finish." Tazuna began pounding with the hammer again, trying to keep his body occupied and to relinquish some of that mental stress. "While the ninja I paid for assisted me, I met the mist ninja for the first time. He was a very cruel man when I met him. He was out to get me and I knew it when I saw him. The ninja I hired protected me and defeated the man." The woman with the blue hair paused her hammering and kept listening. In fact, she was listening to his story, but she also reasoned that trying to stop him wouldn't help. In addition, she found it strange that she didn't want him to stop. Tazuna picked up a beam and placed it in place. "That mist ninja then realized that he no longer had to kill me and went after the thug and mini army he created and ended the evil man's life," he said, smirking as he continued. "I was escorted to my home and began building on the bridge. The ninja watched over me and the other builders while we worked, but," he paused for effect for a second before continuing, "that mist ninja came back and tried to attack again. Those ninja fought their best to defeat him and his teammate that helped him. Then he turned and smiled at her, and she instantly turned away and carried on building as though she had never noticed him before. When he said, "Needless to say, we were able to finish the bridge and gain a prospering village again," the man burst out laughing. "I was so grateful to the ninja that helped me that I even named the bridge after one of them," he said, his laugh fading as he put on a confident expression. "When I first met him, I thought he was just another brat who didn't give a damn about anything but himself, but once I realized that he never gave up on his word and was even the one that wanted to ensure my safety most, I changed my mind about him," he said, wearing a grateful smile as he spoke. "He gained my respect. The boy was very strong and selfless. Something that the entire village of mine needed for a while." He turned to face Conan, who had forgotten that she was even observing him, and said, "In our village's eyes, he is pronounced a hero. His name is Naruto Uzumaki," the woman with the blue hair said, barely audible above a whisper. Tazuna gave her a startled expression that soon transformed into a smile. "Oh, so you know him?" she asked. Naruto was. The man's abrupt response caused Conan's eyes to widen a little. Before she could finish her thoughts, a group of children burst out laughing. When Tazuna heard the children, she turned to see them and went from the second floor to the building's edge to see the earlier little children. Near the building they were repairing, they were playing around and on top of another building that was still in ruins. They were acting as though it didn't matter that the one next door appeared to be on the verge of collapsing on itself. "Hello, young children, I'm sorry, but you can't play in the buildings. Please move into the street. That house is dangerous," the man shouted, putting his hand to his mouth to make the sound louder. Although it was difficult for Conan to hear the kids, she could hear what sounded like a "yes sir" and a foot shuffling. "Sorry about that. So as I was saying, you really?" Tazuna smiled as she walked back to Conan. Bam. Boom. Bomb. The building next door started to collapse and fall to the ground, and a huge noise came from it. The three tales of it. Even though they only saw the conclusion, where smoke billowed into the air, the workers all huddled to the second story's edges to get a clear view of what transpired. After giving it some thought and exhaling in relief, Tazuna turned back to face the blue-haired woman and said, "Well, at least the children got out of it before." "Ah, Mio-chan." As he hurried back to the project's edge, Tazuna's face darkened. 3 children were huddled together in shock when he turned to look at them. There were 4 children, not 3, if his memory served him well. Among the group, 1 girl was absent. A little girl is trapped inside the building. A male employee looked over and yelled, "What? We have to get her out of there," he said gravely as he took in the condition of the building. "All right everyone, follow her." When Tazuna saw Conan jump and run through the beams, he stopped. As she flipped through hundreds of documents and flew to the ruined mess that was once a house, she showed the other builders virtually no patience. "Where was she when you last saw her?" she asked the kids after reforming herself from the waist up as she arrived at the building. They pointed in the same direction toward the collapsed area, too afraid to speak. Conan narrowed her eyes, scattered herself among hundreds of papers once more, and moved through the entire building, exploring every crevice and niche it had to offer. A human figure huddled into a corner of the building, sobbing softly to herself, was attached to one of the papers after 10 or 15 seconds. The remaining paper eventually came to the single fragment that located the girl and gradually reformed into Conan. About 10 seconds later, Conan was kneeling beside the girl, observing her weak body. Even though it was a small space, there was still enough room for another person before it became uncomfortable. The Junin asked the young girl with the brown hair, "Are you all right?" The girl nodded her head lightly and raised her head to show her watery green eyes. Conan gazed at the girl thoughtfully, thinking, "Good, at least she's not hurt." The woman said to the weak girl, "Okay, I'll get help to get you out of here. I'll be right back." The young girl seized the Junin's sleeve and began sobbing onto the woman as soon as Conan stood up to go. "Please, don't leave me alone. I'm scared." A stab of pain went through Conan's chest. Although it was an odd sensation, it was one that left her with a dejected expression. The sensation was familiar, but she was unable to identify it. The girl stopped crying almost immediately after she said, "Don't worry, I will protect you and get you out of here safely. I promise," in a soft voice after she had been thinking about it for a while. When she attempted to stand up again, the young girl's hold on her sleeve became even more tight. As she looked back down at the girl, the Junin's face took on another sorrowful expression. "Don't go. Please stay with me." She hesitated at that statement. Is it really appropriate for her to leave a child alone in here? Only a moment more and Conan would be back. However, what if something happened to the young girl while she was out there telling people about her condition? In order to inform the other workers of the child's whereabouts and the extent of the damage, Conan made a paper clone of herself and then scattered it throughout the debris. The workers eventually dismantled the chaos after roughly 5 minutes, revealing a peaceful Conan with a female child snuggling next to her. When they realized the young girl was safe, many of the employees' faces brightened. Tazuna forced a smile of relief as Conan dragged herself from the building, the girl in her arms. The blue-haired woman told Tazuna and the other employees, "I checked her for any problems and she is fine." Tazuna replied, "That's good," and sighed. "Anyone else in there?" "No, it was just the girl and I," Conan shot back, looking a little worn out. Tazuna smiled warmly at the photo of the girl held in the Junin's arms. So, the woman does have a heart after all, he thought as he silently observed the scene. "Mio-chan. My precious daughter, where are you?" The girl joyfully yelled, "Mommy," toward her mother's voice. A woman with dark pine-green eyes and long brown hair pushed through the crowd of people who had gathered at the scene. "Oh Mio-chan, there you are," the woman said as she approached her daughter and nearly broke down when she saw the young girl's cuts and bruises. With a big smile on her face, the girl tore herself out of Conan's arms and rushed to her mother. When the mother saw her daughter, she threw open her arms and let the young child jump in. "Mommy, Mommy, that woman saved me," the girl exclaimed, pointing at Conan after the couple had shed a few tears. The woman smiled wildly in response. "Oh really?" After that, she looked up and quickly caught a glimpse of the woman with the blue hair. When Conan saw the girl's mother make a scowl that radiated disgusted pressure, a faint frown started to appear on her features. The girl asked her mother, "Mommy, are you all right?" And her mother instantly hid her disgust and put on a kind front as though her earlier behavior had never occurred. "Of course dear, I am fine now that you're safe," she said with a smile as she petted her daughter's hair. She nuzzled back and forth a couple of times before opening her eyes and noticing a faint rub against something unfamiliar. "Miyoko, what is this?" she asked. She said, "Oh, that nice woman gave it to me, isn't it pretty?" as her smile widened even more. The mother noticed a white origami flower wrapped into the young child's hair in a similar fashion to Conan's own. The woman looked at the Junin who had saved her daughter's life and a slight frown came to her face. The mother took the flower out of the girl's hair and threw it on the ground a split second later, but not before the young child in her arms threw a fit. "Mommy, what are you doing? That was mine and that nice lady gave it to me." The woman sneered as she started to move away from the buildings. "Enough. I will hear no more of this. We're going home," she said. Raising one hand in the air as though to signal her down, Tazuna said, "Hey wait a minute. Aren't you going to give the ninja a thank you, or something?" "As if I would ever be grateful to someone like her," the mother said, stopping in her tracks as she turned her head and gave a deadly look. The builders looked at her in disgust and went on walking. Another moment passed, and the gray-haired man's expression changed to one of disapproval. Tazuna replied, "What a hateful woman," as he strolled over to the blue-haired Junin, letting out a sigh as he went. People have certainly changed nowadays. Conan remained silent. Really, there was nothing to say. The woman treated her like a common rat, even though she knew who she was. A sad expression took hold as the Junin approached the single origami flower that had been flung to the ground in silence and picked it up with a nervous hand. As she gazed at the flower, she reverted to her contemplative state and attempted to ignore it. However, it became more difficult to contain her emotional cracks the longer she thought about it. After a short while, Tazuna approached Conan and touched her shoulder. In an attempt to see her face, the man with the gray hair asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she said, putting on her emotionless face and trying hard not to cry as she began to walk toward the partially constructed building after Conan took the flower from her hand and gently let it fall apart in her grasp before turning to face the anxious man. On the other hand, Tazuna thought he saw a tear escape her eye as she turned to walk. She would most likely lose her mind if she didn't leave this village right away. Breaking space. At 9:30 in the evening, Conan was still nowhere to be found. In an attempt to calm himself, Naruto had consumed multiple ramen cups in his apartment. He made an effort to convince himself that it was nothing noteworthy and that she had to work a bit later than usual. He was perplexed by his persistent jitters, which nevertheless increased his level of anxiety. Was she in danger of being ambushed? No, she is far more powerful than that. However, she did state that she wouldn't fight if someone were to jump her, didn't she? However, she did not state that she would not defend herself. The Hokage also warned the villagers not to tamper with her. His troubling emotions temporarily subsided after he had given those ideas some thought. He felt more at ease changing into something more house-appropriate, so he had folded and stored his usual orange ninja gear in a drawer. He pulled on a black shirt with an imitation of the Uzumaki swirl on the front and cargo shorts. The boy's cargo shorts were the color of paste, and the swirl was orange. The blonde started filling another ramen cup with water after tearing the container's packaging. When he was done, he switched off the faucet and proceeded to the microwave to set his cup of ramen on the turntable. The microwave beeped and began cooking the ramen, counting down from 3 minutes, after he clicked the door shut and pressed the 3 button. He sighed to himself when the woman with the blue hair failed to show up. Why was this causing him so much stress? He was not even familiar with her. He paced to the couch and collapsed on the cushion, looking exhausted. Was he truly worn out? Even though he didn't accomplish much today, he felt as though his life had been sapped. From his enormous window, he gazed out into the dark street and occasionally noticed a person or two passing by his house. His village's residents are now more receptive to his presence. They would move rather quickly to avoid contact with the supposed demon that they feared, but he recalled that no one ever came down his street unless it was absolutely necessary. People appear to be at ease and even somewhat delighted to be strolling down his street when he sees them outside. Completely the opposite of what Naruto used to consider normal. When Conan remembered the others turned to Ash and wondered again about her safety, he glanced at the fresh bouquet that had been left for him on the windowsill the previous evening. His eyes gazed blankly into the flowers, memories of his preteen years flashing through his mind. It was so much easier back then. There was no one in particular to worry about after him. There was no need for him to do anything he didn't want to do. Only he and Team 7 were working on missions and spending time together. They were good times, despite the fact that they were far from ideal. It seems like things have gotten worse lately. One of Team 7's members, Sasuke, left the Leaf. Because that Madara guy had been in charge the entire time. Kakashi had already died once and the Akatsuki had pursued and hunted down the Jinchuriki. Rewind. As his Rinnegan turned into his typical ocean blue eyes, Naruto shook his head. Though it was gradually diminishing over time, they still felt as though they were pulsing. Nagato observed the boy as he regained his composure and stability. The redhead was aware that it took some time to get used to this type of new power after gaining it so rapidly. Naruto, he called, attracting the blonde's attention. There is a man that you have to look out for. He is the one behind everything. The collection of Biju and every other mission that was completed throughout Akatsuki was actually under authority of this man. His power is great and he is a terrible threat to yours and Jiraiya-sama's vision of peace. The Jinchuriki blinked a few times and gazed at the crippled man with seriousness in his eyes, which was completely different from a moment ago. Naruto was unsure of how to respond to that. The blonde didn't know this other man, but he always assumed pain was responsible for everything. The boy kept listening while gritting his teeth. He used me as a tool and used my pain and inner turmoil as a catalyst for his diabolical plan of world domination. I didn't know it right off the bat, but I overheard him while I was investigating his character. I didn't trust him the moment I laid my eyes on him and realized my suspicions were correct once I overheard him talking to another Akatsuki member, the one known as Zetsu. Nagato lowered his head in a shameful manner, but while learning his plans, my pain and hatred still overtook me and I fell oblivious to the outcome of his scheme if it were to ever come to fruition. I only cared about creating peace through devastation and thought I could wipe him out whenever I had all of the Jinchuriki. Truth be told, before I ever fought you, the man came to me ordering that it was time to capture you. I had an idea of his plans then and it made it even worse because I already knew who you were. It made me hesitant, but I had to comply. In this machine, Nagato threw his eyes to the floor, as much as it aids me, leaves me just as vulnerable if anyone were to ever attack. I had to act. With a worried tone, Conan questioned, Nagato, are you telling me that you knew what he was planning the entire time? With a slight nod, Nagato turned to face his teammate and said, that's right, Conan. But why didn't you tell me? I could have. This is exactly why I didn't tell you, the Rinnegan wielder replied in a cool voice. I knew you would overreact and try to abandon everything that the leader worked for. It would have been foolish and you would have been killed upon treason. But Nagato, I understand Conan, but you have to realize that there is a time and place for everything and that time would have been irrational. I was only trying to protect you. With no way to respond, the blue-haired woman turned her gaze away from her friend and fell silent. Naruto started digging his fingers into his palms while clenching his teeth even more. It was nearly intolerable to hear their conversation being passed from one person to another. He did not approve of this kind of manipulation. Nagato, he growled in a deep voice, no one should ever have to go through something like that. His own cousin was being used as a human meat puppet to a man who doesn't even appreciate it. As he inhaled more deeply, the red-headed man replied, "That is why I am telling you all of this. If he is not stopped, the world as we know it will perish along with everyone in it." Naruto whispered, "Name," making the redhead strain his ears. "What? His name? What is his name?" Naruto asked again, glaring up at the sky. With a deathly serious expression, Nagato raised his head and said, "His name is Madara Uchiha." Flashback end. Madara Uchiha, the blonde said again in his head as he inhaled the scent of the apartment to which he had begun to get used. No matter what happened, that name would always be etched in his memory. The man's actions toward his cousin were nearly unforgivable and would never be forgotten as soon as Jiraiya passed away. Click. Naruto was startled out of his reverie and leapt to see where the noise was coming from. When he finally saw the person he had been hoping to see all along, his eyes widened. Konan stood in front of the front door, staring at the floor with a weary but mentally weary expression. Her expression suggested that she was thinking a lot, but who could really blame her? Gazing at her face, Naruto imitated the faint frown that formed on her features. The blonde cautiously inquired, "Are you all right, Konan-chan?" in an attempt to better gauge her response. She didn't respond to Naruto's inquiry or his interested look, and she was utterly silent. She remained motionless, staring at the floor as though something were happening there. When she entered the room, Naruto saw this and attempted to release the frozen atmosphere by asking her another question. "Do you want anything to eat? I can buy you something if you don't want ramen." Konan's blue hair obscured her vision as she clenched her fists tightly. "Why do you call me that?" The woman was holding something inside of her that threatened to explode at any moment, but she was doing her best to hold on to it. The blonde scratched his head and said, "Huh? Call you what?" Her question left him completely perplexed. Why did he feel as though his head was being chewed off when he couldn't recall saying anything hurtful to her? The irritated Junin, who had blue hair, only grew more so. "Why do you put Chan A at the end of my name?" she stammered out, gnashing her teeth to contain her emotion. "What is this?" she asked. "I'm unable to stop stuttering. What's the matter with me?" Her expression was a mixture of anger, sadness, and a faint trace of bewilderment, as Naruto could see. He should try to cheer her up, but there was something about her that unnerved him. Perhaps smiling will make a difference. Then, with a sly smile from ear to ear, he answered clearly, "I do that to all of my friends." That smile is back. What's making him smile? "Friends? Friends? How are we friends when you know nothing about me?" she said, her head lifted in a sour rage, her face grew angular, and her eyes widened angrily. "But, Konan-chan, no, you don't understand shit about me." She pointed her index finger stiffly at him, causing his eyes to widen. "You weren't there when my parents were killed when I was only 8 years old. You weren't there when I was forced to look after myself, not knowing when my next meal would be or where I would lay my head the next night. You weren't there when Jiraiya-sama was training me and my friends. You weren't there when Yahiko was killed. You weren't even there when I was asking myself if things would get better and they didn't." Naruto's frown deepened as she continued, "So don't go saying that you can relate to me when you know nothing about me." She then threw her hands to her head and grabbed it in denial while closing her eyes. "I can't stop myself. How am I doing? This agony. It wasn't until a week ago that I first met you, so what gives you the right to say that you understand everything that has happened when you obviously don't? I've been through a lot more than you can comprehend. The things I've seen and witnessed will never leave my thoughts for as long as I live. Trust me." As she continued to disparage him, Naruto's frown grew even more sunk. He looked shamefully at his feet and was unable to respond to her outburst. How could he respond? She was correct when she said that he knew nothing about her. He believed that he and she were similar, even though they lived in completely different countries. What remained the same? Naruto managed to stutter out, "I'm sorry," as the apartment fell into a spooky silence. "You're sorry? As if your excuse can do anything," she shot back, calming down a little. "No matter what apology you throw at me, it will never help me forget my times in utter hell." When Naruto yelled, "Then let me stop the hell from ever coming back," the woman's eyes widened in surprise. "I realize that your life was harder than mine, and I know that I can't erase the pain you've gained through the years," he said, softening his eyes as he let them fall to the floor while slowly clenching and unclenching his hands and saying, "But at least I can end it here." His face darkened a little more before he spoke again. Does he really believe that he can just get up and end it now, as if it would disappear forever? "I am unable to. He's so unbelievable. Too much. It isn't going away. It hurts. How can you end it if you don't even know who I am?" Conan asked, her voice level sharply dropping while she was still in a hysteric. Anger appeared to be giving way to sadness on her face. The Junin froze with a gasp in her throat as Naruto raged. Then teach me who Conan-chan really is. Teach me the one who cries at night alone while others are enjoying the nights spent with their families. Teach me the kunoichi that had to swallow her emotions to live. Teach me the woman who never experienced happiness in her entire life and lived as a scared child unsure of what would happen tomorrow, Naruto said, staring at the floor without really looking in any particular direction. However, his continuation was hinted at by a slight upward curve to his lips a second later. With his characteristic smile, Naruto pointed to himself and said, "And I'll tell you what. If you ever get this low in your life again and I can't change it, then I will just kill myself. I can guarantee that much because I never go back on my word." He looked at her once more and said loudly, "Let me stop the pain from ever coming back. You won't have to worry about it any longer because I will prevent anything from getting to you ever again, and that's a promise of a lifetime." Conan stared at Naruto, unable to find the right words. The blue-haired woman was finding it difficult to process everything the blonde said at once. Naru, too, was all she could say in response to his response to her. She stood there for a moment and attempted to put a sentence together, but it was difficult because she felt a lump in her throat form quickly, preventing her voice from coming out. She was unable to determine which way was north because her thoughts were racing in multiple directions. Naruto just declared that he would not allow her to decline to this level once more. He assured her. He seems so focused. That smile, I don't. What is it? Not possible. I can't. Her face began to slowly morph as though she was attempting to accomplish something, and Naruto immediately noticed how her features were changing. She appeared to have nearly had to sneeze, but he seriously doubted it. Trust? Her expression twisted even more as she gritted her teeth in exasperation. No I, alone, Ruto, you, it was unbelievable to her. As though he knew which chords would strike in her heart, Naruto was tugging at her. He used his sincerity toward her so perfectly. It was bright and warm. She was unable to describe it. Naruto's simple words caused her entire being to crumble. Why was it happening? Did he sound like that? Or was it because he possessed the linguistic power and was the prophet? She was unable to concentrate, so she wasn't really sure at the moment. It had been a long time since her emotions had really come to the surface, but now they were. She began to heave her breath. She couldn't think clearly. When she would attempt to speak, only his name would be heard. She was a complete mess. However, something was lacking. As Naruto observed her quivering body, his features drooped into another frown. As he gazed at her, the Jinchuriki realized something was wrong, something he knew could only be fixed by one thing. After giving it some thought, he approached her slowly as she stood there trying in vain to gather her thoughts. "Conan-chan," the blonde said, causing Conan to look up and catch a glimpse of him. When she felt the blonde ninja put his arms around her and draw her into him, her eyes widened tenfold. When he used those strong words, it was one thing, but when it came to making physical contact, it was quite another. The blonde was the only one who could go as far as he did, but he died many years ago. This was something she would never allow anyone else to do to her. She instinctively retaliated his hug in an attempt to pull the boy away from her, saying, "Let go me, you bastard, get your hands off of me." Her voice wavered as she started to punch him in the head with her hands, but the boy was holding on for dear life, making that ineffective. The blonde whispered, "You don't have to hold it in anymore, Conan-chan, let it go," to the Junin, who was still doing her best to tear herself free. The woman with the blue hair screamed, "Let me go, damn it, as she started to lose herself. She was being greatly impacted by his consoling embrace, and she wanted to stay in his arms just as much as she wanted to leave him. She yearned for it. She was pushed over the edge and was in internal pain. Naruto something had to give. Her eyes closed tightly as her punches grew less and less deadly until they were just gentle taps on his noggin. She quickly lost all of her strength from striking the boy and used it to give him a tight embrace in return. "Naruto, she exclaimed as her emotional wall collapsed and her overflowing dam of tears finally burst forth. After a long time, she finally started sobbing uncontrollably onto him, soaking his shirt in the process. As all of her suppressed emotions, stress, anger, sadness, loneliness, grief, and fear, poured out onto Naruto's black shirt, she broke down in tears. With his left hand moved to the back of her head, Naruto pushed her into his chest and calmly rubbed her hair, whispering into her ear, there, Conan-chan, Everything will be okay." As she continued to scream onto him, Naruto gently moved the embrace onto the couch. Even though he got a little roughed up in the process, it turned out that he was exactly right about what she needed and that it was well deserved. Even if they were an enemy determined to destroy other countries, everyone eventually needed a hug like this, so he allowed her to cry all she wanted. He would stay with her until she was completely done. That obviously took a long time because he never took his ramen out of the microwave again for the remainder of the evening. Through the dusty windows of an apartment, morning began to creep in. Bright early light filled every room as the light bounced off the floor. The apartment's interior was cool, and the sunlight that streamed in gave it a cozy atmosphere. The typical din of bird calls crept into the house, causing a serene ambiance to permeate the whole structure. The sound of the hammers and sandpaper being used by the ninja and workers who were busy building houses also reverberated through the walls, but it was muffled to a faint beating sound that had more bass than anything else. Over time, the light made its way to the face of a young woman who was soundly sleeping. The tossing and turning that one would typically experience while sleeping had left her blue hair unkempt. Only her black long-sleeved shirt with the single Uzumaki swirl on her left arm and her ninja pants remained on her after her flak jacket was thrown over next to the wall. Her sandals were hidden in a corner, and her leaf headband was resting on a nightstand next to the mattress. "Conan." She jumped up in the bed as soon as she opened her eyes. When she did, she tried to stop the morning headache by raising a hand to her head. She closed her eyes and rubbed them several times to gain a better perspective of her surroundings, presumably because she had been crying so much the previous evening. At first, her vision was blurry, but it gradually returned to its typical range. The sun was so bright in her eyes that it didn't do much good. Because of the continuous rain, it was never this bright in a megacure, but she had to admit that it was preferable to waking up to rain and storm clouds. She moved to the window and shielded her face from the light with her hand. She couldn't remember anything from the time she was angry, but as she closed the blinds, she gradually started to remember what had happened the previous evening. She shifted her pace to go to the bathroom and take a shower, letting out a sigh. After setting the water to the proper temperature, she undressed. She went inside after she was done undressing. She kept reflecting on what had transpired the previous evening after feeling the warm water run down her body. She could attest to the fact that it was the lowest point of her life. She had never before thrown herself so openly on someone as she did the previous evening. She didn't have to. However, she couldn't help it once she got to the stage in life where no one else knew who Conan truly was. She nearly went insane. She helped kill Jiraiya, the only father figure she had truly confided in since the deaths of her parents, and all of her friends were gone. Strangely enough, she didn't feel like crying about it, even though it was a huge burden on her and a source of great sadness. Perhaps it was from the previous evening's crying session. She smiled a little at Naruto's carelessness in trying to assist her. She couldn't deny that she liked it, but she had to respect the child for trying something so daring. It was soothing, and she enjoyed every second of it. She would refuse to answer questions about whether or not she liked the boy. Since the death of her last boyfriend, she had lost all interest in love, and she had no intention of getting married again anytime soon. Furthermore, Naruto was significantly younger than her, roughly 10 years younger. If she ever considered dating someone his age, she would be encouraging pedophilia. What in the world am I thinking? She shook her head and gave a small snort in thought. She couldn't imagine that ever happening, and the idea even made her laugh in her head. I wonder if Naruto is awake. Speaking of him, his lessons will need to continue today. She dried herself off after getting out of the shower. Knowing that her clothes probably smelled, she mentally grumbled about the lack of a wardrobe before putting on the clothes she had the previous evening. The rest of her clothes were in her room when she emerged from the restroom. Then she pulled on her flak jacket and zipped it up. Then, using her leaf hetai, she wrapped it around her forehead and tied its tails into a knot to keep it there. She changed into her clothes, put on her sandals, and left her room. It wasn't much of a journey because Naruto's room was across from hers. After rapping on his door, she waited for a reply. She opened his door and peeked inside when no one arrived. Why not check? He might be sleeping as soundly as a rock. She opened the door with a creak and looked inside. Then she let out a sigh and fully opened the door. He wasn't present. In addition to being completely empty, his room was also disorganized. She gave him a disapproving tisk, but she didn't say anything until she heard a click. She was always a neat and tidy person, so she hated dirty and messy things. She could only assume now that he was waiting for her to wake up in the living room. She walked a few paces before turning a corner and heading for the living room. Hey, Naruto. As soon as she turned the corner, she stopped suddenly. The living room was also empty. As she stood there, taking in the view, a slight frown came to her face at this new development. She pondered in silence. He must have been called for something important. Her stomach rumbled lightly as she gave the decision to go outside some more thought. When she realized that she had gone straight home without bothering to get anything to eat, she shook her head. When she got home, she also gave herself a mental kick for not eating. Upon realizing that Naruto's kitchen was likely stocked with food, she quickly turned around and headed for the cabinets. But when she turned around, she was astounded by what she saw. As she approached the dinner table slowly, she noticed something on the surface. She was baffled as to why she hadn't noticed it sooner. Something that literally cried out for attention. It had a nearly flawless design. It was so beautiful that she was unable to speak. A note was placed next to an orange origami flower that was lying in the middle of the table. She gazed at the flower in wonder as she picked it up. Since Naruto was the only person living there besides her and he would have been the only one to choose orange from the color wheel, she knew it had to have come from the orange-clad boy himself. He was the only ninja who consistently wore orange. Putting the flower back on the table, she picked up the note and put it there. She started reading the contents as slowly as she could, going over everything. Greetings, Conan-chan, I'm hoping you enjoy it. I decided to make you a new flower since you misplaced your old one. I hope you will pardon me for what I did, even though I realize it's not much and seems like a melancholy attempt to make amends for my narrow-mindedness. I apologize. Naruto, her lips curled slightly upward as she read the note again. With a handmade item and a note next to it, his apology was so immature. On the inside, though, she was pleased about the apology. In fact, Naruto took the time to create an origami flower, which is not a simple task, and based on his personality, it appears that he had no prior knowledge of origami. He must have put a lot of effort into it. As a master of origami, Conan could easily create another flower if she so desired. She was truly amazed that he even remembered, much less bothered to make one for her, because she had lost the will to even make one for herself after her altercation with Toby. After focusing on her goal, she gave the flower a pathetic smile of acceptance and snorted to herself in defeat. She picked up the flower, tucked the orange piece into the bun to secure it, and wrapped the right side of her hair into a bun. She walked around the table to the cabinets and looked for food, content with another flower in her hair after going a week and 2 days without one. It was fortunate for her that Naruto's cabinets were lined from end to end with packaged and canned foods, so she didn't have to eat only ramen. She arranged a plate with portions from various cans and anything else she felt like eating, and then she started eating. After she was done, she cleaned her plate, returned it to the cabinet, and waited patiently while sitting on the couch. It didn't really matter if Naruto went out or not if she was out doing something significant because nothing would really change based on how she looked. The words, "He reminds me so much of Yahiko," were muttered by Conan. Reflecting on Naruto's linear thought processes caused the woman to feel nostalgic. It was nearly as though she had remained in her younger years. When they were younger, the orange-haired child frequently went off on his own without telling Nagato and her, which frequently caused them to worry. He would constantly return and offer some ill-considered apology that was ultimately ineffective, and he would be reprimanded by both of them. Ultimately, though, they were able to forgive him, which only strengthened their bond. All of those moments ultimately contributed to the development of her and Yahiko's relationship. She was deeply affected by his disregard for battle damage and his willingness to go out there without considering the consequences. Despite his carelessness, he was loyal to his nation and to defending his friends. An actual hero. "Hey, Conan-chan, I'm back." She was distracted from her thoughts by the blonde's voice. A tiny smile appeared on her face and she sat up. Despite the fact that the blonde brat completely invaded her personal space the previous evening, she still wanted to see him. However, something she never would have anticipated became apparent to her when she looked upon him. She widened her eyes as wide as she could. Seeing something like this was nearly earth-shattering. It was nearly unthinkable. She tried to speak, but the shock really got to her. She fell backward onto the couch and lay there. Naruto shifted closer to the woman with the blue hair and asked bluntly, "What?" He disliked it when people would do such things without ever saying, "What is it? Come on, tell me." Breaking space. Orange. With a perplexed expression, Yamato turned to face Kakashi, who returned the look with equal confusion. The blonde hurried to Kakashi and Yamato's tent to solve his dilemma as soon as he learned of it. Conan, Kakashi, and Yamato were all in the same tent, staring at the Uzumaki with perplexed reactions as the blue-haired woman followed the Jinchuriki, who were as interested in learning about it as Naruto. "Naruto, how did you get orange hair?" the brown-haired Anbu had to ask, having never seen anything like this before. Conan-chan was the one who pointed it out to me. I just learned about it a few minutes ago, the orange-haired boy said worriedly. Knowing that his hair had changed from the blonde he loved to a carrot orange color, he had never really desired hurt the Uzumaki. His pride was blonde. He was pleased that he was different from the other boys because he was essentially the only blonde boy in the whole Leaf Village. His yellow hair didn't seem monotonous to him. He thought blonde was more awesome, even though orange was rare in the Leaf Village. Kakashi asked the boy, who was once blonde but was now orange-headed, "Well, can you tell us exactly what happened the last few days?" After giving it some thought, Naruto said, "Well, all I've been doing recently is training on my Rinnegan powers. I haven't really done anything else." Yamato glanced at Kakashi once more before putting his hand to his chin and reflecting, saying, "This only further solidifies our conclusions from the other day." The silver-haired Junin nodded and said, "I have to agree completely with you, that is exactly what it is." The orange-haired boy said, "Wait, can someone fill me in? I'm kinda lost," inquiringly but impatiently. "Remember when we checked on you the other day for any abnormal behavior regarding the Rinnegan?" Yamato asked, pausing his thoughts to look at the boy with a somewhat serious expression. Receiving a nod of approval, he went on, "Well, Kakashi and I talked about how the Uzumaki carried the Rinnegan as a Kekkei Genkei, and, well, your hair change must have something to do with your awakening of the Rinnegan." "That is if we are correct," Kakashi said, attracting the wood user's attention. "If Yamato is thinking the same thing as myself, then your Rinnegan has placed equal dominance among your blonde side and awakened your Uzumaki side of your genetics." The Uzumaki were known for their red hair. Yamato responded to Kakashi's claim, "We know it sounds a little too simple, but in other words, your Uzumaki red hair genes dominated with your blonde genes equally, making your hair orange." When Naruto heard that, he looked off into space. Knowing that his signature blonde hair had been replaced with a medium orange hue made him a little sad, but after giving it some more thought, he understood that it was a minor side effect of the Rinnegan. "Well, I guess I can't complain," he said, swallowing his pride and smiling, because he couldn't always have the best of both worlds. He then put his hands in his pockets and said, "That only means my mom's side is finally coming in." "Hold on," Kakashi interrupted Naruto before he could complete his sentence. "What makes you think that it's your mother's hair?" he asked. Naruto replied, beaming from ear to ear, "Oh, I met the fourth Hokage." The eyes of the three other people in the room widened in shock. Nobody really expected that response to surface. Conan had a rudimentary understanding of what actually transpired, while Yamato and Kakashi were aware of what had happened to Minato. "He's the one who stopped me from becoming the nine-tailed beast," Naruto added after a pause. Conan blurted out, appearing to be very perplexed to the other people in the room, "But, isn't the fourth Hokage dead?" "Well, not much is known about the Shikifujin technique," Kakashi replied, looking at the woman with the blue hair. "I'm guessing he must have put some of the last of his energy into Naruto before he died." "He told me," Naruto said, gazing intently at Kakashi, "that the man in the Akatsuki mask was responsible for the fox attack 16 years ago and that he was so powerful that even he was powerless to stop him." Yamato and Kakashi instantly thought of the whirling masked man they had battled while searching for Sasuke. "He's right, Kakashi-san," Conan replied to the man with silver hair, "that man is the true leader of Akatsuki. He has worked in the shadows and bided his time until the time came for him to carry forth his plans." With poison leaking from his syllables, the boy shot back, "He used Nagato. It is all just some game to him. But if he used pain, then he is most likely using Sasuke too." The silver-haired man replied grimly, "That's who was behind the attack 16 years ago. Madara Uchiha. It just as Jiraiya feared. That's who Pain told me to watch for." "Who is he exactly?" Naruto asked, his eyes widening in recognition. Madara Uchiha was the former leader of the Uchiha clan who was supposedly defeated by the first Hokage. "He is the only one with enough hate for our village to do something like this," Kakashi stated to Yamato. "We're going to have to tell the elders." With a nod of agreement, Yamato said, "What bad timing too, since what happened to Tsunade-sama this morning." "What? What happened to Ba-chan?" the orange-haired boy asked, replaying that final message, and everything fell silent. The orange-clad boy was asked by the captain, "No one told you?" After being rejected with a headshake, he turned to face Kakashi, who gave him a pitying glance before turning back to Naruto and saying, "She had a relapse." "What? What do you mean? Ba-chan was doing fine. What happened?" asked Naruto in a denial-filled voice. "We only received the news recently, but from what we've heard, she didn't wake up this morning. That only means that she has fallen into another coma," Yamato continued, knowing that Naruto wouldn't have accepted the fact that was placed on the table. It seems as though she hasn't fully recovered from her fight with pain, Kakashi said, turning to face the orange-haired boy. Well, can I see her? Naruto asked, lowering his eyes. Kakashi smiled and said, sure, adding, I don't see why not. You don't have anything else to do right now, and we don't need you for anything else. All right, then, exclaimed Naruto, I'm going to see Ba-chan later. Then, with a bounce in his step, he ran out of the tent. He seems to be troubled, Konan thought as he glanced over to the Jinchuriki's exit. The blue-haired woman saw Naruto trying to cheer himself up. After feeling depressed for a moment, he suddenly turned it into a smile and dismissed it as if it were unimportant. Konan wouldn't have noticed that a few days ago, but now it seems like she suddenly developed the extra sense to think, maybe I should follow him. An audible voice interrupted Konan as she turned to head for the tent's front flaps, saying, hold on, we have to talk to you for a minute. The silver-haired man was gesturing for her to return when she turned around. Holding a flap in her hand, Konan glanced out once more and noticed the orange ninja running farther away. She sighed inwardly, let go of the flap, and turned back to Kakashi after looking out until he was out of sight. With his thoughts now focused on Tsunade, Naruto blazed through the village. It was unbelievable to him that she lost consciousness once more. Why did she suddenly enter a coma when she had been doing well for the past few days? He couldn't understand it. He recalled that she had been acting as though nothing was bothering her and that she had been acting normally for some time. Hey, Naruto. When the orange-haired boy heard a familiar female voice, he screeched to a halt. His gaze swept over his pink-haired teammate as his head whipped around his shoulder. The boy with orange hair greeted Sakura-chan by flicking his hand. Hey, Sakura-chan, he said. As Sakura approached the orange-clad ninja, her expression gradually changed to one of bewilderment. Naruto, your hair. The Jinchuriki snorted and folded his arms, saying, I know, isn't it strange? It has to do with my Kekkei Genkai. Sakura gave him another glance before dismissively saying, I guess you heard about Tsunade-sama, then. Yeah, I wanted to see her again after I found out, Naruto said, lowering his head and putting his arms at his sides. Naruto looked up a little startled when the pink-haired girl put her hand on his shoulder and smiled sincerely. Come on. Let's go together. Oh okay, Sakura-chan. Breaking of space. We don't know what happened, but we all agree that she has fallen into another coma, the pink-haired medic Nin said quietly, looking at an unconscious body lying in a futon. She was like this when we found her this morning, the girl said, kneeling next to the futon. None of us even know if she'll ever wake up again. Tsunade, Naruto muttered to himself as he cast a pitying glance at the unconscious woman lying in the bed. As Shizune replied with a smile and reassuring gesture, don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'm sure she will pull through this just like last time. She is a very strong woman and won't be put out by something so easily. The boy with the orange hair glanced at Tsunade's helper and grinned a little. He was certain that Tsunade would not lose to such a thing. She was a self-reliant individual and the Hokage. He was confident that she would overcome this because of her strong will to live. Perhaps he said, thanks, Shizune Nichan. Sure, said the assistant with the black hair. Hey, Shizune Nichan, was the first thing that clicked in Naruto's mind after he remembered something. The woman with black hair grunted, do you have any of those chakra rods from any of the bodies of pain? Why, yes I do Naruto-kun. Is there a reason? He asked, receiving a nod of approval. Actually, he said, lighting up a bit, I only need one of them, and I wanted to use them to make something, like a weapon. Sure, Naruto-kun, I'll send you one later whenever I get done checking up on Tsunade-sama. Naruto gave her a joyful glare and a small internal laugh for that response, though she wasn't sure why. Shizune said, I'm sorry if this seems rude but I can't help it because I have to know, immediately after he giggled. What did you do to your hair Naruto-kun? She asked after the boy gave her the all clear. Everyone's been asking me that same question, the Jinchuriki said, putting his hands in his pockets. It's because of my Kekkei Genkai. It just happened today, so I don't know if it's permanent or not, he said, laughing somewhat at her question, which caused the woman to look at him in confusion. Well, Shizune began, I guess it matches your outfit and it doesn't look too bad so I guess it's okay. The Jinchuriki were shocked when Sakura said bluntly, I think Naruto should change his clothes. Now he is too orange for anyone to look at. Plus, I don't believe anyone is going to take him seriously with all of that bright color, Sakura said. Naruto yelled toward his teammate, Sakura-chan, what do you mean? If I change to another color, then people won't be able to recognize me. Do you want the dangerous ninja to notice you? A second or two later, he said, maybe you're right. Sakura said, finally, as though the battle were still going on, which it was. Since they first joined the team, she has repeatedly asked him to change into a more ninja suit, but he has always responded with a disapproving headshake and a litany of reasons why he liked his attire. Changing his clothes seemed like a life or death decision, but it wasn't actually that important. Except for this moment, she and the Uzumaki actually had this same argument many times, and it always ended the same way. Shizune tried to express her opinion by saying, I'd have to agree, Naruto-kun. Although you might like the color and design, it is also very irresponsible as a ninja because... I know, Naruto said, gesturing with his hand. Just give it some thought. Then he slowly left the room, leaving Tsunade alone with Sakura and Shizune. The two women gazed at one another in perplexity. Soon after, the medic Nin with the black hair said, Naruto-kun is acting strange. Sakura's voice was barely audible as she said, I know, he's been like this ever since he defeated Pain. After giving the matter some more thought, Tsunade's assistant said, I guess I'm going to check on Naruto. I'm starting to become a little concerned for him. Sakura then broke the silence. All right, Sakura. Take care. I will, she said hastily as she hurried out of the room, waving her hand. Breaking space. Shift my attire. I know it's irresponsible, but, Uzumaki thought softly as he put on his orange and black jacket, looking through the colors and textures. It's one of the only things I have left to remember Ero Sennin, he said. The boy continued to stare thoughtfully at his jacket as he walked down the street. Jiraiya held great significance for Naruto. He actually pretended to be his real grandfather, even though the perverted hermit was his godfather. Over the years, Jiraiya truly won Naruto over, and the blonde knucklehead truly won him over. During their 3-year training trip, the Toad Sage gave the outfit as a gift. Since it was something that was genuinely gifted to him by a significant other, the blonde genuinely treasured it. After the elder sage was killed by Nagato, the relationship came to an abrupt end. He was on the verge of crying again over the loss, but he was unable to do so. No, not right now. He had previously shed tears when he was by himself and certain that no one else was around. In front of everyone else who had faith in him, he needed to remain strong. Nagato was exactly like Sasuke, the Jinchuriki said, echoing in his head as he tried to alter his course of thought. Both of their parents were killed. For the same reason, they both desired retribution. Bump. In an attempt to determine his location, Naruto blinked his eyes several times and shook his head. He struck an unidentified object and collapsed on his butt. He glanced up and saw the back of an elderly man. The Uzumaki replied honestly, sorry, sir, I didn't see where I was, Tazuna-san. The boy with the orange hair caught a glimpse of the man's face as he turned around. After giving him a brief glance, the man said, those whisker marks, Naruto, is that really you? With a radiant smile, Naruto said, yes, sir, it's really me. Naruto, my boy. Why, you've grown a lot since we last met. You even changed from blonde to orange hair. Did ya diet or something? With a look of perspiration, the Uzumaki said, well, it's a long story. The Jinchuriki laughed uneasily, and the bridge builder laughed heartily. Tazuna-san. The older man and Naruto both turned to face a girl with pink hair who was sprinting toward them. Oh hey, Sakura, isn't it? My, how much you've grown. The medic Nin smiled and said, it really is you. How's Tsunami-san and Inari-san? With another short chuckle, Tazuna said, they're both doing fine. Actually, Inari is helping me rebuild your village as we speak. With a salute to protect his eyes from the glaring sun, Naruto exclaimed, oh, that's awesome. Where is he? I want to meet him again. The older man said, I'll go get him. Give me just a minute, and then he left to find his grandson. A moment went by as Sakura watched her teammate. She was aware that there was a problem with him, but she wasn't sure what it was. She has been extremely irritated by his recent lack of candor in his responses. In fact, his silence has increased significantly in comparison to his pre-fight personality. Although she was not entirely sure what was going on in Naruto's head, she was certain that he must be experiencing a great deal of distress. Naruto? What is it, Sakura-chan? The boy asked himself as he sat there lost in thought for the umpteenth time before the call finally occurred to him. After letting out a single sigh, the girl with the pink hair started to say, I've been watching you ever since you came back to Konoha from that fight with Pain and I can't really hold it in any longer. When she said, well, what is it? Naruto became engrossed in what she was going to say. Naruto, she said, I've known for a while now that there is something going on with you, but the problem is that I don't really know what is wrong with you. Even yesterday while we talked about Conan, I thought she was the problem, but I now realize that it's something else that you're not telling me. I've noticed that you've become very quiet and you don't like talking as much as you normally would. Is there something on your mind or something that you would like to talk to me about? The Jinchuriki gave her a slightly amused look because, typically, she doesn't give him an outlet. However, since she is his best friend, it's not as if it shouldn't happen. Typically, it's the other way around. In actuality, though, Naruto has no real explanation for his behavior. Since he's constantly considering ways to make Conan happier around Konoha, he hasn't given it much thought until now, but he doesn't get depressed by such thoughts. He gave her a cheeky smile and said, Nah. I'm fine, Sakura-chan. There's no need to worry about me, which made the medic Nin feel a little less at ease. Are you sure, Naruto? The boy in orange gave her a cheeky, I'm positive, and a thumbs up. The medic Nin knew she would never get anything out of the boy anytime soon, so Sakura held her tongue even though she felt he was still lying to himself. A distant voice called out, Hey, Naruto. When the Jinchuriki looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a boy sprinting towards Sakura and himself. His black, spiky hair, which was a little more subdued than Naruto's, gave him the appearance of a preteen. The boy was dressed in pale cargo pants, a black sleeveless V-neck shirt, and black sandals. Inari? The boy in orange asked doubtfully, as though he was incredulous. As he came to a halt in front of the two ninja, the young boy said, Yep, that's me. When the Jinchuriki said, Wow, Inari. You've gotten a lot bigger from when I last saw you, he laughed condescendingly. You have too, Naruto, but I don't remember you having orange hair. I thought you were blonde? In response to his friend's inquiry, the accused grinned and said, I was, but I thought, I should try something different. After Naruto finished speaking, Sakura fixed her gaze on his face and said, I suppose it's best to keep our mouths shut about what happened. Following what felt like hours of conversation but was actually only a few minutes, the two groups parted ways, and Naruto started to walk along a forest path toward Kakashi and Yamato's tent while Sakura followed him. The pink-haired girl confided in Naruto, so, Zabuza's sword, Kabikiri Hucho, was stolen from his grave. While maintaining eye contact, the orange-haired ninja let out a single sigh and said, Yeah, I can't believe it. I wonder who would steal it. After giving it some thought, Naruto said, I don't know, it could be anybody. Naruto. Sakura. Wait up. When they turned to look, they saw a teenager riding a huge white dog toward them. He had brown hair, dark clothing, and tattoos of red fangs on his cheeks. He gave the impression that if he didn't reach them both quickly, he would die. What? They asked simultaneously, What is it? Look, said the hurriedly brown-haired Inuzuka, just listen. Tsunade has been fired as Hokage. Both ninja were taken aback by that response. Their eyes both widened enormously. The Uzumaki was clearly concerned, but his voice betrayed his shock as he asked, What do you mean, Kiba? Tsunade's not the Hokage anymore because of her relapse, the Inuzuka said quickly. She's now been replaced by some guy named Danzo. I don't know who he is, but he seems really shady. Danzo? Shouted both Team 7 members. They were fully aware of Danzo's identity. He has always been among the individuals disliked by both ninja. He had a lot of dark secrets that no one really knew about and was extremely cruel. However, he could now do anything he wanted to do since he assumed the role of Hokage. To continue, Kiba said, that isn't all though, adding, he's also given permission to eliminate Sasuke as a missing nin. What the hell do you mean? Naruto said, his face twisted in an even more irate manner than before. I'm not really sure I know myself, but I think since Sasuke has been a missing nin for a while, that Danzo guy is now trying to finally do something about it. On his temple, the orange-clad ninja developed a vein. He appeared on the verge of breaking. He had countless ideas going through his head and wished he could express them more freely. A ticking time bomb, he was. How could he respond? It only requires a violent release and a tiny amount of air to pass through his lungs in order to reduce mental tension and address the minor stress that has been bothering him for a while. That happened to him because his best friend was Konoha's enemy. As he opened his mouth to speak, he said, Sakura complained as she looked at Naruto, I'm going to see Danzo. She knew the orange-clad ninja would say the same thing, so she looked him square in the eye and didn't give him any space to be rejected. That's what usually happened when Sasuke was involved. Since neither of them knew anything but the missing nin side of him, They frequently had the same thoughts. Sakura turned around and headed back toward Konoha. Naruto then took hold of her arm. With his eyes on his friend, the Jinchuriki said, "Sakura, I don't think we should see Danzo." Mixed emotions were visible on his face, but they also maintained the gloomy afterglow that seemed to come from his body. He seemed to radiate that same afterglow constantly since he vanquished pain. "Naruto, we can't just let him get away with this. You know that guy is very dangerous and you can already see what he is doing. We can't." The ninja in orange said, Sakura, in a disoriented voice. "I don't think it's a good idea to see Danzo, at least, not yet," he said, releasing his hold on her and turning to face the forest. "I think we should find out more about him before we try anything. We know Sai worked with him, so maybe he can tell us more?" Sakura obviously noticed this odd alteration that Naruto made. He didn't lose his temper or go to see Danzo in person. "We have to see Danzo. He's allowing anybody to go after Sasuke and kill him," she said, obviously upset that her teammate wasn't supporting her. "Naruto, what are you talking about?" he asked calmly, thinking of a way around Danzo without actually meeting him. "Just trust me, Sakura-chan. If we can't get the information from Sai, then we will see him personally," Naruto said, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth while maintaining the same tone. "Believe me, I want to run over there and ask him what the hell he is thinking, but something tells me that we should wait," the orange-clad ninja said after considering her statements. The pink-haired girl sighed in frustration as she glanced at her lifelong best friend and then shook her head. Although she was shocked, she also acknowledged that perhaps they should wait a little while longer and find out more about him before acting hastily. "Fine." Breaking space. Conan stepped back into the tent and released the flap. Earlier, after Naruto ran off into the distance to find the Godem, the silver-haired Junin called her. The blue-haired woman approached the other two ninjas in the tent and gave them a disinterested look, but there was something about her face that made it seem less disinterested than it might have been the day before. Looking at the woman's figure, Kakashi said, "Now that everything is settled, we would like to know everything you know about Madara Uchiha." The woman knew that this would be the first thing they would bring up, so she let out a mental sigh. The Konoha ninja took notice of her blabbering about knowing who he was and brought it up as soon as they could. Since that man was the primary cause of all the negative things that happened to her friends and the reason she was on the verge of ending her life, she honestly didn't feel like discussing it. If the reasons listed above weren't enough, he left her with a bad taste in her mouth. As Yamato looked on in silence, Kakashi began, "You have been a part of Akatsuki ever since it was first founded. And we know that you have to have some kind of information on the man behind all of this." Conan scanned the two men with her gaze and thought for a moment. After the first few moments she didn't make a sound. Both men were growing impatient. The woman interrupted them to say, "That man, Madara Uchiha, was the one that started it all." Both men held their tongues to allow the woman to continue. "During my fight with Madara, he told me that he was the one that made Yahiko form Akatsuki. He also told me that he was the one that gave Nagato the Rinnegan." Their eyes were almost glowing with attentiveness. Both of their faces showed a bright shock at that response. That was completely nonsensical. How was the Rinnegan given to Nagato by Madara? "But I don't believe what that foul man told me," Conan replied. "Nagato told me himself that he awakened his Rinnegan at an early age, which makes me disbelieve what Madara declared so recently." Kakashi turned to face Yamato, who appeared to share the same inquisitive look but kept quiet in favor of the woman. The paper user breathed a sigh of relief. "The first time I met him, I was automatically suspicious of him, although Nagato seemed to be more knowing than I was. Madara secretly made himself a part of the group while Nagato took over as leader. He knew Yahiko wouldn't do something so evil as to try the Uchiha's plan, so he waited until the time was right. After Yahiko died, Nagato became mentally unstable at the loss of our friend, and was truly susceptible to manipulation. She wanted to collapse. Madara used all of them like puppets, she realized. By simply adhering to her Uzumaki friend's beliefs, she even contributed to Nagato's manipulation. She was starting to believe that all of the things she had said about Nagato adhering to his own beliefs during her altercation with Tobi had actually worked against the Uchiha. Her hands were clenched, but she continued to hold her monotony. He came a month or so after Nagato became the leader of Akatsuki. He didn't join our group that day, but he did say he would keep an eye on us. After that day though, I noticed Nagato seemed to be more distant. As the months flew by, Nagato began putting his own plan of peace into motion. Gain all of the Biju, make an ultimate weapon that would make everyone too scared to fight and unleash it to the world. After the destruction with countless lives lost, people would begin to fear, but understand not to fight anymore. A peace based on fear. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and maintained a serious demeanor. So that was Nagato's plan, he replied. That would have been truly catastrophic. It was his plan. But the longer I think about it, the more I begin to feel that Madara maybe had something to do with that. Either way, it wasn't long until after he joined the group. He put on a new front so none of the other Akatsuki members would know who he was. The only ones who really knew were myself and Nagato. None of the other Akatsuki ever realized that the buffoon of the group was indeed the leader, except for Zetsu, although I only found out about him knowing just recently. As she went on with her tale of Madara, Kakashi and Yamato gave her a silent nod. Rewind. A red-haired man with shoulder-length red hair, pale skin, and eyes with a purple ripple pattern asked the other person in the room, Conan, have you done what I ordered? Although a little raspy, his voice was normal. He had a rather passive and aggressive manner, and his body was inside a four-legged mechanical vehicle with black rod shapes sticking out of his back. In a megacure, they were in a room at the very top of a building that had plenty of room for what was required. Yes, Nagato, I have done what you have asked of me, flawlessly. The man calmly replied, good, while glancing at a body on the ground. You have done well. He silently gazed upon the body, ruminating on his innermost thoughts. He recently got a corpse that contained the materials for his sub-plan. His entire plan was gradually coming together. He continued to stare at the body on the ground as he asked, what about the others? There was something that might have been a hint of melancholy in his glare, but it was emotionless. With a similar scowl, Conan said, other Akatsuki members are handling those as we speak. He turned to face the rain that pelted the room's window and said, perfect, it won't be long now, Conan. Everything is coming together nicely. If my plan works as I think it should, then our group will be unstoppable and I will finally be able to live up to Yahiko's dream. To become a god. As Nagato spoke, the paper angel did not hold a statement for him. She knew that her friend's anger was getting the better of him, so she secretly worried about him. The red-haired man said to the other person in the room, Conan, put the body on the table. I need to run the test. With a nod, she used her paper technique to pick up the body. She lifted the body with a graceful hand motion and laid it very carefully on what looked like an operating table. The two Akatsuki members were able to see the deceased's appearance more clearly after the body was placed on the surface. A man was there. His body and face were silent. Since the figure remained motionless, he was undoubtedly dead. His hair really stood out because it was deep carrot orange and spiky. Multiple black rods were used to puncture his body and limbs, and he even had smaller piercings on his nose, ears, and lips. Let's begin. The red-headed man then began to work, channeling his chakra into the other body that was resting on the table from the rods on his back. With his eyes closed, the man started to channel more chakra into the other body. It was about a minute before there was silence. Nagato. Was it successful? Conan called out her best friend's name, uncertain of who he was. The man at the table said firmly, yes, Conan, it was, adding, and it also has an advantage. When the man's voice came suddenly, Conan's eyes widened a little. The body on the table slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Nagato's eyes were identical. The light purple eyes of the orange-haired corpse showed 4 or 5 ringlets surrounding the pupil in a ripple pattern. With his muscles flexed and his hands slowly clenched and unclenched as though he was trying to feel the body, the man said, it seems my hypothesis was proven correct. These eyes have become Rinnegan. Curious, the blue-haired woman asked, how is that possible, Nagato? Because I have fully exposed this body to my chakra. The Rinnegan is infused with my chakra, so the corpse has to compensate for the lack of my ocular ability. This body, it created its own temporary Rinnegan. Interesting. Slowly rotating his body, the orange-haired corpse caused his legs to fall off the table. The room fell silent as he grew accustomed to his newfound strength. He gently pushed himself until his feet touched the floor without making much movement. First his left foot, then his right, until he was on the floor in a semi-crouch. Although he was trembling violently, he was making every effort to adjust to his new body, which was currently proving to be quite challenging. The corpse replied wearily, in between breathless gasps, I also can't feel anything. This body feels numb. Which can only mean, the nerve endings are gone. The corpse in the room shook his head in denial when the female Akatsuki asked, do you need help, Nagato? It's all right, Conan. I can handle it. As more chakra, that is, strength, was forced into the body, the corpse grew stronger and stronger until he reached his maximum height. As he stood there, his breathing grew easier and easier. He eventually appeared somewhat normal as he examined his body for signs of distress, but fortunately, the corpse's body was functioning normally. Conan's expression frowned slightly at the sight of Yahiko's body, which made her feel a little sad for good reason. Being aware of her thoughts, Nagato answered, "Don't feel sad, Conan," saying, "Yahiko can now become a god as he originally desired to be. He's finally living his dream, and we are living it with him." When she heard someone snicker, the kunoichi's frown was momentarily lifted. Both of them turned away from a man standing behind them. His dark robe, which concealed almost everything but his face, was unnecessary because he was wearing an orange swirling mask with a single hole that allowed his right eye to see through. "You seem to be adjusting very well to your new body. I assume you are working on others?" When Nagato heard that, he merely narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "That is none of your business." Holding up both hands, the man responded, "Don't worry. I'm not trying to do anything to you. I only came here to merely talk." He merely laughed. As the man stood there, Nagato, in Yahiko's corpse, narrowed his eyes even more. There was no need for immediate retaliation because this man had already paid him a visit. But even though this man had been to Nagato before, he didn't like something about him. "Of what?" he asked. "Well," the man in the mask said, "I am impressed that you have used the Rinnegan so well. Even I wouldn't have thought of something like that. But putting that aside, I thought I could make a request." A chilly blue-haired woman replied, "We don't take requests from outsiders," adding, "If you have nothing better to say, then leave." In response, the cloaked figure said, "Actually, I think it would interest the both of you," as though he knew he was correct. "Now, I know that you, Nagato, have an unsettled hatred with the Leaf Village as much as I do," he said, his body showing no signs of betrayal, while Nagato recoiled inwardly at the unrestrained use of that village's name. "In exchange for my services, I only wish to help you gain the power necessary for your plan to work. See? You have nothing to lose and you gain another formidable Akatsuki member." Though he wasn't particularly trusting of the other person in the room, Nagato thought about it. He would need all the assistance he could get. However, this man still struck me as a little strange. "How can we trust you? We don't even know who you are and yet you show up just to say that you want to be an Akatsuki." The man in the mask laughed and put his hands on his mask. "Oh, how silly of me," he said, pulling his mask away from his face. "I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" he asked. He said, "My name is Madara Uchiha. I was a former ninja of Konohagakure, but am no longer. I despise that place." He then pulled the mask above his head to reveal his face, with Sharingan flaring in both eyes. "Madara Uchiha," Nagato said to himself in silence. "If my memory serves me correctly, Madara Uchiha should be long dead, but here he stands before me. How can he be alive when that generation has died long ago?" Was the issue he had with the many tales he had heard about this man and his actions. "Heh heh heh. Then you obviously do not know what I have done," Madara said to the orange-haired corpse, laughing darkly. "You are highly underestimating the power of the Uchiha." Typical, the black-haired man then replaced his mask and hastily threw the robe's hoodie over his head. Nagato frowned and shot back, "Just because you showed me who you were, that doesn't mean that I will trust you," saying. Although Conan remained silent, it appeared that she shared the orange-haired corpse's line of thought. "Well then, I believe I should prove my loyalty to you. Just let me join and I can help end those pathetic people's lives in Konoha as retribution for both of your parents' murder." "How do you know about that?" Nagato asked quickly and angrily. Nagato, Conan, Jiraiya, and Yahiko were the only people who ever knew about his early years. He never shared his childhood experiences with anyone. Not even the members of Akatsuki were aware of it. Despite his silent gaze, the hooded man said, "I have my ways." When attempting to charge at the man in Yahiko's corpse, the orange-haired man retorted, "You will tell me, or I'll NGH." He lost his footing strength a quarter of the way there and collapsed to the ground, gasping in agony. "Nagato!" the blue-haired woman exclaimed as she rushed to check on her teammate, but he used his elbow to push her away. "I'm fine, Conan," he exclaimed, panting and looking at the man with rage. He turned his head one last time and flared his Sharingan through his eye-hole in the mask. "I'll be waiting," Madara said, turning to leave. "You're in no shape to fight me right now and I would strongly advise against it," he said. "In any case, I'll give you some time to think about it. If I were you though, I'd take the offer while it's on the table. It's not every day someone like me offers help for free." At that point, he vanished down the hall, his footsteps echoing off the walls until the only sound left was the slow panting of Yahiko's body. Conan attempted to help her friend up after they were certain Madara was gone, but he shook her hand off his arm and said, "Don't worry. I know you're worried about me but I'm fine." "Are you going to let him join us?" she asked, glancing only at him with concern. I don't know, Nagato said quietly. If he can truly aid me, then I will have no choice but allow him into Akatsuki. Every person is vital. But you can't possibly trust that man, can you, Nagato? Another moment elapsed before Nagato spoke again. No, I don't, but the organization has to move forward and that means the leader has to make hasty decisions, he said, approaching a table with a folded piece of cloth on top. Since I will be using this body, I have to use another name. A new name that people will fear when they hear it, he added. It seemed as though he was unwilling to discuss Madara. He unfolded it, then started to insert his arms while letting the remainder fall to the ground. These clouds on our new cloaks will symbolize all of the bloodshed during the wars in Omegacure. Our group will bring true peace and no one will dare to surpass us because we are Akatsuki, he said, putting on a black cloak with red and white clouds that had just been stitched. Pain is the source of every war, every hatred, and every vengeance. That will be my new name, Pain. He then tied a rain Hitai aid with a horizontal slash through the middle of the metal plate. Flashback end, sigh. We were just looking for you, a ninja with pink hair exclaimed as she rushed to her teammate. His black ninja gear showed off his lower abdomen, and he seemed to have short black hair. He chose to slow down when he saw his teammates approaching. Quickly approaching, Naruto said, I wanted to ask you something. Curious, the pale boy asked, what is it? When the kunoichi said, we want to know more about Danzo, her voice was tinged with rage. After giving his teammates a doubtful glance, the boy said, I can't. They were enraged by that response. Was there something about that man that their friend was concealing? Would they have been able to trust someone who refused to be honest with them? What? Why not? With her orange-haired companion, the pink-haired ninja shot back, are you taking his side? No, it's not that, Sai said, feeling a little overwhelmed and raising his hands in defense. I literally can't talk about him because of this, he said, opening his mouth to reveal something that shocked them both. Sakura looked worriedly and said, seal? Sai's tongue had a series of black rectangles that ran vertically through the center, with 4 smaller rectangles separating from the ones near the end. Yeah, Danzo puts it on all of the Foundation members, he replied with a firm belief. And if I try to talk about him, my whole body will become paralyzed and I'll be unable to move or talk. Sakura's worried expression said, he's really cautious. Danzo and the Foundation are top secret, Sai responded with seriousness. We've done a lot of dirty deeds to protect the village. And so that no information gets out, he puts these seals on us that prevent us from talking. Not even the most trained interrogators can get us to break. Sakura said curiously, but how can Danzo do that to his own men? I don't get it. You may not like how he does things, but that is how he has protected Konoha all of these years. In his own way, he really cares about the village, Sai said, turning to face her. Well, what about Sasuke? She yelled with great force. He went back on Tsunade's promise about killing Sasuke and is now letting anyone get the chance to kill him. The boy with the black hair was shocked and said, really? I didn't hear anything about that. Check. Tell me everything you know about Sasuke, since he seems to be a friend of yours, said a woman wearing a bandana Kumogakure headband around her dark red hair. She pointed her single-edged blade at Team 7 with a serious expression after hearing a metallic sound that stopped their reactions and gave them a glimpse of new entities approaching from their right. She must have always kept her sword clean because the blade shone with a perfect sheen. Instinctively, Naruto reached for Sai's little blade, the nearest object he could find, and quickly struck the Cloud Ninja's sword out of its stance, momentarily stunning the ninja. He attempted to elbow the woman in the face without losing momentum, but the hilt of the other Cloud Ninja's blade got in the way. In order to launch another attack, the woman swiftly rolled onto the other Cloud Ninja's back. The woman twisted her blade backwards in response to the man's shouted warning not to harm the Leaf Ninja. However, a shadow clone appeared in front of her blade, grabbing it firmly and making sure it didn't move before she could strike the opposing Leaf Nin. When Sakura and Sai attempted to counter with their teammate, the male Kumo Nin jump kicked the pink-haired team member, sending her skidding across the dirt. Sakura and Sai rushed into the fight. As Sakura continued to slide, the orange-clad shadow clone rushed to her aid. After bouncing off her teammate, the Kumo Kunoichi elbowed Naruto in the neck, dispelling the Kawarimi's shadow clone and bringing the battle to a standstill. Naruto angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing?" as he assisted his friend with the pink hair. Everyone recognized the enemies as Kumo Ninja after gaining a better view of them. Kumogakure Ninja. What are you doing here? The male Kumo Ninja pointed to the other team and exclaimed, "You were talking about Sasuke. Tell us about him." What does he have to do with you? When the person said, he has everything to do with us. Uchiha Sasuke is the one who attacked our village. The male Kumo ninja developed a vein in his temple and threw his index finger at him. With her arm swinging through the air, the red-headed Kumo woman exclaimed, that missing ninja took our master and we don't even know if he is dead or alive. Why would Sasuke do something like that? Sakura asked, perplexed. How should we know what Akatsuki wants? When Naruto heard that Akatsuki was somehow connected to Sasuke, his eyebrows went up a little. What do you mean Akatsuki? He asked. The red-headed person shot back, are you serious? Sasuke is a member of Akatsuki? Hearing that made Naruto's heart sink. Sasuke has truly descended to such a low level as to join the group pursuing him. Why was he acting in this way? What could have caused him to become so unstable? Are you sure it's really him? He asked again after giving it some more thought. As the red-headed person went on, they both said, yeah, adding, he was wearing the Uchiha crest and the description matched up with him too. Is he a host just like me? Yeah, but you're a Jinchuriki too? Was the only thing that could be said as both Kumo ninja froze. Naruto said gravely, yes, adding, and Akatsuki is pursuing all of us. They need us alive so your master can remain alive and well. What? They both asked, startled. It is clear that they were unaware of the Akatsuki's specific plans, which called for the hosts to hold together for a brief period of time. Yeah, he replied as he approached them, you need to go and save your master before you go after Sasuke. And I'll tell you what, I'll also help you look for him and tell you everything I know about Akatsuki. The redhead shot back, pointing her blade, good thinking, Carrot Top, but remember to tell us about Sasuke. The voice on his left called out, Naruto, with concern. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, said the orange-haired Jinchuriki. Leave everything to me. Breaking space. A female voice responded, this seems like a good place to me, as she grabbed someone and threw them violently against a wall, choking him with her arm. Now tell us everything about Sasuke, she said. Naruto promised his teammates that he would accompany the Kumo ninja and provide them with the information they required. Regretfully, Naruto never intended to inform them about Sasuke. He had a strong suspicion that it would end up that way, so he just wanted to get far enough away from his teammates so they wouldn't hear him and the other ninja conducting business. He took them to a remote structure in the middle of the forest where they could have a private conversation. The red-headed ninja was determined to find out what was going on and wasn't in the mood for games. According to her version of events, Sasuke captured Killer Bee while Bee was temporarily away. Since he was one of the last surviving Jinchuriki, it wasn't exactly a good thing. She thought that Naruto might know more than he was revealing, which was partially accurate, and that there needed to be more explanations for where he could have gone and what the Akatsuki were doing with him. I can't betray him, the orange-headed ninja replied, looking at the ground. She gritted her teeth and growled, what, you bastard, how can you say something like that now, she said. As he recalled Sasuke's presence and the things Nagato and Minato had said to him, Naruto balled his fists and said, I know it's selfish, but I can't sell him out. In an attempt to improve her chances of disclosing information, she pressed her forearm deeper into his throat, saying, bastard. Naruto's voice was growing raspy, but he was determined. Listen, he choked, I know you want retribution, but if you allow hatred to run wild and kill Sasuke, then my friends might not let it go as easily as you can. Then they will someday get their own revenge and it will continue. Friends we were supposed to protect will find themselves killing each other. As if it were the most important question, the blonde Kumo ninja answered, so, what should we do with our hatred? How are you going to make it up to us? As he considered it, the Jinchuriki let out a single sigh. He was aware that this time would arrive, but he was unsure of how soon. Hit me, as much as you want. That's all I can, was his only solution to the problem. Bam! Numerous cracking noises and skin-to-skin sounds were produced when the redhead's fist made contact with his face. Because of the excessive force of the punch and the momentum it sent through his body, Naruto fell to the ground. The Jinchuriki lay there, helpless against his own will, when her fists slammed down on him. That's a little too convenient, don't you think? You really think that it will work? Then let's try it then, she said. His ribs and face were being severely beaten. They had no idea that someone was surreptitiously observing them from a tree in the shadows. Sai persevered and returned to check on Naruto, but it was evident that he was being beaten and that this was not going to stop anytime soon. The longer he watched his defenseless teammate being battered to a bloody pulp, the more he felt his anger rising. The woman paused for a moment to catch her breath after another minute or so. Despite her obvious exhaustion, she knew she had to go to any lengths to ensure Killer Bee's safety. Still holding the fire in his eye that wasn't swollen shut, Naruto panted in distress as he gradually regained his footing. I'm telling you. The redhead yelled once more, no amount of me beating you to death will make me feel any better. I won't stop hitting you until you tell me about Sasuke. Her fist came for another swing and Sai took all he could take at this scene. Sai started to run. If you lay one more hand on Naruto-kun, I will kill you. Sai stopped in his tracks and blinked briefly. Before the Team 7 member could respond, someone else broke up the fight. Her entire body seemed to be covered in papers, and she had a faded light blue-orange flower wrapped into her hair. Furthermore, the defending paper technique appeared to fuse the red-headed Kumo woman's arms together, as if they were joined by papers from her arm to the defender's arm. The cold and stiff air wasn't caused by that. No, if it were possible, the leaf kunoichi's etched facial features were what could actually kill someone. She had seen more than anyone else could have imagined because her amber eyes were half-lidded and merciless. As her papers strewn about her body in the wind, her mouth curved into a razor-like frown. Make one subtle move and I won't hesitate. You will fall where you stand. When Naruto turned to see who had stopped the punch, he was taken aback by the person standing up for him. Conan-chan. As Conan walked along the dusty dirt path, she thought, I should have known that would turn into an interrogation, but she hoped they got what they were after. Conan didn't know where to look, but he was trying to find Naruto. She had already looked around the village and asked other ninja where he was, but nobody had any idea. Although someone claimed to have seen him a few hours prior, Conan was with him at the time, so it made no difference. Sometimes people really knew how to be ignorant. It started to creep into her mind about what had happened a few hours before. I will probably never find him now. He could be anywhere, she thought. He resembles him a lot. As she considered everything, she combed her hair with her thin fingers. And just when I thought it was just a fluke that we were brought together. The parallels were striking. It seemed as though the boy was unintentionally becoming someone to support Conan's argument. After what had transpired the previous evening, she didn't really need any more evidence. Without a doubt, she thought that perhaps he could change everything when she spilled her heart all over the blonde boy's shirt who now had orange hair. Perhaps the woman who would never allow anyone to do anything as simple as have someone to cry on could trust him if he could provide her with at least that much solace. However, the sight of a familiar hair color that she was all too familiar with solidified her perception of his true identity. The chosen one. At that moment, she noticed a vivid pink hue. Conan wondered why the pinkette was wandering up the path, looking at something with concern. When she was still in Akatsuki, she had read about this girl and discovered that she was Naruto's friend. That girl, she thought. Excuse me, Sakura-san is it? Strangely, the one in question looked up from her reverie to see the Junin standing in front of her staring at her with a half-concerned expression. Sakura didn't particularly like Conan just because he was an Akatsuki, but after she became a Leaf Junin and Naruto accepted her as a person, she learned to cope with the persistent voice that said, yes, my name is Sakura. You're Conan, right? You're Naruto-san's friend, am I right? The Junin said definitively. Sakura gave her a brief, apathetic look while she pondered what the woman desired. Yeah, why do you ask? She asked. Conan let out a breath of relief. I was looking for Naruto-san. He left Kakashi-san's tent to look for the Godem while I was under an interrogation, and after all of this happened, I haven't been able to find him. Do you know where he is? Sakura only slightly clenched her teeth when she heard the woman ask, why are you looking for him? I just have something that I need to discuss with him. It involves his Kekkei Genkei. The girl with the pink hair briefly lowered her gaze. She seemed to be thinking about something. Following that, she raised her head and said, he's talking to a couple of Kumo ninja, just down this path. Hearing his location made Conan a little happier. After spending the last 30 minutes looking for him, she finally discovered where he had been. Thank you, Sakura-san, she said, bowing, you have saved me a lot of trouble. She nodded and smiled slightly at Sakura before walking away to the pink-haired girl's right. I know what you're doing. Conan slowed and came to a halt. And it's not going to work. Naruto is not going to change, no matter what you do to him, Sakura said, raising her eyebrows in rage as she glanced over at Conan. A furious Sakura was staring at the Junin when she turned around. Sakura had a chilly expression in her eyes, as though she was experiencing some uneasy feelings for the woman with the blue hair. When she said, Sakura-san, whatever you think I am doing to Naruto-san, I'm in. Conan could only stare in mild bewilderment. Save it, the girl with the pink hair said, squinting her eyes. I know you have some plan to make Naruto see Pain's way of peace. It will never happen. Naruto is far stronger than you think he is. He knows what is right and what is wrong, and he will see through your lies, Sakura said, turning her head forward and looking outward while Conan scowled. She simply fell silent without offering a counter-argument, then turned around and resumed her search for Naruto. Talking to someone who misunderstood was never possible. As she stood there, Sakura could only hear footsteps gradually fading away. As she inhaled and exhaled gently, a single tear dropped from her cheek. Breaking space. Naruto continued to walk the path, and Conan spent 5 more minutes looking for her. She was considering Sakura's opinion of her plans. Conan had no intention of doing so. The day she left the hollowed-out paper tree, she had a change of heart. Nagato would also believe in Naruto if she did. On the day of Nagato's death, those plans for the Jinchuriki were abandoned. Since she didn't have a bad temper with the rest of the world, she wasn't really useful for any Jinchuriki. She only wanted to live and let live, but if other people didn't share her viewpoint, sometimes that couldn't happen. She didn't hear a fight or some female shouting until she had crossed a hill. She could see a wooden shack, though it was well concealed in the woods. The majority of the noise was coming from there. The noises didn't seem to be coming from the inside of the dilapidated shack. So she went to look. As she slipped around the trees in an attempt to remain undetected, she took care to maintain a silent foot and lower her chakra signature. She stumbled upon a tree and caught a glimpse of what was happening. There was a dark-skinned, blonde-headed male ninja and a red-headed female ninja. She thought they were teammates. The woman took a breather and put her hands on her knees, huffing. Despite being out of breath, she didn't appear to be ready to give up just yet. I'm telling you, no amount of me beating you to death will make me feel better. She was therefore savagely beating someone. As she sat there and watched, it was clear that it was 1 against 2. I won't stop hitting you until you tell me about Sasuke. Something about that name caught her attention. Given that Sasuke had been a missing nin for a while, she was certain that not many ninja in Leaf Village were aware of him. That only made her wonder a little more quickly about who they were assaulting. It wasn't until she noticed the shine from their headbands that she became extremely vigilant. Kumo ninja. That must then imply, at that moment, she noticed orange and black clothing, which only one person wore, and she only slightly shifted her position to try to get a better view of who they were fighting. Naruto. She didn't know what it was, but something broke inside her when she saw him that way, and then she felt a heat rise from her stomach as she continued to stare. The Kumo Kunoichi attempted to match her target with her fist as she came for another full swing, but everything froze when a woman with blue hair entered the fight and used her paper technique to intercept the punch, rushing no faster than the Flying Thunder God technique itself. I'll kill you if you touch Naruto-kun even once more, make one small move and I won't hesitate, she said, slowly lifting her head to reveal 2 lifeless amber eyes and lowering her eyelids in rage as she gazed at the red-headed Kumo woman. Where you stand is where you will fall. Conan-chan, Naruto said, raising his head in response to the blue-haired woman's abrupt interruption. What the devil? When the female Kumo ninja saw that her entire arm was covered in papers and frozen in place, she replied. Conan sternly declared to Naruto, Naruto-kun, you don't have to tell these Kumo ninja anything, and that he no longer had to tolerate them. I'll be their boss. Puzzled by what was happening, Naruto struggled to put his thoughts together, but then he realized something and stood up to say, his jaw clenched, Conan-chan, leave them alone. This is my battle. Naruto-kun, she said, somewhat irate, you're not getting it. I must keep you safe. What good am I if I can't carry out my responsibility to protect the person who will make the world a different place? Protect me? Naruto asked himself in a quiet voice, but the Kumo ninja interrupted. I recognize you. After giving it some quick thought, the female Kumo ninja replied, even more enraged. You're an Akatsuki member. What's the reason behind your leaf headband? Conan looked the other female in the eye and said, I am no longer a part of that terrible group, adding, that group no longer serves its original purpose and I have no interest in obtaining any Jinchuriki. Right now, my only objective is to keep Naruto safe. Do you think we'll accept that? Once an Akatsuki member, always an Akatsuki member, was the venomous reply from the female Kumo nin. What you think doesn't matter to me. That's the truth, Conan replied, squeezing the papers tighter around the Cloud Ninja's hand, which was groaning under the strain. If you don't want a crushed hand, then I suggest that you cease your squabble with Naruto-kun, he said. Even though she was an ex-member, the Kumo ninja knew she wasn't strong enough to fight an Akatsuki member. She was here to gather information, not to battle the leaf, so she relented and relaxed her posture as she stood there, putting her other hand up in surrender. Damn it. So, why are you assisting the village of Leaf? Speaking up for the first time, the male Cloud Ninja questioned, It is unusual for an Akatsuki member to be so generous. As she released the paper technique on the Kumo Kunoichi's hand, Konan was careful with her words. Because I have an unpaid debt and I wish to return it, no matter what it takes, she said, glancing at Naruto as he watched in silence. Karui, Omoi, did you receive any updates? A big busted, blonde woman asked as she leapt from a tree. Captain Samui, oh, incredulous, the redhead said, I didn't know you were here. The blonde captain gave Naruto a serious look and asked, are you up to no good again, Karui? The other female cloud ninja merely looked down when the one known as Samui asked. But Captain Samui, that woman was an Akatsuki member, Karui shouted, gesturing to Konan. Samui watched, frowning, as the blue-haired woman knelt next to Naruto, attempting to assess the extent of the damage he had received. Samui mentioned, she is a leaf ninja now, so it doesn't seem like she is a threat. She pointed to Konan's clothing and leaf headband and said, if we tried to take her in, it would only cause problems for our village. But, she's right, Karui, Omoi said, turning to face the two leaf ninja. We don't have the right kind of authority to capture leaf ninja. All we can do is wait. Man, that won't sit well with Reikage. Karui turned away from her group and turned to face Konan, huffing. Konan-chan, I'm fine. But Naruto, you can't stay here like this. Look, I'm all right. See, I'm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he said, attempting to stand. Nothing to do. Then, as Konan put his arm around her shoulder in an attempt to keep him upright, he sagged. Karui merely silently observed them while her irate features slightly diminished, most likely due to contemplation. We need to gather information from their archives if we haven't found anything by now, Samui said, turning to face her teammates. We don't want Killer Bee to suffer the same fate as Yugito-san did. When we're finished with that, we'll give Lord Reikage whatever information we have. With everything they have, I'm confident we'll find some information that's helpful. As he caught the Kumo ninja's attention, Naruto began, hey, take me to the Reikage, saying, I want to speak with him personally. Samui thought for a moment before answering, I can't give you a proper pass to see the Reikage, she said, despite hearing many villagers praise Naruto Uzumaki and hearing all the positive things she had heard about him. We can't let that happen if there aren't many guards keeping an eye on him and we don't know who you are. When the Jinchuriki heard that, he scowled, almost depressed. Leave, Karui, Omoi. Samui said, we have a lot to write down, and she leapt back into the tree. Omoi went with her, and Karui gave the leaf ninja one last look before she did the same. Naruto fell silent after they left, a dejected expression on his face as he stood with Konan, stuck once more, the task of protecting his only brother growing more difficult. Come on, Konan said, bringing Naruto out of his reverie with a faint smile. Let's get you patched up. Breaking space. The walk to his apartment took only a few minutes because the path led directly to their end of town, and when they arrived, Naruto took out his key and fumbled with it until Konan took it from him and unlocked the door. Naruto was a little surprised that she took the key from him, but he understood that it was just easier for her to do it rather than him because his depth perception was already being overpowered by the fact that one eye was swollen shut. Konan opened the door and walked inside, Naruto's arm still over her shoulder, and then she closed it with a simple click. They went to his couch and Konan put him on the far right end. Konan left Naruto alone for a few minutes and returned a minute or two later with several supplies in her hands, including bandages, patches, and ointments, among other items the Jinchuriki could see. Naruto gave her a dejected look. The orange-haired boy looked down at the floor and said, Konan-chan, you don't have to do this for me. I can get Sai or Kakashi-sensei to help. No, the paper angel said sharply, glaring at the ground as before turning to look at him. I can do this for you, she said. You've done enough for me already. I am unable to reimburse you in the slightest for your actions. In response, Naruto let his eyes go dull. But, I didn't even save Nagato from Madara, he said. I'm so stupid and useless. I didn't even realize for a second that I could have protected his Rinnegan and saved Nagato's body from that bastard, Naruto said, clenching his hands on his pants and glaring at his clenched fists. I didn't even arrive in time to prevent you from being fatally beaten. I sue. Naruto felt something encircle him, and his eyes grew wide. Konan was the one. Naruto tensed for a moment before he relaxed and soaked up the embrace as she put her arms around his neck and spoke softly, Naruto, you're not useless. Even though you were unable to save Nagato's body from Madara, you saved me, she said, pulling out of the chaste embrace and placing her hands on his shoulders. You have accomplished a lot of things that even I couldn't or wouldn't do. That seems to be important. What if you hadn't arrived sooner? I truly thought I was done for when he cast that genjutsu on me with that horrid Sharingan, she said, her eyes lowering as she described the fight, but you came when I needed you the most and saved me from my imminent death. Rewind. The evil man grabbed her neck before she could finish, saying, "You didn't think I'd let you do something like that, did you?" As Madara went on, she could sense the life slowly leaving her body. "I will wilt your flowers of hope and fade the bridge to oblivion," she said. "Your life will end when I finish this jutsu, but not before you expose his deception and let me know." As the jutsu was happening, she ventured to look into the man's eye. "And no, I can't, no," she said. Before she knew it, the world changed into something a lot more bleak and everything faded. There was nothing but blackness and silence as she lay there, or she felt like she was lying, but couldn't really tell. Emptiness kept sight from her. She tried to sit up but couldn't really move and just decided to lie there. That was when there was a small flashback of the battle that had just taken place. It was more like it was going in slow motion this time, all the way until he grabbed her by the throat and gazed at her with an eye full of hatred, and then it restarted again and again, showing the same thing all the way until he glared at her with his Sharingan. Was that really how it was supposed to end? She thought as she laid there unmoving, "Nagato will never be saved now. I can't protect him. Why am I so weak?" She clenched her hands, or felt like she wanted to, and cried silently without any feeling of wetness on her face. "My only hope lies in Naruto now. He will bring that man to his end. I just know it. He is the true embodiment of light itself." After she said that, a small light peered through the darkness. It was a pinpoint hole, but it was extremely bright. She looked at it curiously and tried to get up to get to it. What was the light? Why is it there? With every fiber of strength she had, she slowly got up. More or less, she willed herself to get up. Nothing was going to keep her down. She was trained that way. She began to walk, or felt like she was walking anyway, to the light. She walked for what she guessed was 5 minutes, but the light still didn't get any bigger. It scared her that maybe she wasn't ever going to reach the brightness. She started running to it, trying to get closer in every way she can. Then she stopped a few more minutes later and fell to her knees. She started sobbing again. Was this some kind of sick joke? Was some god trying to play with her and her emotions? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get any closer to the bright light in the distance. She couldn't take it. She was, in all actuality, a very feeble-minded girl. She was scared and felt alone. This was who she was. The cold outer shell and everything she was before was stripped away from her. This was her true form. I was aware of it. I'm pitiful. Nothing I do is right. Why is everything so hard? Conan pounded her fist on the black surface she was sitting on and brought her knees to her shoulders and wrapped her arms around them, resting her head on her knees. I should just die alone. After a few seconds, a figure touched her shoulder and said, "Hey Conan-san, you shouldn't give up." Slowly, Conan lifted her head, revealing puffy cheeks and eyes, but this was not the Conan that everyone had come to know. Instead, she was the 12-year-old Conan dressed in an oversized Akatsuki outfit. She looked up, her eyes widening at the person she saw, and Naruto-san. Of course, she recognized him completely once she saw the whisker marks etched on his face. The figure looked down at her with a broad but warm grin. He was golden in color, with a golden cloak and bright golden flames dancing around his form. He also had black tattoo-like designs on his torso that Conan had never seen before. "I know you want to just forget everything, and I understand that, but if you do that, then you will never know what will be in store for you," he said. Before answering, Conan gave him a long look. His presence was amazing. She had never seen him like that before. His appearance was also somewhat soothing because, just a few moments before, she had been so tired of everything. "However, how am I supposed to have anything planned for me, Naruto-san? I passed away." The blue-haired girl, who appeared to be about to choke on her own tears, responded inquisitively, "He used his Sharingan on me." "Yeah, I guess you're right," Naruto said, placing his hand to his chin as though he was thinking. "You appear to be in a difficult circumstance." "That's what I believed. Even you don't know how I will ever live again," Conan shot back angrily. "I should never have trusted you. I knew. You're a big fake who has no idea what the real world is like." As he absorbed all of her insults, Naruto stood there in silence, staring at her blankly and saying, "I never knew you thought that about me." As she sat there, Conan sobbed to herself. "If you truly feel that way about me, then I guess I will just." "No, stay here, please. I apologize, Naruto-san," she answered. I don't know what to do," which caused Naruto to halt in the middle of his turn. "You are a strong woman, Conan-san," Naruto said as he approached her, his aura brightened. What you need to do is already clear to you. You were aware the whole time. Conan glanced back up at Naruto, who was now smiling, and wondered for a moment what he meant by saying she already knew, unless he meant to say, I should help to defeat Madara. Exactly, Naruto said, his smile widening and becoming foxy. Did you think I could kick his butt without you? You are fully aware of him. You are aware of his strategies, vulnerabilities, and plans. I don't think I could do it by myself without you. In addition, aren't we now best friends? Friends? Conan pondered his words, considering the alliance as merely a binding alliance between nations rather than a friendship with Naruto. Another friend, she thought, smiling. Now, Naruto said, extending his hand, will you just sit around and do nothing, or will you assist me in giving this guy the ass-kicking he so richly earned so long ago? After a moment of surprise at that statement, Conan smiled her warmest smile in a long time. Okay, Naruto-kun, let's do it. As he raised her to her feet, she grasped his hand. Conan ran alongside Naruto as he made a frantic run for the light, and the farther they ran, the closer the light got. With each step, Conan gradually transformed into her adult self as they increased their speed, moving faster and faster. As the light drew closer, Naruto turned to face her and smiled resolutely, saying, Don't worry, Conan-chan. I'll be there for you at every turn. Together, we will accomplish this, I swear. As they increased their speed to the point where they could break through the sound barrier, Conan smiled back at her friend and gave her a slight nod. Suddenly, they were engulfed by the enormous light, which devoured their masses. Darkness was back, but this time it wasn't as bad. She could feel the pain all over her body, and then she heard a booming sound and something kept hitting her face. She recognized the feeling, and her body rocked in a jagged motion, and then there was a faint hissing sound that eventually changed to the sound of water pelting on water. Cough, cough. She was coughing violently, coughing repeatedly, coughing up water that sprayed from her mouth with a faint mixture of blood that trickled down the side of her lips, and then, after calming down a little, opening her eyes blearily, she saw a gray canopy overhead, which, when she concentrated a little more, turned out to be clouds. Raindrops dripping on her face one by one as she angled her head to see where she was. The sea. I'm alive, she said softly, but how can that be? She gazed languidly down at the hole in her chest that should have caused her to bleed, but nothing appeared to be leaking. Is it healed? I'm not sure I understand. After standing up on the water using the water walking technique, she experienced a splitting headache, but she eventually got to her feet, which was a little easier than she had anticipated. She regained her sense of direction and understood what she had to do. Nagato, I must keep his body safe. All I can hope is that it's not too late. I promise, Nagato, I will keep you safe, she said, limping slightly as she started to run towards the hidden location where she had hidden Nagato's body. Flashback end. As he bandaged his torso, Conan said, I just don't know how I survived that day, adding, it was truly a miracle that I was ever able to live again. I should have died from his attack, but it didn't. After seeing Itachi place Kakashi in Tsukuyomi, Naruto knew that Uchiha using genjutsu on someone was lethal and devastating, so he looked down thoughtfully as he considered everything she had said to him. It certainly didn't seem possible for her to survive it. Yeah, Naruto-san, if you weren't there when I was fending off Madara, I could have very well lived up to the expectation of his outcome to the genjutsu. When he saw her smile at him, it wasn't a fake one. Rather, it was real, and Naruto's lips curled upwards. Don't worry about Yao. There, it's tender. He looked at her through squinted eyes and moaned. Oh, apologies, Naruto-san. Conan expressed concern that she might have applied too much pressure. It's no big deal, Conan-chan, he said, his smile half lit. After hearing that response, Conan experienced a strange sensation that felt somewhat familiar. The Jinchuriki became worried after a few moments of silence, asking, Is something wrong, Conan-chan? She looked at Naruto and abruptly snapped out of her reverie, saying, No, nothing is wrong. I'm all right. It was unusual for him to have someone who was practically unknown to him invading his personal space, but he didn't really mind because he knew that she was trying to help. Naruto thought about it, but he took the statement at face value. After another moment of rapping, he felt a little uneasy about their close proximity, but he had a mental sigh of relief when she finally finished his chest area. All right, Naruto-san, raise your arm as high as you can for me, so I can wrap it, Conan said in a soft voice. That woman really knew how to pack a punch. She really beat the shit out of me. Naruto groaned, knowing he was going to get hit but not anticipating that it would hurt this much. The orange-haired boy tensed as he felt the gauze wrap around his arm. Naruto followed instructions and roughly lifted his arm, which was extremely sore from the fight with the Kumo ninja earlier that day. As she worked her way down his arm, starting at his shoulder, Conan had plenty of wrap left to go through. Then, another strange sensation struck her, and she asked in confusion, "What is this feeling?" It was as if she was forgetting something and had it on her tongue, and she couldn't for the life of her understand why she was experiencing this strange sensation. She simply sighed as she continued wrapping his arm, carefully overlapping so she wouldn't make a mistake and have to start over. Uncomfortable silence made Naruto feel uncomfortable, so he started up again. He thought he might be able to tell her a joke to lighten the tension that had been there since she began on his arm, since it seemed like Conan was depressed about something. "Conan-chan, I believe that." "Yeah?" Conan's eyes widened as she looked up and then shot them to her teammate, who appeared to be in pain again as she continued to bandage his arm. She stopped right away and sat there, staring at him, because she needed to remove something from her chest. She was having trouble with her feelings for another shinobi. They had been friends since childhood and he was always there for her when she needed him. He was an immature boy when he was younger, but he developed into something that she greatly admired, and he saved her many times. However, they were always on missions and she couldn't let her feelings be known because there was too much going on at the time to allow any of that to happen. Her feelings grew over the years as they continued to protect one another and get to know one another better. Of course, she also really liked Nagato, but she didn't feel the same way with him. He was always one of her best friends, but she didn't feel the same way with him. Perhaps it was his leadership qualities that made her choose him. She wasn't going to wait any longer. She had been waiting to do this her entire life. She was going to do it and throw all caution to the wind. She just hoped to God that he felt the same way for her. It actually made her nervous, but she couldn't show it, so she tried her best to put up a decent front. She slowly wormed her way past his leg while staring intently into his eyes. He would only look at her in shock as she crept closer to him by having one leg between his legs and one on the outside. Her face came closer and closer to his as she brought her courage forward. The butterflies started setting in as she could feel his breath softly blow onto her skin. She couldn't stop now because they were so close already. She hit the point of no return. Surprisingly enough to her, he didn't seem to be rejecting her as he sat there dumbfounded by her advance. She was only 2 inches away from his face as she closed her eyes. She edged slower and slower until she finally encountered resistance as her lips pushed against his. An instant spark shot from her mouth and radiated throughout her body as she kissed the one that she loved the entire time. It was something that she hoped for the entire time. It made her feel, in a way, complete with herself. As Conan attempted to apply her tongue to the equation, the kiss quickly heated up, and the recipient gave no resistance, allowing her to enter his mouth and adding his own as well. This kiss, in Conan's opinion, was ideal because it made her realize how much she truly loved this man and why everything happened the way it did. She came out of it for air, and soon Conan stopped the kiss. Her eyes were still closed, and she was enjoying the new sensation that had just come before her. She had nothing to say about it, and she was happy that she had finally realized that nothing was one-sided and that he liked her too. It was a pleasant feeling to be kissed, and she wanted to do it again and again. Conan-chan, I. The blue-haired woman opened her eyes slowly and gazed into her lover's eyes, which were widened and flushed all over his face. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing. Conan-chan, I didn't. The woman he was referring to had a look of joy on her face, but it quickly changed to one of complete shock, leaving her speechless. How could this have happened? What she had done was unthinkable, unimaginable. Her breathing shook as she attempted to speak clearly, but it was proving to be more difficult than she had anticipated. As her face flushed from the moment, Conan said, we, Naruto-san, and slowly attempted to move away from Naruto's face as her butterfly feelings returned. She couldn't believe it. Something that she never would have imagined would ever happen had actually happened in front of her eyes. She gave Naruto a kiss. A week had passed since they left Konoha, and it was a winter evening when they set out. Naruto, Kakashi, and Yamato left with Conan following a little further behind than usual because they were looking for a specific person and didn't have time to waste. Every second mattered. How much longer do you think it will take us to get there? Kakashi-sensei. My ass is freezing off, Naruto answered, his teeth chattering. Not much further, Naruto. We will be there by tomorrow afternoon, the Junin said, observing his pupil encircling himself with his rigid limbs and frantically massaging his arms to ward off the chill. Naruto whined about that because that was still a day away. Oh, how he wished he were under a heat lamp or a fireplace, or just being back in plain old Konoha with sweltering heat. He would rather have anything except the cold. he did host the Kyuubi. They continued running and jumping as the sun slowly set in the sky. Naruto looked from the corner of his eye and saw Konan. She was keeping a much longer distance than she normally would away from the boy. On top of that, she hasn't even spoken a word to him during the entire trip. If anything was said, she only spoke one-word sentences that usually agreed or disagreed. If Naruto tried to say something to her, she would turn her head and avoid eye contact. It was something that Naruto became worried about. I wonder if it has something to do about the time she kissed me? Naruto thought silently as he continued looking at Konan through his peripheral. She was still avoiding his gaze as if she knew he was watching, although the look on her face told him that she also seemed to be deep in thought. Retrospective. The room fell silent as Konan slowly retreated from Naruto's face, stunned by what had happened. She couldn't believe she could have done such a thing, and she wondered how she could have been so reckless. Their faces matched as shock struck them both. The blue-haired woman replied, Naruto-san, with a knot in her throat. How could she have done this? She had done something she never would have imagined doing in a million years. She gave Naruto a kiss. How could that have happened? Even the idea of doing that to the boy was unreal, so how did it happen? Both of their faces were flushed, and there was a clear reason for it, but neither of them could express their own opinions. There were a lot of issues with this picture, and Konan could have automatically told him it was nothing if she had been in this situation a month ago, unless she simply didn't let herself get into that position at all. However, if she had been in this situation a month ago, she would have left an impassive face and told him it was nothing, but that was then. Now it was as if she was confused and mixed up, and she was even blushing, something she hadn't done since the day she declared her love by kissing Yahi. The earlier moment's activity sat in Naruto's brain as he sat down, putting 2 fingers to his mouth in wonder, as if he was trying to feel the same sensation he had when their lips met. Konan immediately leapt off of Naruto and ran outside of his house, slamming his front door behind her. Naruto tried to call her back, but she ignored him, leaving the scene entirely. She kissed me, I don't understand, he said, still wondering why she could have done that. Breaking space. She didn't want anyone to see her in such a vulnerable state, so Konan ran to the forest and kept running until it was harder to see civilization. She continued running at full speed until she tripped on a root and fell to the ground with a loud thud, completely oblivious to the root because her eyes were so teary that everything was distorted and blurry. She moaned and sniffled as she got up and held herself on her hands and knees, her face twisted and full of uneasy, melancholy emotion, her teeth clenched because she couldn't contain it any longer. After kissing Naruto, she couldn't stand the coincidence that she had previously dismissed as a coincidence. Was Naruto changing into a different version of Yahiko? No, that couldn't be true. Yahiko could never be replaced, especially by Naruto Uzumaki. In an attempt to convince herself that she needed to be stronger than she is now, she picked herself up and patted the dirt off of her clothes while sniffling and constantly wiping her eyes. Yahiko died years ago. There's no reason for me to cry this way, she said. Final flashback. Konan knew the boy was observing her, but she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye because of what she did, which was so unimaginable that she couldn't even speak to him or anyone else for that matter. It felt wrong, but why was she allowing this to affect her? It was something so trivial and pointless. It's not like she did it on purpose. Accidents happen, right? But it was an accident that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She knew that Naruto might have been worried, but she couldn't bear to face him. The embarrassment was too great, so much so that she felt she had no choice but to avoid him. Konan didn't want to give the orange-haired boy any idea what had happened a week earlier, so she would do her best to ignore him or simply disappear from him completely whenever he tried to talk to her about it. Naruto knew that something was wrong as he continued eyeing her. She looked so sad. After several of Naruto's attempts to make her happy, she finally broke her depression and started smiling again. But now, it looked like she was going down the same path and would fall deeper than she did before if it was possible, but highly unlikely. He didn't want that. He knew she didn't want that either. There have been a couple of times where Naruto would try to confront the blue-haired woman about what happened before, but she would walk away from the group and tell him not to follow her. Of course, Naruto, being ignorant about her situation as he was, tried to follow after her, but Kakashi stopped him in his tracks. The Jinchuriki obviously got quite upset about that, but Kakashi knew that Konan needed some time to herself for a change. Ever since they had that first talk when he followed her the first time, he knew that she felt chained and bound like a prisoner of the Leaf Village and felt that maybe some quiet time was all she needed. He figured he could give her that much, if any at all. He may not have had much trust in her, but he had enough to give her space. As Kakashi eventually came to a halt in a tiny clearing in the woods, The sun began to slowly set over the horizon, forcing the others who were pursuing him to follow suit. All right, we'll spend the night camped here. We will continue to take turns on watch every 2 hours as we have in the past. While Yamato and I share a tent, Konan and Naruto will do the same. While Konan remained silent and turned his head away, Naruto nodded his head. Later that evening, Konan sat by a tree listening to her surroundings and getting a feel for chakra signatures around as she did her watch. She stayed silent as she gazed at the moon in thought. The woman totally lost herself as she looked upon the big white orb in the sky, thinking about how enormous it could actually be. The view was truly remarkable, although the clouds kept floating across the moon obstructing her view. She has only seen the moon a handful of times when she was younger and other times when she was out on missions for Akatsuki. It always rained every day in a megacure, but once or twice a year, the rain would stop and the clouds would part, revealing a shining, beautiful circle in the sky. Konan would look onto it in amazement and awe. It was always something that she would remember and treasure, not only because of the beauty, but because it always calmed her when she looked at it. It was almost as if it was telling her that things would get better or telling her that the clouds would eventually part in her life, revealing a great peace. Looking around the moon, she also saw all of the tiny shining specks in the sky. The stars, they were so small and inconsequential, yet they complemented the moon as if they were meant to be together. She could only smile as she softened her eyes on the canvas of the sky. She would feel grateful for things like this, which would instantly take away all of her worries. She never had breaks like this to truly enjoy nature when she was in Akatsuki, but now that she was sitting here, watching the snow glistening on the ground and the wind gently blowing the tree limbs, she felt even more connected to the natural world. Konan-chan. The woman in question jerked out of her reverie and turned to face her right, her eyes widening as she gazed at him before frowning and quickly turning her head to the ground. What do you want, Naruto-san? I want to talk about what happened, La. There's nothing to talk about, the blue-haired woman said abruptly, looking away from Naruto. Now if there is nothing else to say, then leave. But why did you do it, Konan-chan? I don't know why, Konan said, going silent as she gazed at the snow blanket on the ground as though it were something significant. It just happened. As soon as she said it, she realized it was inappropriate, but she was at a loss for words. If Konan told him that she mistakenly believed he was Yahiko or that she was distracted, the woman would appear insane or as though she truly liked the boy. But look, Naruto-san, Konan said with a sigh. I know you are confused and probably questioning whether or not I have feelings for you. Totally guessing what he was thinking, Naruto stood there in disbelief. However, it should be obvious to you that what transpired at that time was entirely accidental. There is nothing more to our relationship than friendship. I'm only here to help save the world from Madara and realize Yahiko and Nagato's vision of peace. That made Naruto feel a little depressed, though he wasn't entirely sure why. Now, please leave me alone if you have nothing else to say. She tried to ignore Naruto's presence as she sat there, focusing her gaze back on the moon. I just want to be by myself for a while, she said. It took him a few seconds to decide, but Naruto stood there, taking in everything she said, and then he casually walked over to sit next to Konan. What are you doing, W? The boy with the orange hair lowered his gaze toward her and said, I'm staying with you. But why? I don't want you here, I said. I have to work things out for myself. Good, declared Naruto with assurance, you can figure it out, while I'm sitting here. Why are you making things so hard, Naruto-san? With a frustrated yet dejected gesture, the woman answered, haven't you done enough already? Because I made a promise and I plan to keep it. He had the same determined expression as that night, and Konan flashed her eyes in his direction and locked her gaze on his, searching for any signs of falsity in his voice or eyes but finding none. I promised you that I would never again allow you to go that low. You know, no one deserves that. Believe it or not, keeping you happy is one of my most important goals in life and I vowed to keep you in the happiest mood you have ever been and ever will be, Naruto said, glancing down at the ground before raising his head again to smile at her. She felt a little warm to her cheeks before she realized that the last remark was unexpected, but she already knew that Naruto didn't mean it in the opposite way, so it was strange to hear someone say that to her. She smiled at him and said, thank you, Naruto-kun. She added, kun, to the end of his name, which only made it better, and she trusted him now. Konan didn't have to think about it anymore. Of course, he reminded her so much of Yahiko, because the will of her dead lover rested on this boy's shoulders. Heroes always carry the same determination. Perhaps he will mature with age like Yahiko did. Only time will tell. He looked directly at her and smiled back. Konan-chan. She looks over, startled out of her reverie, and says, "Yes? I can take my shift as well as the remainder of yours. I don't deserve as much sleep as you do. I believe you should get a little more sleep because you haven't been getting any in the last few days." The woman said, looking a little surprised, "Naruto-kun, you know I can't do that. I don't want to interfere with your right to rest. In the morning, you will be worn out." Naruto shot back, puffing out his chest, "Hey, nonsense, I can handle myself," saying, "You should calm down and let me take care of it. I can't take no for an answer, and you need your beauty sleep." Konan was going to respond to that, but she saw that Naruto was, in fact, obstinate when it came to some things, so she simply grinned warmly and said, "I guess, you're right, I do need my rest," getting up and wiping the snow off her pants. "I feel like I won't have any more sleep issues," she said. "Until tomorrow, Naruto-kun. Good night." He sighed contentedly as he lay on the trunk that Konan had previously been lying on. She waved her hand and walked back to the tent that Naruto and she shared, leaving the blonde boy alone with his thoughts. He could only smile as he thought about Konan's smile, never realizing that all she needed was a little talking to. The woman closed her eyes and slowly drifted away into a bright, expansive, grassy field. Konan opened the flap of her tent, removed her orange flower and flak jacket, stretched out her arms, crawled into her sleeping bag, and noticed the heaviness that began to descend on her eyelids. She didn't really have time to think about what she wanted to think about, just that she hadn't felt this sleepy in a long time, and she had no idea it was so easy. "No, Naruto-kun, do it again." "Right, sorry, Konan-chan." While Konan was teaching him a new jutsu, Naruto was occupied with its practice. He felt exhausted and his chakra was running low after doing this for a good portion of the day. He simply couldn't do it, and he wasn't sure why. He tried again, but was unsuccessful, so he just sighed and collapsed to the ground. His reply was a puff of air. "I can't do it, Konan-chan. Learning to control paper with food and chakra is really hard," he said. Konan approached him with a quiet sigh. Because of her unique ability, she could relate to his struggles. She held it in the highest regard as her Kekkei Genkei. She did not become proficient in paper jutsu overnight. The woman whispered, "I understand, Naruto-kun, but if you want to learn a new ability while gaining new tactics to use with me, then you will have to learn how to use this," as she lay down beside Naruto. Following their brief conversation the previous evening, they grew quite at ease with one another. They appeared to have found a compromise and genuinely believed that everything was fine. Naruto gazed into the bright afternoon sky's clouds while keeping his back to the ground. There wasn't a soul in sight, and it was so serene. The gentle wind that blew between them gave the impression that nothing was wrong. "I wish every day was like this," Naruto grinned and remarked, "It's so nice out here today." Konan cocked her head to look at him. Before turning back to face the sky, she smiled warmly and said, "I couldn't agree with you more." White puffs of cotton drifted across the view, and their eyes remained focused on the deep blue canvas. The trees created a peaceful atmosphere for them both as they shook gently to the beat of the wind. It seemed like such a wonderful and prosperous life. Naruto sighed in disappointment as a bird chirped in one of the trees a short while later. Naruto grudgingly remarked, "I think we should head back to Kakashi-sensei. He might get concerned about us." A hand caught his sleeve and pulled it as he began to slowly pull himself up. Konan said frantically, "Wait, Naruto-kun. Why don't we just lay here a little bit longer?" After glancing back at her and seeing her face, Naruto turned his head away and scratched his face, saying, "I really don't think we should keep Kakashi-sensei waiting." "But, Naruto-kun, he said as Konan tightened his hold on his wrist as he attempted to stand up again. Naruto reportedly stumbled after she pulled too tightly, then balanced himself by putting both of his palms on the ground. He realized one thing after regaining his bearings. Konan-chan. Naruto-kun. He was perched atop Konan in a precarious position. The woman's face was flushed, and her tongue was silent as she gazed at him. "Wait a minute, why am I blushing?" Naruto said, looking down at her with a certain tint to his own cheeks. "You can't like her, Naruto. The previous incident was an accident. A mishap. But why can't I get off? I'm frozen." He looked at her face, which was so red that it made her look adorable. She couldn't have looked any cuter. Her pale complexion from years of living in a megacure had darkened a bit, but now her skin had a warmer natural glow and sheen, which may have been caused by the heat today. His eyes lowered to her lips, and he tried to look away, but they were so alluring that he couldn't help but look at them. They were light pink color that shimmered in the sun, and they were so soft and inviting that he couldn't help but be drawn to her face. He hadn't kissed a girl before, and the only one he'd been the woman who was lying beneath him. It felt great, so why shouldn't he do it again? It's not like she wasn't enjoying it the last time, but it's not like she wasn't enjoying it. I can't control myself though. But, it's not like she's resisting. Maybe just a slight brush against the lips would be okay? Conan's thoughts were similar to Naruto's. This isn't right. I shouldn't be doing this with him, but I can't stop myself from staring at him. I'm so embarrassed. Well, maybe one kiss would be okay? I mean, we have kissed before. Wait a minute, what am I saying? Oh god, he's getting closer. She was looking at Naruto with soft half-lidded eyes, as if she had been waiting for him to do this. She didn't want to resist because she knew it felt good the last time, and she didn't sense anyone around, so she couldn't feel anything. It just made her want his kiss more. Her heartbeat slowed as she stared at his mouth slowly inching its way to hers. They both closed their eyes, and when Naruto finally brushed his lips against hers, the kiss began slowly and softly. Conan blushed even more as she brought her hands up to Naruto's broad body, putting her left hand to his hair and beginning to massage his scalp, and her other hand to his back as she felt Naruto's kiss deepen. She moaned softly into Naruto's mouth at the intense sensation, forgetting how good it truly felt after not kissing for so long. As he continued to kiss her tender lips, Naruto mimicked her, saying, "MMMNNN, Conan-chan. Naruto-kun, Conan-chan, Naruto-kun. Wop." As he pulled himself up, Naruto opened his eyes quickly and stretched to get a better look at his surroundings. It was dark outside, and the sun hadn't even begun to rise yet. He rubbed his eyes quickly when he realized that Conan had hit him just moments earlier, and when he turned to face him, he saw that they were in the same sleeping bag, with Naruto's sleeping bag empty, staring at him from the opposite side of the tent. Hold on, why am I not in my sleeping bag? Naruto scratched his head and asked. I should ask you the same thing, Conan said with a sour expression and raised eyebrows. She folded her arms as Naruto turned to face her and began to perspire nervously, knowing that Conan was upset with him and that such an act was inappropriate if deliberate. Naruto immediately left Conan's presence and raised his hands in defense. I promise, Conan-chan, that I would never attempt to sleep in the same bag again without authorization. Naruto's poor choice of words caused Conan to blush slightly before he responded, whatever, just forget about it. Your hormones have come roaring back. It's only natural for you to attempt to pull something like that, she said, pulling the covers back over her body and rolling over to avoid looking at him. However, I am not as simple as you might think. I'll tie you to a tree and put you in a full body paper cast the next time, so do yourself a favor and stay in your sleeping bag. Consider this a fair warning. But I didn't. Good night, Naruto-kun. Yeah, good night, Conan-chan. The orange-haired boy sighed with guilt, rolling over in his sleeping bag and facing away from her. He knew that once she set foot on the ground, she wouldn't move, and no matter how much he pleaded for his innocence, she wasn't likely to believe him. He had never had a dream like that before, at least not one that involved Conan or making out, for that matter, so this was something new to him. But, I thought that was really happening. It really felt like I was there and doing all of that stuff all day. Weird, he didn't want to go into it any further because his Johnny was getting riled up and he knew that if it kept up, he wouldn't be able to go to sleep. Shortly afterward, he closed his eyes and fell into another deep sleep. But Conan was awake and unable to sleep, not after what she had experienced. That dream. It felt so real, and Conan blushed hard as she thought about all of those images. Shortly after the incident in which she had mistaken Naruto for Yahiko, she had a dream in which she made out with him again. She was shocked by the way her mind was acting, telling her to calm down and tell herself that it was only a dream and that she hadn't allowed Naruto to have his way with her. What am I thinking? These thoughts should be illegal, she thought to herself, but they were incorrect. How could she have started thinking about Naruto in such a manner? She's only supposed to take care of his well-being and ensure that he is properly trained. As she closed her eyes, Conan snorted to herself, yeah, why am I worried? That would never work out anyway. Naruto's the chosen child. I just wouldn't fit in the picture like that. He's the hero, and I'm just a nobody, friends. Nothing more. Anything more would be viewed as ridiculous. People would look down on her for making it seem like she was taking advantage of him or something. She can't have that. She tried to sleep after she was satisfied with her response to herself, and it was a little easier this time because her eyelids dropped heavily, but her last thoughts continued to reverberate in her head. I'm just a nobody, and he's the hero. Just a nobody. Nobody. Hey, hold on. With haste, Rinnegan and his guardians turned to see who had called. Karui frowned and said, I thought you were going to follow us. Why don't you just stay away from us? With a determined and passive expression on his face, Naruto stopped suddenly, and Konan followed, the two leaders following them to a stop. I ask you, sir. Ignoring Karui, Naruto responded, please pardon my comrade Sasuke Uchiha. Bowing slightly to the Raikage. He's been through a lot more than anyone would know. All he desires is justice. Justice as he perceives it. His ignorance is what is causing all of our trouble, the Raikage said, turning with a furious frown after looking on in silence. Why should we simply disregard everything he has done? He has attacked my Jinchuriki and attempted to take him hostage. I take it that he is both a missing nin and a member of Akatsuki? Without altering his demeanor, Naruto gave a silent nod, saying, yes sir. He will probably be killed for his actions if we catch him, but I am not sure about your village's customs. Raikage told him sternly. Then he should be dealt with like any other missing nin should be, killed or captured for ransom. Naruto scowled as he went on. Karui pointed to Konan and said, Lord Raikage, looking at him. That woman is the person I was talking about, she said. What can we do? Since she is a member of Akatsuki, shouldn't she be taken into custody? I was a part of Akatsuki, Konan wrote back, but I'm not anymore. The original purpose of the group was no longer fulfilled. I only became aware of this after Naruto vanquished the leader, and as a result, I owe him and the entire Leaf Village an unpayable debt. Only after what I've done is it appropriate. Konan was a little startled when Kakashi intervened and put a hand on her shoulder. Konan is compelled to remain in the Leaf Village for the remainder of her life due to certain circumstances, Kakashi said. She is now under the Leaf's protection and is a slave to it. As a result, we Leaf will behave as though she were a Leaf ninja herself if she is harmed by anyone from another country or village. In any case, she is still scum in my eyes, Ace said with a grunt before turning his head away from them. Sasuke Uchiha poses a danger to my village. I'll stop at nothing to kill him or capture him. None of your words or sympathy can stop me, he said, turning away as his guardians followed him. Karui grinned triumphantly, knowing that the Raikage would not do such a thing. The others were silent, having heard what he was saying and knowing it was true. Raikage spared no one, the kind of man you really didn't want to mess with, though he gave the strange boy one last look before he left. As he considered what A had said, Naruto scowled even more. Konan approached Naruto and said quietly, you tried, Naruto-kun. That's the most important thing. In fact, I believe Raikage was giving you a hint earlier. Naruto appeared amazed by what she had just said, as if he could somehow relate to what you were going through. He made a suggestion. Yes, Konan said with a gentle smile. He stated that if his village had the chance, they would definitely kill Sasuke, but he also stated that he was unsure if the Leaf would actually carry out the plan to kill him. He might be implying that you might have a real chance of saving him if the Leaf Village apprehended him first. She's telling the truth, Naruto, Kakashi said, turning to face his pupil. Sasuke might be placed in solitary, but he will survive. The only thing that will be difficult is getting him back to the Leaf Village, but it is feasible. After giving those words some thought, Naruto smiled resolutely and said, so that means that I can't give up yet. There's still hope for me. I'm determined to keep Sasuke around. I hope we can turn this around. This disaster has gone on long enough. Yahiko, Nagato, please help us, Konan said, smiling at Naruto's antics. He seemed to truly care about his friends, and it just amazed him that Naruto would try to save a fallen friend. If either of her friends were alive, then maybe she would have done the same thing. No, there is no question if she would do the same thing. She would help her friends to the end. If she had known earlier about Nagato's stress and pain, then maybe she could have prevented all of this. With a hint of humor, Kakashi remarked, good, then I think we should continue our trek, but first one think a stop in the town close by is in order. Everyone hurried after nodding their heads in agreement. The cabin, Naruto said, well, this place looks pretty cozy to be in the snow like this, as he entered. Well, it's not that bad, Konan said as he entered behind Kakashi and turned to face Naruto. Without a doubt, it will be a better sleeping arrangement than our previous one. The room was as empty as the streets of Konoha at night, but everything was so clean and pristine that it didn't really matter that it was empty. Naruto looked around before he sat down on the floor, and the walls echoed an eerie silence that seemed to constantly penetrate his eardrums. After he had found nothing particularly important, Kakashi said, Konan, watch after Naruto while Yamato and I finish up the arrangements to the cabin. We'll only need a few minutes, he said, giving Yamato a final smile before vanishing into the snow. The only thing Naruto could do was to fall backward onto the tatami mats and cross his arms under his head. In reality, he was simply too preoccupied with Sasuke to do anything like this. Why not just return home? It was so simple, and everyone would forgive him in the end. Are you considering Sasuke? When Naruto turned to face Konan, he was taken aback by the hint of worry in her eyes and simply sighed. How did you know? His voice was disheartened, but he remained in the same posture. She began by approaching Naruto and sitting next to him, saying, well, it's not really hard to figure out. Is this the reason why we came out this way? Are you attempting to track down Sasuke and return him to your house, or his house? Naruto sighed after giving it some thought, saying, I just don't understand him anymore, Konan-chan. Naruto-kun, what do you not understand? She answered, then lay down in a similar position beside him. She couldn't resist listening to his thoughts about Sasuke because she had seen the insane boy a few times and knew that he was going through something in his head that was making him crazy. Simply put, he was once a decent guy. Konan listened intently. Now he's gone with only a desire to kill. But, I know he really doesn't want to do that, Konan said, lowering Naruto's eyelids. No one would. Regardless of how difficult their lives were. Wasn't there a period when you were shunned? I know this may be none of my business, the Jonin began. Did you not harbor animosity toward anyone? Hatred enough to kill? Being the target of the Leaf's hatred must have been difficult? Well, when I was younger and didn't know much, of course I was angry at everyone who was mean to me, Naruto said, lying there in silence and gazing into space with a sorrowful expression on his face. His heart ached slightly from the past, which he didn't want to revisit. But I always got over it because of the few people who actually did understand and help me, he said, clenching his fists tightly before releasing them again. At the time, I really didn't know why people were so mean to me, he said with a small laugh. I always assumed that because I lived alone, they believed me to be a bad kid. However, I now realize that was untrue. It was as a result of the demon fox being sealed inside of me. I bore the weight. You had to have been afraid, didn't you? With her eyes staring at him, Konan asked quietly. His lips curled upward before he began speaking again. I was at that time, but I've learned since then. He turned to face her and noticed something else about Konan. She seemed to genuinely care about Naruto and wasn't acting at all. In a way, he was glad that she did care, as it helped him understand her a little better. I can't hold them entirely responsible for their miscommunication. After all, we are all just people. Really, none of us can be flawless. But at least we can try, he said, grinning as he laughed, then turned back to Konan. Konan's smile at the boy's antics lifted her spirits because he never let anything bring him down and always exuded confidence. I apologize for disturbing you, but are you done? As Naruto and Konan turned to face the speaker, a dark voice cut them off. They gazed at him for a moment, his chin resting on his hand in a bored pose. Kaboom! The masked figure answered, silly Naruto, you know Rasengan doesn't work on me, while standing on the roof near the ceiling's protruding hole. As Konan ruffled her papers on her skin, they began to peel off and swirl around her body as she looked into his eyes and said, Madara. Naruto was abruptly pushed back. Oh, so you've grown an attachment to the boy now, I see, the man said, scoffing at her. How charming. There was only a small amount of restraint keeping her at bay, that little nagging voice telling her that nothing would work on him, not at the moment anyway, and she was unprepared. The woman lowered her eyelids in more distaste, but she said nothing. Her anger so deep that the mere sight of this man again made her nearly go crazy and attack him on the spot. Wood suddenly appeared everywhere, enclosing Naruto in a wooden cell. What the hell? Kakashi-sensei, he said, looking up to see Madara squished in wood. Kakashi yelled at the masked man, we won't let you get your hands on Naruto that easily, Madara, and thrust a kunai to the man's throat. Without showing any emotion, Madara merely informed them, you should already know that physical attacks do not work on me. When Yamato said, well, I don't know if you are a projection, he kept his gaze fixed on Naruto. But I do know that you need to be physically solid in order to grab Naruto, so I'm just waiting for that moment. Yamato's wood jutsu began to slowly raise big solid blocks of wood from the ground as if they were waiting to strike. Toby casually informed them, I have my own plans in motion and I can't ruin them with some light squabble like this. I didn't come here to fight. I only came to speak. To converse. Of what? Holding the kunai closer to Toba's throat, Kakashi was cautious. Concerning Nagato. Naruto, I'm really interested. How did you convince Nagato to turn on me? Your pointless inquiries are irrelevant to me. With his teeth clenched, the boy answered, where is Sasuke? How did you treat him? What are you hoping to get out of him? You mean, Sasuke? As if reflecting, the man in the mask said, all right, I'll tell you everything there is to know about Sasuke Uchiha. About the boy who bears the Uchiha's burden and harbors such a deep hatred for the leaf. All of that is a lie. Sasuke would never want to be that way, Naruto said, throwing his hands to the bars and holding on until his knuckles were white with strain. He was brainwashed by you. Oh, are you certain that there weren't any obvious indications of his animosity? Toby simply shook his head. I'm fairly certain that he's always felt that way following the death of his clan. Naruto, when will you ever realize that it's not just about you? Regardless of what you tell him, Sasuke will follow his path because he chose it. Your portrayal of this Uchiha is much more inaccurate than you ever thought. What you're saying is just what a child would think. You bastard, keep your mouth shut. The orange-haired Genin's memories of what she was before she joined Naruto and his village came flooding back to him, and for a moment he thought that perhaps things would have been different had he not saved her. What gives you the right to decide what the Uchiha wants to believe? Naruto twisted his gaze to the paper angel. The glaze over her eyes and the sheer distaste that came from her mouth could only prove of malice that never washed away, no matter how many days passed her. The memories haunted her, and her remorse only made her feel even more desperate. I can assure you that you have something to do with the Uchiha's change of heart, Conan said in a monotone. Similar to how you altered Nagato, or even better, how you exploited their feelings to further your sick, perverse scheme. I am fully aware of it, Madara. Perturbed for a moment, the feeling vanished as quickly as it appeared. But Toby was amused by this woman's constant meddling. Interesting, Conan interrupted him as he was musing. I took no action. I let him make his own decision and only told him the truth. Nagato made his own decision and received the same treatment. Even though he already knew that he had influenced their decisions, no matter how small, he replied smugly, he just chose a path that advances my plan. He couldn't have them change their minds, could he? In any case, I didn't even need to harm Nagato. Even though it doesn't really matter. He was ultimately a fool. Did you simply forget, or is he dead? I could simply say that he might have been interested in my idea from the beginning. Additionally, I could tell you that he once desired your death. Nagato wanted her dead. That couldn't be possible. Conan flinched in shock. I've been friends with Nagato since we were young. As you say, I have never done anything to cause Nagato to despise me. Her brow was further indented. I guess you're right, Toby said, laughing in a nonchalant cackle that would only appear darker than anything else. Nagato would never act in such a way as to cause harm to his beloved. He called himself a god, but in truth, he was too weak to even recognize his own shortcomings. He even had the Kyuubi at his fingertips, but he allowed him to get away with it after a brief exchange of words. This would actually prove that Naruto killed Nagato. Conan started to ruffle her papers on her skin, and they slowly started to peel off and fly through the sky like a violent tornado. She didn't like this man's incessant lies. Everything he said was getting harder and harder to understand. Why was he hurting everyone so much? A fire erupted in her belly as his words swirled in her head, and she turned to face Naruto, who was staring at her with concern. A cold, piercing flame ignited in her eyes that would make villains blush. The man who started it all was right in front of her, and she would make it quick and easy to stop this cycle with this man here, because that's the only way the world will be at peace. No, I refuse to listen to it. Naruto inherited Nagato's wish for peace. I will not allow you to discredit him. In stark contrast to the Conan of the previous weeks, her anger filled her senses as her papers peeled with a flittering sound that crackled throughout the sky and swirled in a vortex of white blurs. Her thoughts were clouded and she was only thinking about killing. It was as if she was falling into an abyss with no way to fly and break free. Press. Her eyes flitted to the unusual weight on her form, then to Naruto's face, who was still giving her that same look. Naruto's hand found its way to her shoulder, and she gasped as his touch created a feeling of warmth through her Junin vest. A warmth that was not just a simple form of heat, and then she remembered that forgiveness is the best way to find peace of mind. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion as an internal battle fought within her mind, and she couldn't forget Nagato's words, his sudden change, and how easily he put his trust in Naruto. She hung her head low, finding melancholy curious about the snowy ground. You're correct. Toby casually responded to her. At this point, all you have are regrets and wishes of what you could have done. There was nothing that you could do to prevent this from happening to your friend. Or to your love. This world, regrettably, is cruel. It's unfortunate, though, because you ought to have followed in their footsteps so that you could reunite. No one has ever survived my genjutsu, the masked man said, circling his hand to indicate everything around them. Then you wouldn't still have to suffer another day in this miserable wasteland. How you managed to survive that attack is simply a mystery. More akin to a miracle, Conan muttered to himself. I think I've heard enough, Kakashi quickly interrupted, saying that even though the argument between the two ninja was fascinating, there were more crucial things to learn. I want to know why you are collecting the Biju, he said. What's your real motivation? Well, returning to our subject, are we? Well, if I had to pick one reason, it would be to become a complete form, Toby retorted cynically. When he replied, complete form. The tone darkened. What are you saying? Kakashi inquired inquisitively. It would be useless to tell you all, Toby said, shaking his head. Maybe when things are better, I will tell. For the time being, the conversation was pleasant, but later on, a vortex engulfed the man completely and caused him to vanish into thin air, leaving a gap in the Mokuton technique. Madara, I hate that man. Konan sighed and lowered her head further as the tension subsided and everyone felt the release. Naruto approached her and said, Konan-chan, are you okay? He could sense his teammate's stress in her erratic vibes. She was upset, but he wasn't sure what was bothering her. Yes, everything is fine, the woman said, sniffing and using her thumbs to wipe her eyes. I simply overreacted. She was aware that her behavior was odd. It appeared as though she might need to retrain herself to control her emotions, which won't be easy because she was so used to living that way. Prior to meeting Naruto, resolving that small emotional outburst was quite simple, but even she was unaware of how much it had changed her. What she had just done could have been a costly error on her part that would have hurt Naruto or any other Leaf Shinobi in the vicinity. She couldn't quite understand why she was acting that way. She was only left to reflect on her response. Take a look at my cabin, someone yelled in rage. Both Kakashi and Yamato turned to face the man, who owned the cabins and, according to him, was shocked by the devastation of his lovely property. I'm sorry, Yamato said sweatily, and I'll make it right, I swear. You're absolutely correct, you will. Look at it, it is a complete mess. I simply cannot tolerate Shinobi. He sobbed as he gazed at the enormous hole in his cherished cabin. Could they be? Nah. That kind of thing would never happen. But wouldn't it be pretty exciting if it did? Kakashi felt the need to take a small notebook from inside his back pouch and start writing something that would make either in question pale or blush. I think I might continue your passion, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi could only sigh and look up at the top of the cabin, where Naruto and Konan were sitting up there together. It was getting increasingly fascinating to watch their strange relationship from a distance, and he could very well admit that something had changed in the days since they had left. Both of them remained silent as they sat side by side, lost in their thoughts that had been racing through their heads for a few moments. Konan was repeating what Madara had been telling her, and his words were making her crazy. She knew the truth, so she couldn't believe what he was saying, but she couldn't help but go over her past traumas. He just can't believe that Sasuke would actually choose that path. Why? Then again, he wanted strength. As Madara mentioned, Sasuke wanted strength that he felt he couldn't get from anything else but darkness. It was a terrible and lonely way to gain power. But Naruto thought about it. Perhaps in another dimension? He sighed in defeat. If he hadn't had anyone to support him, he probably would have done the same thing. Perhaps in another dimension? He looked at Konan and was shocked by her unconscious behavior. Normally, when she had problems, she would try to flee to her solitude, but here she sat with him and thought, she is probably thinking about what Madara said about Nagato, he thought. It didn't seem right to him. He knew that Nagato wasn't lying before he died, and if he was doing a really good job. Which would probably mean that Madara was the biggest compulsive liar he had ever encountered. Hey, Konan-chan, well? With her eyes never leaving the snow on the roof, she answered in a distance. Please try not to overthink Madara's remarks. It's just that, he said, jerking her head in his direction right away. Well, we both know that Nagato did nothing wrong. He simply got lost. Simply put, don't believe a word of it. Nagato wants us to stay on the correct course. Nothing should stand in our way. Including lies that bastard says. Naruto's final response was a little more solemn. I've come a long way since we first met, haven't I? A slow, miniature smile of sadness etched itself on her face before she sighed. I suppose you're right. Konan watched with wide eyes as her glare was returned. Naruto is the one telling her not to worry, right? Shouldn't she be the one teaching Naruto life lessons instead? He has nothing to support his claims. It's just talk. It was a sincere apology, and Naruto knew it was, but he didn't think Konan should have apologized. He thought she was being too hard on herself. I should have remembered that from the beginning. I'm sorry, she said, resting her head on her hand as she sat there in a whirlwind of thoughts. Naruto scooted closer to Konan and put his hand on her shoulder, saying, Look, you have nothing to apologize for. Relax. Calm down. This is merely an obstacle to our progress. Consider it a minor misfortune that is doing everything in its power to prevent us. Since when did you become so mature? Conan asked, observing her with a gleam in her eye and a hint of amusement. I don't really know, he said, laughing and beginning to scratch the back of his head. But it's okay, he said, pausing to look at her. It just sort of came out. We'll overcome this. I'll see to it that we are successful. I would have really needed someone like you when I was younger, she said, smiling softly at Naruto and his sweet innocence, enjoying that positive attitude in her life. Before she could finish, she noticed something and looked down at Kakashi, who was indicating to them, "Hey, Naruto. You must descend." As Kakashi pointed to a number of figures hurrying up, the orange-haired boy gazed at him and said, "Sakura, Sai, Kiba, and even bushy brows. Why are all of you here?" With a sigh, Sakura turned to face Naruto and said, "Naruto, we need to talk." Her eyes were determined. What? What did Sakura-chan say? I don't believe I heard you right. Could you repeat that? Staring at his pink-haired teammate, Naruto stood stunned. Naruto, I said, I love you, she said, her cheeks flushed a little. Sai and Kiba remained silent, but Conan lowered her eyelids slightly and her face fell into a partial frown as she watched the two interact with each other. All of the spectators, including both parties, were watching with interest and surprise. Lee appeared as though he couldn't believe it. Kakashi's lone eye gazed curiously at the new development. Yamato looked ridiculous. Sakura said, her eyes sideways, "It was entirely my fault that I ever liked Sasuke in the first place. He doesn't even mean anything to me anymore, Naruto. Please pay more attention to me as I confess." His face had a seriousness that was all too different from a moment ago, and it gave him an unusual air. Naruto stared in shock at everything, thinking that he would never in a million years expect Sakura to just decide that she likes him. Perhaps in his dreams, but in real life, he knew that it was simply impossible, and that thought changed his thoughts, leaving him feeling confused instead of shocked. But why here? Why now? Sakura, I don't find this amusing. Stop the nonsense. What are you doing? His gaze and the new tone he added to his words, which seemed a bit colder than usual, made Sakura hold back a gasp. What do you mean, Naruto? Nothing is happening. It has just dawned on me that I cannot continue to love a rogue shinobi. You know I'm not a kid. With her eyes closed, she grinned broadly and said, now that we're over that, you don't have to worry about that promise you made to me. I can tell the difference between fantasy and reality. You can give up pursuing Sasuke. The paper angel reacted to all of this by forcing herself between the two team members, shocking both of them. Yamato started to object, but Kakashi held him back, curious to hear what Conan had to say. Naruto flinched at that last part, and Conan noticed all too quickly. Sakura barely arched her eyebrows in bewilderment and rage before beginning. Excuse me Conan-san, but I have to continue to talk to Naruto. With an aggressive tone, Conan said, I can't allow you to talk to Naruto any longer, drawing a curious glance from both Sakura and Naruto. Your confession is causing Naruto a lot of pain and confusion. All I can ask is that you get out of here immediately. I won't stand by and let you speak to him like he's a simpleton. Sakura abruptly broke her act as she fixed Conan with a fierce gaze, and beneath the pinkette's winter robe, one could hear gloves gradually creaking. What? I don't treat him as though he's a simpleton. Do you honestly think Naruto is that stupid to think you would fall in love with him at random? Why are you concerned? All you want is for Naruto to see your way, Sakura said, aiming daggers directly into Conan's eyes. We are all aware of your actions. Her words caused Conan's eyes to widen. Was she still talking about that? I'm doing nothing of the sort. Really? Sakura boastfully remarked, Naruto has been evolving ever since you showed up. I no longer know the same blonde-headed knucklehead. His hair has even turned orange, and he has grown colder. The fact that his hair would turn the same color as Pain's was a coincidence, isn't it? Conan was still trying to come to terms with Naruto's hair color, and Sakura wasn't helping. All he ever talks about is Conan this and Conan that, Conan said. I don't fully comprehend it. The enemy was you. Why have you come here at all? Why did you make such drastic changes to Naruto? Well, I guess when you hang around a cold bitch long enough, you turn colder. Sakura shook her head incredulously. Slap. As Conan's hand moved across Sakura's face, everyone's eyes widened exponentially, causing the pink-haired girl to falter slightly and wince from the pain. After a moment, the girl looked up to see Conan with sadness and anger on her face, saying, You have no right saying such things about me. You dare? All you've done is disparage me, and I've been kind the entire time. Never once have you given me a chance to demonstrate my honesty and reliability. I think you'd be better off just leaving Naruto and me alone. I believe that both of us have had enough of your falsehoods. Why, you are a bitch. It's not even me who is lying. You have been deceiving Naruto. Sakura. What was this, Naruto? Naruto, you don't mean... She turned her head and saw Naruto with a fierce look contorted in his features, turning a shade of white that was similar to a hospital blanket. She had never seen Naruto this angry, especially if it was directed at her, and he didn't even add the Chan suffix at the end of her name. I don't like what you're saying about Konan-chan, Sakura, Naruto said, gritting his teeth. I think it's time that you take your leave, Sakura. She is correct, and you don't know anything about her. All you've done is disparage her and say negative things about her. There's nothing more you can say, he said, storming out of the scene, and Konan, who had glanced over and noticed his reaction, quieted down as Sakura searched for words that would reunite Naruto with her. Sakura turned to face Kakashi and Yamato, who merely shook their heads when the gray-haired Junin said, You are well aware that Konan-san is making every effort to integrate into the Leaf Village, Sakura. Her statement that you haven't given her a chance is accurate. Sakura turned back to Kakashi after turning to face Konan, who was speaking to Naruto in a somber but quiet tone. You don't really think Konan is on our side, do you? Kakashi said, I can't be entirely confident about that, but my opinions do not matter at this point, as the girl softened her features. But she has been tested and questioned, and she has Tsunade-sama's support. In essence, there is no proof that she will stray from Naruto or turn him. Sakura, she genuinely wants to assist. Perhaps you ought to give her your trust. Could Naruto be acting cold, because of me? Maybe he hasn't changed at all. Maybe I've been the one that has changed. I guess I have no choice. I will kill Sasuke myself and fix this mess. Sakura fell silent as she lost herself in her thoughts, wondering if all of her assumptions were wrong after all and if Naruto's hair turning orange was a coincidence. Lee, Kiba, and Sai, hurry up! Sakura yelled at the others as she pivoted and headed in the other direction. She couldn't help but feel responsible for Naruto's treatment of her. She couldn't stand his icy gaze. It was fatal for her to witness the most brilliant, glowing person she had ever met become so cold, dark, and heartless. She must make amends, even if it means her death. I'm so sorry, Naruto, she said, a single tear falling from her eye as she attempted to contain her emotions. Naruto simply shook his head as he turned back to the blue-haired woman who was staring at him in return. Her softened amber eyes showed some sort of emotion, but it seemed like she was restraining herself more than standing motionless. Naruto watched his teammate turn and go, and he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed of Sakura's actions. How could she say such cruel things about Konan? You didn't have to do that, Konan said, letting out a sigh as she cast a sorrowful glance at the boy with the orange hair. I could have taken care of it on my own. Konan-chan, I couldn't just let her talk about you like that. You need someone to defend you. It's not always necessary to work alone. All right? After the final section, he gave a quiet smile. As she looked into his eyes, she noticed the same warmth she had seen many times before, and she couldn't help but curve her lips upward from his contagious smile. It always did that to her, but she didn't mind. In fact, it calmed her whenever her emotions started to take shape. At this moment, something warm came over her heart, and she felt the urge to embrace Naruto, but she was very restrained because she couldn't be doing these things in front of the other ninja, as they would assume something was happening. She pushed the feeling down before she sighed with her unconsciously adorable smile. Okay, Naruto-kun. Naruto-san. What are you doing here, Sai? The boy asked gravely as he turned to face Sai, who was standing in front of them. I came here to tell you the real reason why Sakura-san came here to you, Sai said frantically. The fact that Sakura had come here for a purpose other than making that confession proved Naruto correct. What is the true cause? I can understand why Sakura doesn't want to tell you the truth, Sai said, his gaze fixed on the orange Jinchuriki the entire time. Despite Sakura's wishes, he returned to tell Naruto the truth. Naruto needed to be informed. It would ease their current situation, and for some reason, Sai thought it was preferable that they resumed their prior behaviors toward one another. Well, tell me, a bewildered Naruto said. He had no idea why Sakura had asked him such a question out of the blue. She seemed to be playing with his feelings. How could she have been so cruel? She went so far as to call Konan a bitch. That was completely inappropriate and served only as a reminder of the abuse Konan has endured since arriving in the village. All of your friends want to kill Sasuke themselves. Naruto's gaze expanded. In fact, he was nearly unable to speak. It was unbelievable to him. Did they intend to murder Sasuke? So they didn't want Naruto to do what he had set out to do, bring his friend back? So, Naruto began. His gaze lowered to the snow. Did Sakura consent to this? Given that Sasuke is her first love, I doubt she would want him killed, you know. Sai gave Naruto a serious yet determined look. Sasuke will do nothing but bring this world to an end full of hatred. If he lives, then Sasuke will most likely start another war, he continued, but Naruto never took his eyes off the ground. He could tell that something was different about his comrade. He didn't look Sai in the eye. He's a criminal, Naruto. Just another criminal that is aligned with Akatsuki, which gives him no sympathy points from Konoha ever since the Akatsuki invasion. When she heard that last bit, Konan, who had come up behind them, scowled. She's not really sure why she approached them, but she was moved to stay after hearing what she heard. As she listened to the conversation between the two, she remained silent. Sakura isn't blind, said Sai. She isn't a child anymore and she knows now the difference. That's why she came out here to tell you all of this. Naruto sulked in response. She should have just said it. Naruto simply couldn't comprehend this situation. It wouldn't have been that easy, Kakashi said. She knew it would tear you up inside. She thought that if she confessed and said that she loved you, that she would release you from that burden of bringing Sasuke back, Sai calmly stated. But even though she said those things, you still said that you wanted to bring Sasuke back anyway. Maybe that's why she didn't tell you the truth. Naruto remained motionless. It was quite difficult to process all of this information. Why didn't Sakura approach him and tell him straight? He would have known. He would have no issue with his friends killing Sasuke if they so desired. Hold on a second. Where did you get that idea? Bewildered, he gripped his head with his left hand. He was experiencing a severe headache, and he could feel another one approaching. But she was just thinking about Naruto's feelings, wasn't she? When Sai looked up, she saw Konan standing next to Naruto. He went on, nodding slowly. Yes, and I also believe that she. Konan asked a little more directly, glancing at Naruto and then back at the talking boy. Knew what he was going to say, right? Right, Sai said, a little uncomfortable. When he mentioned this, he started to feel awkward. Sakura told us not to tell anyone, especially Naruto, about her plan. She said that it was her duty to do this. Konan immediately realized, I have a feeling that Sakura may have wanted to kill Sasuke herself, but I don't think she ever intended to tell Naruto the truth. Naruto instantly turned to look at Konan. The thought of what she had just said made him pale. What, is that true? Yamato exclaimed, startled. It's quite likely, Sai replied while shivering. Sakura smiled at me and said that she would work together with everyone else, but I could tell that her smile wasn't true. Naruto sadly responded, she must love Sasuke so much that she'd kill him just to save him. With each syllable he uttered, his voice broke. I believe so, Sai said softly. She's also prepared herself for your resentment. She feels as if it's a punishment for putting such a heavy promise on your shoulders. Following Sai's final remarks, Naruto and the group sat in silence for a short while. Everyone was anticipating Naruto's answer. Konan felt sorry for Naruto's suffering, but she didn't want to get involved any more than she already did. Sai, Naruto said softly at last. Why are you telling me all of this? He asked, his gaze gradually moving to Sai's. Because it was partly my fault for Sakura coming to you like this. I can't leave Sakura alone either because I'm a member of Team 7 now. All Naruto could do was sit and reflect. His mind was a complete mess. However, they were organized at the same time, and he was aware that he needed to make a decision. A headache began to pound in his head. All of this news only made it worse. He seemed almost incapable of handling it. At that moment, 3 people leapt to the scene. 3 of them began talking. She spoke in an adult and direct manner. Temari and her 2 brothers were there. We're here to relay the information of what happened at the Gokage Summit. All right. So first we will deliver the news of the Gokage Summit to Konoha. I'll use my nin dogs to get the information there quickly, Kakashi confidently instructed. Yamato, I want you to take Naruto and Konan back to the village. I'm going to fetch Sakura with Sai here. She is no match for the Uchiha. It's only a death wish. It's my duty as her teacher to bring her back. As he observed the interactions between Naruto and Konan, Yamato nodded his head. Now that he considered it, they were together all the time. He noticed Konan around Naruto more frequently for some reason. He was unable to pinpoint the exact reason, but at least their presence together is having some positive effects. Perhaps Naruto will actually meet this Akatsuki member? Looking back at Kakashi, he snorted and said, understood? All right, said Kakashi. Sai, take me to Sakura. After agreeing, Sai ran off, Kakashi following. As the two departed, the sound of footsteps on the ground and tree branches gradually diminished, leaving only Yamato, Konan, and Naruto. Naruto began to process everything that had been said, but his headache persisted. He had to stop his headache from pulsing. In an effort to prevent it from piercing his senses, he winced and put his hands to his head, but it was becoming difficult. As he walked slowly with Yamato, he began to moan. It was not long before Konan noticed his anguish. Konan hurried, "Naruto-kun, what's wrong?" As Naruto continued to moan and his pains only grew louder, Konan looked at her teammate and said, "Yamato-san, I think something is wrong with Naruto-kun." The captain turned around and stopped. "Naruto, what's going on? Are you all right?" he asked, observing Naruto's distress. With haste, Konan said, "I think we should stay in the cabin for just a while longer, at least until Naruto is able to get rid of this pain that he is experiencing. I think maybe today's events have caught up with him," she said, expressing her disapproval of Naruto's current state and the lack of improvement in his appearance. Yamato considered his choices. On the journey home, he couldn't really handle Naruto being incapacitated. He thought for a moment, then accepted the suggestion. "We can't stay for too much longer. We have to get back to Konoha. It's dangerous out here," he replied, letting out a sigh. As she placed an arm around Naruto's shoulder to support him and lead him back to the cabin, Konan exhaled with relief. He wasn't keeping an eye on his destination because he had his eyes closed the entire time, but the woman agreed to act as his eyes in the interim. In a cold sweat, Naruto bounded out of bed. He moaned, "Where am I?" as his limbs felt heavy and he was confused. Yamato and Konan turned to face him and saw that he was stirring. Konan grinned as she said, "We're back at the cabin. You were complaining about your head and once we laid you down, you fell asleep and haven't moved since." He looked around and saw that he was in the same cabin once more, though Yamato had obviously fixed it. Yamato sighed and said to the orange-haired boy, "You worried us, Naruto. We didn't know what was going on with you." "Well, where's Kakashi-sensei and Sai?" "Kakashi left while you were thinking to yourself," Konan said, sounding a little worried. "Don't you remember? You were up there." Naruto sat silently, taking in the information. It was only natural for him to be silent because he was a little slow after waking up. Looking at Konan with a weary expression, he scratched the back of his head and said, "Yeah, I sorta remember it. My head was hurting too bad though and I couldn't really concentrate. Anyway, now that you're feeling better, I think we should continue our trek back to the Leaf Village. I was given direct orders to take you home," Yamato said curtly to Naruto. Naruto gave the man a disbelieving look. Before he sank back into his bed and covered himself with the covers, he wore a pout. He was still unable to return to Konoha. He needed to reach Sakura. He couldn't abandon her to pursue Sasuke. Sakura was still his friend even though he told her to go and was upset about Konan being treated so disrespectfully. It hurt him a lot to learn the truth about her meeting him and saying, "I don't think I feel well enough yet. Please let me rest a while longer." "Naruto, I don't think you understand the importance of bringing you back to Konoha," Yamato said to the genin with orange hair. "We are wasting valuable time and it could prove to be dangerous. Just please." The man turned to Konan, who was staring at him, and said, "Yamato-san, let me talk to him. I think the words I tell him will get to him better." Although she interrupted abruptly, Yamato agreed, saying, "All right, but please just help him understand what's going on. He shouldn't act like a child anymore." As she looked at the covers that were keeping Naruto safe from the two-person audience, the woman nodded her head and maintained a serious expression. With a firm tone, Konan said, "Naruto-kun, could I please speak with you? It will only require a brief moment." She sighed as she swiftly pulled on the covers, prying them off completely, and Naruto got up in his bed, glaring at Konan, saying, "Konan-chan, what the hell are you doing?" With a sharp tongue and lowered eyelids, Konan said, "If I may have a word with you, Uzumaki-san." His last name erupting like venom from his mouth. "You only have 5 seconds to step outside." Konan's face didn't falter as she stepped outside with Naruto. She looked back to Yamato, who seemed a little surprised and perspired at this woman's raw sense of malice. He paled as he heard this completely different side of the woman. Where did she learn to speak like that? It wasn't like the nice and gentle Konan that he's been used to listening to. He let out a loud exhale before heading to the door because he didn't want to aggravate Konan any more than he already did. "It will only take us a moment." She shut the door behind her, and Yamato nodded. "Yeah, women are scary," he said, releasing a breath he had been holding for a few seconds. Naruto sat in silence after the door closed behind them, expecting everything, mostly the third degree of his childish behavior. He kept his back to her so he didn't notice what was happening, and he closed his eyes, waiting for a scream or a blow to his head. What he didn't expect, though, was when Conan wrapped both of her arms behind him and gave him a gentle embrace, placing her chin on his left shoulder and breathing softly into his ear. This action made him blush and shudder. Conan-chan, what are you d? As she continued to comfort him, Conan shushed the boy. Shush. And the orange-haired genin could only gulp as his blush deepened and he remained silent. She sat there in silence, hugging the boy in front of her, not really knowing what to do when she brought him out here, but feeling that something was really bothering Naruto. She thought she could give him a hug in return, just as he gave hers, and came to the realization that sometimes people just need hugs. A few minutes later, Naruto softened and relaxed as they remained in this embrace, and he did want a hug, and the feeling was much needed. A few minutes went by before Conan released the embrace, much to her and Naruto's dissen. Now, Naruto-kun, Conan replied, placing her hands on his shoulders and meeting his gaze. What's wrong? Naruto stared back at her before turning to face the ground and speaking, finding it difficult to say at first but assuming he could trust Conan enough to understand his innermost thoughts. I feel like I should help Sakura with Sasuke. It's not necessary for her to do it alone. I even promised her that I would fight Sasuke on my own. After giving him a brief glance, Conan said, but if you do it, then you're only doing it alone too. I understand. That's why I want to assist Sakura and do it together, Naruto said solemnly, turning back to face the paper user. Since he is our friend, we should both be involved. Sakura is not the only one. After giving his words some thought, Conan moved her body and asked, what gives you such faith that Sasuke will return to Konoha? He's not coming back to Konoha. With surprise, the woman turned to face Naruto and asked, what do you mean? I assumed that you wanted him to return to Konoha and that you would do whatever it took to get him there. I've been thinking, Naruto said, grunting as he turned his gaze to the trees. Perhaps I should let go of my dream of bringing Sasuke back. No matter what I told him, he hasn't changed and has only been thinking about himself, he said, kicking a small amount of snow off the ground. But, I want to make sure that he doesn't want to come back at all. Before I decide, I need to speak with him one last time. So this contributed to your desire to follow Sakura as well? Naruto concluded, yes, taking a deep breath and placing his hands in his pockets. Naruto, you really have matured, Conan thought for a moment as she gazed at the Uzumaki, who appeared much more focused than before and she was intrigued. I'll help you. Looking directly at her, Naruto said, why you will? Sure, I'll assist you with Sasuke and Sakura. I firmly believe that you ought to take this action and obtain your ultimate resolution. But we might need to arrange a plan to get us out of here, she said, looking at him and then back to the cabin. It's never good to leave feelings unfinished. Yamato-san must not be aware of our departure. Naruto rubbed his chin and said, yeah, you're right. Then he had the straightforward thought, okay, let's. When Conan and Naruto returned to the cabin, they startled Yamato, who was nearly asleep, into waking up. They could have just left without even creating us, Naruto thought, staring at Yamato in a funny way. I hope you've sorted everything out you two, Yamato said, looking at them both. They merely nodded before Naruto began to feel pain once more, holding his head as before and letting out a rather loud groan. Yamato looked at them both worriedly and asked, Naruto, are you having that problem again? With one eye closed and a wince on his face, he asked, yeah, it hurts really bad, turning to Yamato. I have no idea why it is acting in this way. Would you mind letting me lie down for a moment? I have to shut my eyes. Oh, sure thing, said Yamato. As Naruto kept pretending to be in pain, he thought, boy, is Captain Yamato a sucker. As Conan gazed at the screen, she thought, it's working so far. Naruto's acting was subpar, but it was sufficient to fool Yamato for the moment, so she hoped they would arrive in time. In the woods, somewhere, I think we got away with this one pretty easily, Conan-chan, Naruto said, smiling as he hurried through the tree branches to reach the scene as soon as possible. Now we can get there before Sasuke harms her. He was searching for his teammate with his Sage mode engaged, his senses sharpened whenever he used that technique, which was genuinely dependable when he needed it. It was very easy to get clones to take their place, so Conan had to respect the boy's perseverance. I never realized how quick he was with planning. He simply kept surprising her, and as she glanced at the back of his head, a tiny smile appeared on her face. I was right to put my trust within you, Conan said. Sasuke. The individual in question looked up, lowered his chidori, and gazed at his teammate with disgust, saying, Sakura. The pink-haired girl gazed at her teammate, who had changed since he left, and the sight of him sent shivers down her spine. Why are you in this place? When his question was asked, Sakura felt frightened because he didn't seem interested in talking. Rather, he gave off the impression that he was prepared to kill anything that stood in his way. Sasuke. From Konoha, I've gone rogue. I'd like to go with you. However, why would you like to join? There's nothing in it for you, he inquired nervously. What do you want to accomplish? Because she couldn't let him know what she had planned, Sakura felt uneasy as she went on, saying, I'm not planning anything. Even to this day, I still regret not accompanying you every time you left Konoha. Are you even aware of my desires? He concluded that last statement rather ominously and met her eyes with an equally ferocious gaze. Could you really leave Konoha just for me? He asked. Yes, gulped Sakura, if that's what you want. Then prove it to me by killing this girl, he said, gesturing to the girl who was lying on the ground, because she is no longer useful to me and I cannot allow her to live. I'll believe you if you murder her. Oh, you're also a medic nin, correct? That's fantastic. It will be an ideal substitute. Pulling a kunai from her pouch, Sakura approached the girl and Sasuke slowly, trembling as she approached, preparing to try an execution with the weapon protruding through her robe. As soon as Sasuke saw it, he said, What? You can't do it. On the inside, Sakura was struggling with willpower, feeling as though she should simply turn around and use her poisoned kunai to battle Sasuke at that precise moment. Sasuke, don't. When Sakura heard the girl on the ground barely utter those words, her senses kicked in and she turned to see Sasuke approaching with a chidori aimed directly at her head, which would have struck had Kakashi not intervened in time. How did you become so depressed, Sasuke? As he kicked Sasuke away from them and countered his chidori, he asked. Sasuke regained his equilibrium and stood up, enjoying the fact that two members of his old team were dead, even though he didn't like Kakashi's presence. Naruto and Konan were still racing through the woods, and it was fortunate that Konan was an S-rank ninja because she would have had a hard time keeping up with him. Naruto was very quick, but he was too preoccupied to engage in conversation, and he needed to reach Kakashi and Sakura. She was that pawn that readily went along with whatever was done or needed to be done within the Akatsuki, and perhaps it was her fault that she didn't realize just how much was actually happening within the Akatsuki and her friends. Konan looked at Naruto and his determination as he kept up the quick speed, and she felt a little sad about his situation. The guilt still got to her about everything that happened to Naruto's village, and she could only feel like part of it was her fault. In fact, she was the one who was responsible for it. She was supposed to be the level-headed one of the three, but she ended up doing the exact opposite of what Yahiko really wanted whenever he started this plan for peace. After Yahiko died, everything went awry. Nagato was always quiet, but she knew that he was grieving his death every single moment of his life. Konan didn't cry, but she felt ashamed during those times. She was a ninja, so she couldn't lose that order no matter what it took to keep the pain at bay, but she was able to suppress it and move on. However, after revealing her weakness to Naruto, she felt much better and calmer. He probably doesn't realize it, but he's already helped me understand. Just past these trees are them. They accelerated their pace through the foliage as they swiftly swept through the trees after Naruto shouted to Konan, who nodded her head in agreement. Sasuke. No. When they emerged from the branches and reached the scene, all they could hear was the sound of metal against skin as Sasuke quickly sliced a perfect line horizontally across Sakura's neck, causing her eyes to widen. As if everything had stopped, she was unable to breathe and clenched her neck tightly, feeling the world spin around her. Blood was gushing from beneath her hands as she screamed in agony, and her gurgles could only be described as heart-wrenching whenever she fell to her knees and then to the ground, still barely surviving. When Kakashi heard Naruto racing toward his crush at the speed of light, his eyes widened as he realized what had happened. Sakura had been seriously injured. Naruto. Why have you come here? She held her sight to Naruto, but was unable to speak due to the cut, which was too deep. Her eyesight was constantly staring into Naruto's deep blue eyes, and she lost that vibrancy, but she was still doing her best to mouth what she was trying to say. Naruto had to land right next to her and pick her up in his arms because he loved his teammate. As she lay there, Naruto began sobbing uncontrollably. Sakura-chan, he whimpered, his tears streaming down his face as he tenderly held her fragile body against his own. Pulling up her arm, she shakily and weakly touched Naruto's face with her blood-stained hand, letting her own tears fall gently as she held her hand there, trying to tell her teammate how foolish she was. To tell him, Naruto, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come here without you. As her hand left his face and dropped beneath her, her eyes dulled and her movement slowed to a halt, leaving Naruto with no choice but to cry more. She had stopped breathing. As her life dwindled, Naruto stared at her, unable to comprehend that one of his closest friends was passing away in front of him and that he was powerless to save her. No. No. Sakura-chan. No. As she lay dead in his arms, he held on to her even more tightly. Kakashi could only stand and watch in disbelief at what had happened. He already knew that even if you were a medic nin, you couldn't survive from a cut like that. You needed someone like Tsunade or someone with similar strength to bring her back to consciousness, and Tsunade was unconscious. There was no hope. Konan could relate to Naruto's anguish because her crush also died in front of her eyes, and like Naruto, she was powerless to stop it from tearing him apart and tearing him up inside. As Naruto sat there with the dead body in his hands, she looked away in sorrow. Kakashi watched with pity and felt even more guilty and regret for being such a poor teacher. He could only turn to Naruto. Where had he been when Sakura needed him? As he looked over at Naruto, his eyes widened exponentially. No, this can't be happening now. As the red soupy chakra bubbled in form and engulfed Naruto, it started to seep from his skin. A dark haze slowly moved around Naruto's body, its color deepening as Naruto's sobs became louder in turmoil and anguish. His teammate, Sakura, whom he had a crush on for years since he started Ninja Academy, was killed by her own crush. It was a betrayal that left anyone wondering who would be so cold and heartless to kill their teammate, and it was none other than Sasuke Uchiha, who stood proudly after he accomplished that kill. His devilish grin widened as he noticed that Sakura was no longer breathing, and he laughed darkly while keeping a close eye on the two, mostly Naruto because he knew Sakura was his favorite person, the one he loved the most. Every waking moment, he saw Naruto's aura gradually growing. A second later, as Naruto's canines grew, his signature whisker marks thickened and his eyes opened to reveal something he had never seen before. A very bubbly tail. As he stared in despair, Kakashi thought aloud, "Oh no, this isn't good at all. I must locate Yamato immediately." He slapped his palm on the floor, bit his thumb, and threw out a number of hand signs. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Bomb. Yes? A brown pug emerged from the smoke and asked. Pakun. I want you to go about 2 kilometers to the south. We urgently need Yamato, so find the cabin with him and bring him here. I can see the reason for the haste, Pakun said, nodding his head as he looked at the genin and the dead woman. He then snarled and ran in the direction Kakashi had instructed, eventually vanishing from view. His heart was broken, and Naruto began to growl as he grew a second tail. The girl he wanted to be with, one of his best friends, was gone before his eyes, and as his chakra cloak grew, his tears finally turned a dark orange and started to float from his eyes. When he looked up, he saw Sasuke, who had the same grin on his face. Sasuke folded his arms and said, "That's too bad, Naruto. She shouldn't have tried to kill me. What a pitiful and weak kunoichi." That's when Naruto lost it. Garua! The crowd was overcome by a sonic boom as Naruto roared into the air, his chakra exploding so powerfully that everyone in the audience instinctively raised their arms to protect their faces from the wind, flattening their garments in front of them before they flailed wildly. The sight of Naruto's chakra tails swaying wildly in the air caused Konan to gasp as she lowered her arm and gazed at him, her worry growing. "This chakra, it's so massive," Konan said. "The amount is so overwhelming that I'm almost suffocating." "Is the chakra of the Kyuubi like this?" She looked at Naruto's eyes and immediately paled. No more did he have soft blue eyes that only shone innocence and kindness, he's completed his Rinnegan. What caused his Rinnegan to finish itself? In addition to noticing the Rinnegan, she also noticed that Naruto's pupils were slitted rather than round as they usually were, and that his Rinnegan was a darkened maroon. It was his glare that left her. Trembling, she raised her arms to see that her hands were shaking. Was she truly that afraid? She hadn't been this unkempt since she was younger and still training with Jiraiya. Before she could delve any deeper into those memories, she saw Naruto move. The angry Jinchuriki put the girl with the pink hair on the ground slowly before glaring at Sasuke, who didn't appear to be deterred and ended up 50 feet in the air. Naruto passed by so quickly that he was unable to even grasp the Sharingan user as he was thrown into the air and had his lungs blown out. Damn it, he coughed violently into his hands and sputtered blood that drizzled down his chin as he looked left and right. He couldn't see the orange genin anywhere, so he was left to watch his surroundings. His deteriorated eyesight didn't make it much better because everything was completely blurry. I shouldn't have used the Mangekyo. Sasuke hit the ground with a hard thud and tumbled about 100 feet before landing on the balls of his feet, with dust and rocks erupting everywhere. As Naruto swung his fist into Sasuke's face and roared towards him at unnatural speeds, He was unable to think further. The Uchiha thought that the force alone was tearing his face off. Naruto enhanced the force of his punches by fusing his Kyuubi's strength with Shinra Tensei. Sasuke was pushed into the woods and struck a tree branch after being slung back even farther. Sasuke was slowed down when the branch broke in two. On his crash course to the bottom of the forest, he struck a few more branches. Moments later, as Sasuke struggled to remove his face from the dirt, hazy eyes opened and the ground appeared. He was quickly discovering that Naruto was far more powerful than he had previously believed. How did Naruto get this stro uwa? He exclaimed, shocked. As he began to fly through the air uncontrollably, he felt a pull from his body. Before he knew it, he was back in the open and gliding closer and closer to Naruto's palm because he was unable to stop himself. Despite the Jinchuriki's horrifying expression, Sasuke remained emotionless. He simply gave a painful grunt and twisted into a death grip around Naruto's throat. Naruto confronted his former teammate and looked directly into his eyes. Sasuke was unable to speak because of the coldness that was encased in those maroon eyes, until Naruto felt a stab wound in his chest, that is. Looking down, the Jinchuriki saw that the boy had a Chidori implanted in his body. He looked back into his hand and saw that he was holding a Kawarimi log between his fingers. He also noticed Sasuke behind him, his hand impaled through his body. Naruto appeared to be in excruciating pain, and Sasuke grinned triumphantly. His chest ached more and more, and he roared in pain, "Gura!" As Sasuke sidestepped Naruto's swinging fist, the Kyuubi's chakra had already staunched the stab mark. An unidentified force slammed the Uchiha into the air despite Naruto's miss, and the impact sent him tumbling back to the ground. As he struggled to regain his senses, Sasuke exclaimed, "What the hell is that? How could he hit me when Naruto missed his attack?" He turned to face a warped Naruto who was starting to act savagely. His whiskers darkened and his canines sharpened, and he dropped to his knees. The chakra that constantly erupted around Naruto's form was giving his hair a mahogany sheen, making even his hair bolder than before. Naruto stood on all fours and snarled, "You'll pay for what you did to Sakura-chan," as a third tail suddenly emerged from his chakra cloak and began to sway in confusion with the others. The boy's face betrayed his malice. All he could think about was his male teammate dying and tearing into bloody pieces on the ground. As he watched the fierce battle, Kakashi was powerless to stop Naruto. Getting between Naruto and Sasuke during their battle was too risky. Every time the Jinchuriki uses the Kyuubi chakra, Naruto in particular loses all sense of reason and wreaks havoc on the person who enraged him as well as anything else that gets in his way. He was well aware that Naruto would not hold back after witnessing Sakura's tragic death. "I hope Pakun gets to Yamato soon," he said. "We cannot allow Naruto to lose control and let go of the Kyuubi." He turned to face Konan and saw that she appeared somewhat alarmed. She most likely thought there was nothing she could do. He was unable to determine, so he could only watch in silence as Naruto developed his third tail. "Huh!" he exclaimed, his eye widening as the tail swiftly grew in. "This is awful. It grew more quickly than I anticipated. We must take action. His fourth tail cannot come out." As Naruto let out a roar from the top of his lungs, Konan sat silently and watched in horror. Naruto was different this time. He appeared to be in pain and had not yet recovered. He exuded a sense of evil and didn't appear whole within. I can't move, why is?" she gasped as she gazed at Naruto's devastation, the tense atmosphere immobilizing her, and the chakra itself extremely malevolent. Naruto was not like this at all. He couldn't be stopped because he was insane. She was suddenly struck by a memory that she had repressed all of her life. Like a persistent itch, a long-forgotten and deceased memory continued to haunt her dreams. Rewind. 2 Akatsuki members were at a standstill with the throng of overwhelming Omegakure ninja, while the battlefield was crowded with AIM shinobi. The 2 Akatsuki members stared shamefully at the AIM leader while maintaining a defensive posture. Hanzo the salamander, who had discovered a weakness in this so-called Akatsuki, was smiling through his breathing apparatus. "I was the first target because I was a female member of Akatsuki. The AIM leader, Hanzo, held me captive and bound me because he refused to comply with their demands. He had a covert scheme with Danzo, who assisted in this small-scale charade. There was no better way for the two men to get rid of and forget this group than by killing the head honcho." The Akatsuki were led by a young man of mature stature with orange spiky hair. He spoke intelligently and was dressed in a black robe. A man like this didn't come along very often, and it was clear why so many people wanted him dead. He realized the significance of death and the reason why achieving peace was so challenging. He would not allow anything to get in the way of his efforts to fulfill his master's wish for peace. He was therefore given an ultimatum and left in a dead end. He looked at me, the prisoner up above, with weary eyes. He had a deep affection for me as a woman. He couldn't allow someone to die like this. He lowered his head and doubted everything he believed. He never thought it would get to this point. This was the last time the memories of his early years were present. He needed to grow up and confront reality. For his own fears, the girl he fell in love with would die if he survived. He was too preoccupied with his thoughts to give a definitive response, but he couldn't allow that to occur. Hanzo chose not to give the man a choice. Hanzo gave them a chance because he knew he had to end this ordeal quickly. He threw a kunai that stuck 3 feet in front of the Akatsuki leader's teammate because he couldn't afford to let the leader waste any more time. Nagato, a red-headed Uzumaki, held the amicage in question in high regard. He wasn't a complete moron. He realized right away that Hanzo was counting on him to murder his best friend. "You," said the salamander, "kill the person next to you, and I'll release this girl." I yelled as loudly as I could over the rain, but I believe my cries were ignored. I could sense Nagato's fear. He had no idea that this was what it would end up being. He had no idea that he would have to decide between killing his friend and letting me perish. I was in such sorrow. I shouldn't have been caught because I was so foolish. This would never have occurred if I had given my actions a little more thought. Before I knew it, there was a sickening crack in the air after hearing a scream of pain and the sound of a kunai piercing a ribcage. I saw that Nagato had stabbed Yahiko in the chest after I briefly lost sight of both of my teammates. I was unable to comprehend. The pain I witnessed falling in front of me made me scream as loudly as I could. Hanzo looked at my 2 teammates with a laugh, and I heard him laugh. It was done. In a bloody mess, my crush, my love, fell in front of my eyes and hit the mud. I wanted to cry and give up. It broke me and shattered the fragments. The person that looked after me, who gave me strength, died in the freezing rain. Nagato froze as the scene before his eyes was suddenly absorbed. I could see it in his face, the realization of everything, the shock, the betrayal. He was at his breaking point. He evolved. I noticed this expression in his eyes that defied logic. He let out a roar. In fact, Nagato let out a roar. It was more than just a battle cry. No, it was a roar of death, a roar of retribution. He managed to free me from Hanzo's hold, but he was unaware that there were tags on the ground that attempted to restrain us. At the expense of those tags burning his legs, Nagato protected me. As I saw his legs burn, I couldn't help but feel guilty about my shortcomings. When Hanzo gave the order to attack Nagato, all of his men simultaneously attempted to do so. Every attack was immediately repulsed by him as if they were not even a challenge. I was only able to look up and stare at these new eyes after Nagato put me on the ground. His Rinnegan was dead and cold. He had given up, and I could see it in his face. He instructed me to keep an eye on Yahiko's body, but I was too preoccupied with Nagato's rage to pay attention. After that, he took a step that completely altered his life. The Gedo statue summon is performed. It caused him to lose all self-control. Never have I seen a man so fascinated by his power. With a wild roar, he was robbing Hanzo's goons of their souls with a single sweep. I witnessed him smile contentedly at his heinous act. I tried to suppress my feelings, but all I could do was grit my teeth in frustration and turn away. Nagato, you achieved vengeance. Are you satisfied? At last, you lost your temper and returned the hurt that had been inflicted upon you. Like the people who took your life, that quiet, innocent little boy became a heartless murderer. You got so off course. You took so long to realize. Nagato turned to face me, and I found myself gasping as I looked directly into the eyes of a dead Naruto Uzumaki. And San. Konan-san. Konan-san. We have to stop Naruto. We can't let Naruto's 4th tail emerge. Konan yelled as she turned to see Kakashi standing in front of her, jolting the woman out of her reverie. As Konan glanced around, he saw that Naruto was still engaged in combat with Sasuke. As she slipped into her memory, she lost all sense of time. Then, all of her thoughts suddenly and violently crashed into her head. Wait a minute, she said, clenching her jaw as she saw the entire situation. This is Naruto-kun. I can't, with that. She ran as quickly as she could in the direction of the Uchiha and the Jinchuriki, her face wearing an odd expression. Kakashi shouted, "Wait, Konan-san. It's dangerous." But no one paid any attention. As he watched the woman approach the fight, he simply sighed and thought, perhaps you can do something. All I can do is hope. As the wind settled between them, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in a contest of staring. The fight was quite spectacular in its ferocity. Although Sasuke was aware of Naruto's strength growth, he didn't believe it was significant. And since when did he gain the Rinnegan? Sasuke asked. He was more upset than he was about anything else because Naruto was stronger than him. As he watched Naruto get up on both legs, he spat more blood onto the ground. As Naruto glared at the traitor Uchiha, his face darkened with hatred. His chakra cloak darkened its red hues and warbled with intensity. "I'm going to end this, you motherfucker," he snarled fiercely, his eyes growing piercing with disgust. Sasuke remained silent and emotionless in the face of Naruto's taunts, maintaining hazy eye contact with the hate-filled Rinnegan of the genin. A moment later, Naruto sprang to his knees and ran in Sasuke's direction. He dropped into a defensive stance, and the Uchiha readied himself. He needed to conserve his energy as much as possible because he wasn't in the best physical condition to engage in a full-on battle with Naruto. Sasuke's eyes widened as Naruto vanished in the middle. In an instant, Naruto stabbed Sasuke in the back of the head with his knee, sending the boy hurtling through the air once more. "All right, I should intervene now," Zetsu said with a sigh as he bounced out of Sasuke's body before he could hit the ground, cushioning his fall before he hit his head. "Where did you come from and why didn't you come sooner?" Sasuke asked, getting to his feet and glaring at Zetsu. "I was sent to watch over you for things like this to keep from happening. I'll relay the information to Madara," Zetsu said, turning to face Sasuke after glancing at the Jinchuriki. The white man then phased through the ground, leaving Sasuke to deal with his issue for a while until Madara returned to the scene. Sasuke still needed to stall for a few minutes, but it wouldn't take long at all. Sasuke perspired a little from his ex-friend's instability, but Uchiha had few thoughts, even though he was aware that the rabid Jinchuriki had many. In his weak state, he would actually be killed if he didn't watch what he said. Sasuke glared at Naruto with weary eyes and said, "Why are you making such a big deal about Sakura? She wasn't even that great of a kunoichi. But thanks to me we won't have to worry about that anymore. Now I can finally have peace." "Shut up. Just shut up." Naruto grabbed his head angrily and roared. He was starting to lose the fundamental ideas that defined him and his sanity. He was going crazy. All he could think to do was to destroy. Destroy. Crush. Delete. Take a life. He roared in a demon voice, and something began to bubble on his chakra cloak. As the chakra started to confine and seep into his skin, a fourth tail started to emerge from his cloak. His growl was getting deeper, making his earlier cry seem like a cat's mew. Just as Naruto was about to drop to his knees, something snatched him from behind and held him firmly. Something weighed down the Jinchuriki, and he screamed. He hurriedly attempted to pull this thing apart from him in an attempt to get it off of him. It only infuriated the monster because it refused to let go and clung to life. The person shouted, "Naruto-kun," while she clung to him. As he kept wriggling free, the monster roared. He was being restrained by this person, to stop him from killing Sasuke, the man who cold-blooded Sakura's murder. "Naruto-kun, please." Drip. A damp sensation struck Naruto's shoulder, causing him to freeze. Every movement stopped, and the Jinchuriki's mouth began to cackle with breath. Perhaps he thought the person's voice and touch were familiar, or perhaps he was simply waiting for them to continue. "Please stop, please, I don't want to lose you too." She shuddered from the feelings, and Konan held on from behind. She realized something very important from her memory. The only thing she had left was Naruto, who was going to walk the same route as Nagato. Naruto is so close to finding peace that he cannot veer off course. She trusted him completely. She finally decided to take action instead of just watching and doing nothing after realizing the error of her inaction with Nagato this time. She didn't want to let Naruto go because of this. She was unable to release Naruto. If she did, she would be abandoning him. She needed to maintain her strength, if only to help him control his rage. At this moment, she had to be his rock. "You're important to me, Naruto-kun," Konan began, her voice trembling. "You've taught me that I should move on and that I should have faith not only in you, but with the rest of the people in the world. Please, Naruto-kun, move on from Sakura's death," Konan said, feeling Naruto flinch beneath her arms and hearing an animalistic cry of sadness. "Yes, it will hurt for a while, but that's why you should move on. Remember, this is one of the steps for peace. Forget the pain, but don't forget the person. Always remember that she will be with you in spirit. She will live in your heart forever, Naruto-kun." Konan's face was streaming with liquid sadness as she spoke in a soft, shaky voice and with a sad smile. Although these brief moments seemed endless, they were encouraging. As Naruto's cloak retreated inside the Jinchuriki, He began to lose his tails until his skin, which was slightly burned, and his clothing on his back were all that remained. Exhaustion caused his breathing to quicken, and he heaved in sorrow as tears streamed down his cheeks. She was sobbing softly on his shoulder and rubbing his stomach in a calming motion while Conan held on to him. "It's all right, Naruto-kun. I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere. I promise," they said. Before turning around and giving her a firm embrace, the Jinchuriki opened his eyes and looked back at Conan's face by his neck with his now blue eyes. She was taken aback by the unexpected bond, but she enjoyed it and kept putting her arms around his crying body, saying, "I will be your pillar, Naruto-kun. I will support you and no longer hold back. After everything you've done for me, I believe this is the least I can do." Silently, Sasuke watched the sickeningly sweet moment unfold. He merely narrowed his eyes at the sight, secretly wishing his mother could do the same for him. His retaliation was imminent. He would be able to exact his revenge in no time. But for the time being, he had to live, so he waited for Madara to show up. His lone eye widened as he watched the chakra that surrounded Naruto gradually fade away until it vanished, leaving him with nothing but questions as Yamato emerged through the trees in a violent rush. Kakashi looked over in shock at the scene that fell before him, saying, "I don't believe it. She actually pacified Naruto. What's happening? What took place?" Kakashi kept his gaze fixed on the corpse next to him. "Is she?" "Not only that, Naruto went out of control after he realized that she died," Kakashi said firmly, nodding sorrowfully as he gazed at the dead woman. He started to release the chakra of 9 tails. "What? Where is he?" the wood user cried in terror. "Conan-san went out there to stop him," Kakashi said, pointing to 2 people who were tightly embracing and a third person slightly farther in the background. "She managed to soothe him just before you got there." Yamato exclaimed, "It's a miracle," and he was utterly amazed that Conan was able to control his chakra and soothe his emotions. He had never heard of Naruto ever being able to control his anger on his own, and not even Jiraiya could keep him from going completely crazy whenever Naruto allowed the 9 tails chakra to consume him. If she hadn't been here, Naruto would have erupted into full 9 tails and gone out of control, Yamato said, looking at the scene in front of him and feeling a tiny smile appear on his face. A swirling vortex soon formed next to Sasuke, and Madara came out of the hole. He looked at the scene, thought for a moment, and then turned back to face Sasuke, saying, "I thought I told you to rest?" With a loud snort, Sasuke turned his head and said, "I had a little run into trouble." "Well, for now," Tobi began, looking curiously at the 2 encircled, "we're going to have to back off. You need to rest right now, but I'll schedule another time for you to battle the 9 tails. Come on, Sasuke." With a furrowed brow and closed eyes, the young Uchiha turned back to face his former friend and Akatsuki member before saying, "Madara, I'll talk to you later." Without a word, the masked man twirled Sasuke in the eye vortex, then did the same to himself, leaving the ground in front of them utterly empty. The clouds darkened the afternoon sky in rumbling beauty, and the raindrops poured down the window. They appeared as though they were meant to represent some kind of regrettable mishap. That day, a regrettable event occurred that would permanently alter the future and leave it in a state of uncertainty. A young man with orange hair lay quietly on his couch, reliving the eerie and frightening thoughts that had been bothering him all along. He enjoyed the idea of being by himself in his own house, even though it was so contrary to his nature. He couldn't necessarily get away from either of them, but he could get away from everyone and all the sadness. Naruto sat in silence, thinking all the time. His head was spinning, and he felt as though things had changed. He could only speculate as to how far things would go before he lost himself because nothing was the same as it had been. Why did this actually happen? It was so implausible. He never considered the possibility that Sakura might actually pass away. Sitting at her funeral nearly became intolerable. Flashback: it was unusually quiet at the funeral. Nobody in the audience knew this was going to happen. More than others, some ninja were aware that this was a fact of life. It was unavoidable for things to happen in the ninja world. As the words were spoken, they bowed their heads pityingly. Sakura lay in her coffin while Naruto sat quietly. Behind him, Conan stood silently in grief. She didn't have on her vest or apply makeup. On this extremely rare occasion, she was permitted to wear black. It was Naruto's moment. It was for his own tranquility. "Naruto-kun, I'm sorry," she said to herself, and he had to do the same, even if he didn't like the idea. Naruto was incredulous. In front of his eyes, his love died. How could he have experienced this? He believed that one day they would get married. Possibly live up to his title as Hokage and have a large home with 3 children. At least that was what he hoped would happen. Now, that would never happen. This was the most severe rejection he could receive. This was the most rejection Naruto could have ever experienced. After all, he couldn't have her. Inhale her scent. Give her a touch. Join her in laughing. Join her in smiling. Love with her. Weep with her. What caused this to occur? It wouldn't have progressed this far if he had arrived sooner. He would have prevented Sasuke from carrying out this premature act and saved her. As he sat there in silence, another stream poured down his cheek. His entire body began to heave. He was on the verge of going insane. Tap. When Naruto noticed Conan's hand on his shoulder, his eyes widened. She noticed that the color had gone out of his eyes and looked at him regretfully. Nothing seemed to be helping him at all, and he appeared to be dead. The question, Naruto-kun, are you still thinking of the funeral? Was all that was ever present in his grief and sorrow. The boy with the orange hair lowered his head slowly. He threw his palms to his face and began to sob once more. He wiped the tears from his eyes with his hands, but the tears continued to fall. "I am such a fool, Conan-chan," he said, matching her eyes with squinted puffiness. "I wasn't there to save her in time. It's all my fault." Conan looked at him resolutely, hoping that it would calm his thoughts and at least provide him with some mental clarity. "No, Naruto-kun, it's not your fault. It was no one's fault. It was just something that couldn't be changed," he said. As more tears trickled down his whiskered cheeks, Naruto gave her a fierce look. "I would have changed it. She would still be safe with me. Nothing would have happened to her because I would have been protecting her. It would have never been this way. I don't EV," he said, infuriated even at the thought of being powerless. Slap. As Conan laid her palm across Naruto's face, he stumbled to his feet. He looked at her with a look of shock on his face, and the slap was a complete surprise. "You can't change anything," Conan said bluntly. "No matter how many times you cry or however many times you say you could have done something, the fact of the matter is that she is gone. You can't continue to live your life in wondering what could have happened. You have to move on from this." Naruto slumped in defeat and lowered his head once more. "Naruto-kun." Conan looked at him regretfully and sighed softly. She could see the pain in his eyes. He was gradually losing his fire. His body lost its strength, and he began to faint. For him, she needed to be strong. This is the time he needs. She couldn't abandon him like this. As she approached him more slowly, she put her arms around his body tightly and left him there before he could move. She put her hand on the back of his scalp and comfortingly tousled his hair. The orange-haired genin was shocked as he took in Conan's embrace. The words, "There was nothing you could do. You saw it yourself. No matter how much time we saved, we wouldn't have been able to stop it. It was her time." He exhaled, but no words came out of his mouth. "Sakura-san can rest peacefully now. You have to move on, Naruto-kun." As Naruto began sobbing uncontrollably onto her shirt, the tears came even more heavily. He quickly began to let go of all the tension he had been holding inside since she passed away. It's just so hard, Conan-chan. Nothing is the same without her. I don't know what to do anymore." "Just relax, Naruto-kun. Everything will be alright," Conan said, her heart exploding because of how severely his weakness was starting to overwhelm her. As he shuddered and let go of his tension, she felt the tears drip onto her shirt. She was really stunned to see him like this. When she did it to him, she must have looked like this. "I was just like this," she realized, her eyes widening. "Is Naruto really?" Conan slowly turned to face Naruto, who was shivering and clutching at him like a baby to a mother. Flashback. It was an awful night. She was exhausted from the earlier part of the day. She was unaware that things would turn out this way. It seemed as though she would never experience this pain again because things had recently become easy, but it suddenly came upon her. "He always assured me that he would be safe. He always said he would be present." He had left. The tension was thick in the deadening silence. As Conan attempted to heal him, Nagato remained silent and gazed blankly into a corner. He was already aware of the jutsu's severity. The damage was irreparable. He was unable to move his hands due to the damage caused by the chakra rods shattering and splitting numerous parts of his lower spine. He was fortunate to be moving at all. She had to work around the rods to try to fix the few things she could feel, but she never took them out for fear of irreparable harm. She tried everything she could, but Nagato's condition just made her cry. She began to sniffle as she made another attempt and continued to move up and down his body in an attempt to fix something. Anything. "Conan," when her name was called, the woman immediately stopped. "Go back to your room. I'm fine as I am," she said, her eyes widening in concern as Nagato stayed still and face forward. "No, you're not," was her adamant reply. I have to figure out how to fix you. Just give me time. I can't leave you like this, she said, her teeth clenched in frustration. Nagato was motionless and silent. It was vaguely menacing and a little frightening. She wondered how much her friend had changed. Just go to your room. I'm paying the price for my actions. Don't worry about me. There is nothing you can do. So please, the man lowered his head, a tear rolling down his cheek as he continued, please leave me be. He no longer had the fire she used to see within him. She never imagined things would turn out that way. She found the idea itself so alien. She sprinted away from him, closed off her room, and left nothing for anyone to see. She left him there for the remainder of the night, and Conan and Nagato never spoke again. She became even more sorry for their fallen comrade Yahiko after witnessing the lifelessness that reverberated in his purple rings. After she shut the door, he began hurling objects and shouting in his room without any delay. At her friend's actions, Conan could only weep in sorrow. She was being torn apart by the fact that she was powerless to help him. Desperate to get away, she opened her door and hurriedly shut it. Her cries of pain were so intense that they made her teeth clatter. She collapsed to the ground like a rag doll after her explosion, shedding tears in pools on the ground. As she went on, her makeup left streaks and wiped against her skin. There was no solace for her. There was no one to help her. When Nagato was in this kind of pain, he never wanted to talk to her. She had no one else to vent to. She was by herself, and nobody gave a damn about her state. Hours after her tears dried up, she lay quietly, cradling herself tightly in her own arms and legs. She didn't stop crying for very long before becoming still. The harsh realities of life took a toll on her mind. She felt completely depleted, thinking absently, it doesn't matter anymore. It was only a matter of time. Without the heartache, life is simpler. The weight of loving someone is too much for me to bear. This is what I am. This is what I've become. My tears hold no weight if my commitment is only failure. I won't do it anymore, Conan said calmly as she pushed her thoughts so forcefully and blocked anything that could be redeemable. They would just die in the end, she thought, her thoughts only trailing downward in despair as she continued lying catatonic. They were locked away in the distant recesses of her mind, where she hoped they would never be seen again. Dead to feeling and dead to everyone else, she dozed off. She would no longer allow anything to defeat her. She would no longer lead that delusional life. Faith is gone. Someone was lying there who was much more hurt than she had ever imagined. She didn't think she would ever get over this. Flashback end. Let it drip. 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 When the woman with the blue hair raised her hand to her face, she saw that her eyes were wet. She was completely taken aback by the revelation, recalling exactly what had transpired. She had such a dark mind then. She never thought it was real. Nothing about it seemed believable. As she embraced Naruto, her hold on him grew more firm. She hugged him tightly, nearly choking him out of the hold, and her heaving grew. When the Jinchuriki looked up, he saw that she was crying. Like him, she was crying again. For a brief moment, he forgot about Sakura's passing and gazed at her with curiosity. Unsure of what else to do, he tightened his hold on her as Conan's grip matched his and refused to release her. When the woman saw him stir, she knew it was getting awkward. As they exchanged glances, she startled Naruto by gently urging him to his room. He saw the sincere emotion behind the gesture as he looked into her eyes. After giving it some serious thought, he nodded his head in agreement and accompanied her slowly to his room. To get comfortable, she pushed herself against the pillow and lay down on his bed. She closed her eyes for a moment to enjoy the sweet feeling of the pillow. Turning around, Naruto pushed his knees against the mattress. As she watched him approach her body, Conan gazed intently into his eyes. He stopped halfway to her, and she saw him pause. While lying on the bed, the orange boy was allowing the woman some personal space. As she became aware of his sly manner, a tiny half-smile appeared on her face. Observing his anguish, Conan drew him nearer to her and pressed his nose against her neck. She encircled him with her arms, encasing him in her body. Additionally, she wrapped her legs around his own, which caused him to become anxious for a brief moment before he relaxed and lost himself in the contact. As Naruto's arms slithered around Conan's body and tightened their hold on her back, they lowered in defeat. The urge to cry grew stronger. He had never experienced such human contact before. He almost thought she was familiar. Although Conan was unsure of her moral compass, she believed that this was the best course of action. She didn't feel sad, but her tears continued to fall. She simply experienced joy, the greatest happiness anyone could experience. Something was bubbling to the surface from deep within her. He was solely to blame. He carried this light with him. Naruto-kun, thank you for everything that you have done for me, she said softly to him. Because of you, I wouldn't be who I am today. You truly pulled me from who I was before, and I never thought I would ever get over this emotional failure. You've proven me wrong, and I couldn't be happier. Just thank you, Naruto. You truly gave me order within my mind, Naruto. To check if he was awake, she gently prodded him. She received a moved leg and a loud snore in return. She looked down at his face slowly and giggled softly. He had wet stains on his face from the previous emotional sessions, and she could see them. However, he defied his previous episode by displaying this serene expression on his whiskered face. I don't think it should be a problem, after all, he did so much for me, Conan said, his eyes darting from left to right in embarrassment and uncertainty about whether she should do it. It's the least I can do, she said, smiling at his sleeping form with half-closed eyes. She quickly lowered her mouth to his face and gave him a gentle forehead kiss. I don't ever want to lose you, she said, surprisingly remaining there for a few moments before removing it hastily out of concern that Naruto would wake up. Don't leave me either, please. The only thing I have left is you. Her eyes closed, and she felt compelled to cuddle up to Naruto even more because of his warmth. She could lie in bliss from this embrace for eternity because the body contact was so pleasant. It's been a while since she had this. Warmth, as Naruto pondered such lovely ideas, warmth flooded his thoughts. He had never felt more at ease than he did at this precise moment. There was nothing like the blissful silence that weighed him in his bedroom down. He had pleasant dreams that he relived in his head. He couldn't recall ever sleeping through the night without waking up, so it wasn't like normal. That was unusual enough on its own. His entire body seemed to be floating in euphoria. Among the more idealistic aspirations were the dreams he experienced. The thing that really stood out the most was that they were all peaceful and comforting dreams, even though some of them didn't make any sense and others were much more fascinating than he had ever imagined. Last night, he didn't have any nightmares, which was a significant departure from his usual experience. He closed his eyes and pushed his face deeper into the softness because the heat radiating from his face was so soothing. He wished the sensation would linger. His mind was foggy, so he didn't really pay attention, but it didn't matter to him. He only knew that the bed was too good to pass up just yet. Something encircled Naruto's head with a little more vigor. He tried to ignore the strange sensations all over his body when he felt something else move beneath the covers and touch his leg. I'm just dreaming, he thought. Sometimes, he recalled, he would be feeling awake and dreaming at the same time. When he questioned Jiraiya a few years ago about these odd occurrences, the sage merely said that they were known as lucid dreams. The term appealed to the orange-haired boy and was a perfect fit for the situation. All he was doing was dreaming. That's all. Not much more. Nothing less. Eventually, he would completely awaken and simply understand that it was nothing. He eased his body back into his pillow and pushed a little deeper. His nose plunged deep into the velvety texture as the force drew his face closer again. A sigh reverberated through the room as he felt warm air strike his head. Hold on a second. Something's wrong. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids to reveal his deep blue eyes, and then it hit him. This feels too real to be a dream, and I can't breathe. He panicked as soon as the thought hit him. Yes, exactly. Conan consoled me as I sobbed. We both dozed off. As he pieced everything together, his mind screamed to a stop. As he grew more comfortable with his lying position, he became aware of a few other surprising things. His face was pushed very roughly against Conan's. He positioned his right arm against her butt and over her waist. As he registered this thrilling sensation that spread across his palm, his pupils dilated. As these ideas whirled through his head, he became acutely aware that he needed to go to the bathroom. Then, sensing that his lower area was as rigid as a board, he realized that something much more dangerous was coming. It's touching her. God, oh God. If she wakes up like this, I'm dead. What should I do? I should think this logically, Naruto thought to himself. This could be a life or death situation, and I am a ninja after all, he said, deciding to take his hand off her butt and slide it upwards so that it would appear as though he was still asleep and rest somewhere on her upper torso. He inhaled deeply and uneasily before beginning to move his hand slowly. He kept going up, and it rubbed slowly against the material of her trousers. As he proceeded to play with fire, tensions increased significantly. He sighed in relief as he felt the hand finally come away from the waistband. Good. Just a bit farther now. Do you feel better, Naruto-kun? His mind plunged into emptiness and his heart stopped beating. The silence that had engulfed the room for so long was utterly broken by the unthinkable voice. He couldn't respond to that question because his mouth was so dry. "Why yeah," he replied, licking his lips and clearing his throat. After a while, there was no response, and Naruto grew afraid of what would come next. "I hope she doesn't bring it up," he said. "Please keep your mouth shut about it. Please don't." She said drowsily, good," utterly unaffected by their embrace. "Thank you more. Naruto sighed with relief. "Do you think we should get up now?" he asked with a quiet sigh. "I think I want to lay like this for a little longer," Konan said, sulking. Her response caused Naruto to flush. Did she refuse to get up? It was the first time. Was she genuinely relishing their hug? He didn't mind that perhaps he enjoyed this job more than he had previously believed, even though he was certain that she was too exhausted to notice their situation. He began to get up with a grudging sigh of defeat, knowing that he needed to use the restroom. As Naruto separated his broad shoulders and withdrew from her, Konan let out a quiet whimper. Stumbling over his own feet, he put his hands over his crotch and headed for the only way out of their little cuddle. Konan was lying in a half-slumbering daze when a click reverberated throughout the room. Peeping over her shoulder from the window, the light danced on the walls, silently urging her to awaken. She sat up, tossed her hands in the air, and winced slightly. "That was the best sleep I've ever had," she thought absently as her mouth let out a loud moan as her muscles stretched throughout her body. She noticed a tiny brown bird perched on the windowsill to her right. She slowly walked over to the bird as a smile appeared on her face. What an interesting little creature. Konan always loved birds, but butterflies were always at the top of her list. She adored birds of flight. The mere idea of flight conjured up beautiful images in her mind. She always dreamed of flying through the horizon and over the skies to take in the breathtaking views. She came up with another reason for wanting to fly as a result of those thoughts. She desired to escape. She only wanted to get away after losing her parents and being abandoned. It felt liberating and daring to fly. It served as a means of releasing her emotional bonds. All she wanted was to be free of the suffering and loneliness. She still dreamed of reaching the clouds, but those feelings waned after she met Yahiko. She lowered her hand to the bird and opened the window softly. After making one chirp, it joyfully landed on her index finger. At the display of the small birds, Konan chuckled quietly. "Man, Konan-chan, you have a way with animals." When Konan turned around, Naruto was grinning at her. After feeling threatened, the bird swiftly took off for the trees and disappeared from view. With her fingers intertwined, Konan gently brushed her hair away, asking, "Sigh, Naruto-kun. How are you feeling?" She gazed at his face for a response, her eyes glowing softly in the sunlight. "Why am I saying that? Hey, let's not worry about that," he said, laughing softly. "I'm okay now. It's not really a big deal anymore." Although her expression softened in response to his response, she couldn't shake the feeling that it might not be totally accurate. Sakura's passing was the worst thing that could have ever happened to Naruto, but it was also a huge tragedy for the entire Leaf Village. His crush wasn't the only one. It was among his closest companions. He was attempting to assist someone. It was a crucial objective he needed to achieve. "Naruto-kun," she began gravely, "what are your plans regarding Sasuke now? Will you continue to pursue him?" The boy's eyes wavered to the ground, and his smile dimmed. The carpet was more interesting than usual, for some reason. As soon as Konan noticed his strange response, he went on, "I mean, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I was just, well, never mind," she said, turning on her heel and strolling to the bedroom door. "I'll just make us breakfast," she said, before leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts and an awkward smile. "What should I do?" Silently, he pondered. "Sasuke," he clenched his teeth in bitterness at the memory of his longtime friend. "You killed Sakura," his mouth tightening into a line as he lay on the bed. "How could you? I'm not sure if I can forgive you for this, Sasuke," he said, slamming his fist hard against the sun-drenched blankets, sending particles flying like pixie dust. "We were betrayed by you." The boy with the orange hair sighed in frustration. "I can only hope, maybe you have something left within you. You betrayed everyone." While cooking, the woman with the blue hair occasionally stirred the soup in the pot. Although she would glance at the boiling contents, she never really looked at them. "Perhaps I should have asked more questions," she said, distracted by this disruption. I dug a little deeper. Wouldn't Naruto have been more relaxed? It's not going to work. He is still dealing with these wounds. The corridor was deserted when there was a loud thumping. It sounded deafening, or at least that was how it appeared. As his heavy feet thrashed the wooden floors slowly, Konan turned to see Naruto staring blankly. He took a few bowls off the shelf and set them on the counter without turning to face the other person in the room. Then he sat down and started to fidget with his thumbs. Conan quickly poured some of the soup, which was full of vegetables, into his bowl. Naruto had too many foods piled high after all of the food the villagers gave him. She chose to assist him in getting rid of it. The fact that she could cook was a plus. Sorry that it's not ramen. I know you wanted some, but we have so much food in the house that I have to use some of it at least, she said, adding more soup to her bowl and taking a seat next to the bewildered boy. Naruto jolted out of his reverie and thought about his food, saying, "Oh, hey, you made us food. Wow." He smiled as he looked at the steam rising from his food. He exhaled joyfully after taking a deep sniff, saying, "Man, this smells amazing. Not as great as ramen of course, but still this comes very close." When Conan noticed Naruto eating his soup, she ignored that direct comment and grinned, saying, "Yes, we have too much food at home. Even this morning, I found some eggs, bread, and a few canned foods laying at the front door. It seems even now, the people in your village really are thankful you saved them." Gulp. Yeah, I don't know what to say to them. Hey, I don't want to be rude or anything, and I actually kind of like the hospitality that has been given to me recently, Naruto muttered as he gobbled up the vegetables until his stomach felt like it was full of ramen. The woman with the blue hair kept smiling. She was aware of Naruto's deep enjoyment of this. It was his moment of brilliance. For his village, he won a victory. Conan quickly pushed the memory of Nagato away, asking himself, "What am I doing? This is not the time to consider that." For a while, they ate in silence. Normally, they would both smile and engage in what seemed like an endless conversation, so it felt a little awkward that neither of them could even begin a conversation that seemed remotely interesting. When the last second rolled around, Naruto got up and made the decision to grab another bowl of soup. Conan was aware. "No, Naruto-kun. I can get it for you. You don't have to get up." "Nah, it's okay Conan-chan," he said carefully as he lifted the lid. "I can get it myself. It's not a problem." She said, "Naruto-kun, you should just rest," as she tried to reach for his bowl. "You've been th." As he tore the bowl from her fingers, the boy yelled, "I don't need anyone's help, I can do it on my own." "Naruto-kun." Conan's eyes widened at Naruto's outburst. The Jinchuriki's eyebrows were furrowed as they sighed. More than he would like to acknowledge, his words took him by surprise. He looked into Conan's eyes and saw that her bright amber irises were filled with confusion and sadness. Naruto found it astounding how much he could see with her eyes alone, and he was currently seeing something he didn't want to see. Without thinking, he set his bowl down on the counter and faced Conan. Her gaze followed his every move, catching his contempt and the desolate afterthought that came to him without much hurry. Abruptly, she sensed a chin resting on her shoulder and two arms encircling her body. She closed her eyes and sighed uncontrollably in his squeeze after a few moments. Unbeknownst to Conan, she found comfort in his arms, and each time they did this, she was only able to release whatever emotion she was experiencing. "Sorry, Conan-chan," he murmured over her shoulder. "I shouldn't have done that. I honestly don't know what came over me. I've been more emotional than usual." Pulling him away from her, she grinned earnestly and said, "You're still upset and it's okay. I believe you will find whatever answer you need within your heart. I have complete faith in you." She sighed, "There's no need to apologize. I understand." Naruto fixed his gaze on the woman before him. He felt a warm sensation in his stomach as she spoke. He's never felt that way about anyone. Though his love was unrequited, Sakura most likely gave him butterflies. In his heart, he knew that Sakura's unforgiving love for Sasuke might make him reconsider pursuing her. But there was that part of him that kept telling him to keep trying. After all of that, perhaps he would finally receive the response he had been longing for. However, what is this? Naruto was unable to comprehend his feelings, Conan-chan. Suddenly, Naruto grabbed her once more. This time, he didn't let her move, instead, he held her tightly. Naruto," exhaled Conan. Uncontrollably, he yelled, "I'm sorry, I don't want to stop." It didn't feel like a typical embrace. Unlike their other embraces, she sensed a need from Naruto. He carried on with his activities without saying a word. Conan made an unsuccessful attempt to move. She couldn't deny that perhaps she was enjoying it more than she would like to admit, and his strength from his training had truly come through in this moment. She closed her eyes in satisfaction and lowered her arms in surrender. She became anxious as she began to experience an ambiguous feeling in her body. "Am I blushing?" she asked, feeling oddly warmer than she remembered. "I'm flushed. He can't be the reason I'm blushing." We might have summoned Ya at the wrong time, huh?" When Naruto and Conan heard that, Their eyes widened. Hearing voices in her head wasn't the solution either because Naruto heard it too and it wasn't either of their voices. It has a distinct scent. Were they not alone? A tiny female toad screamed, "Hey, don't act surprised. We reversed summoned Ya before." Naruto turned his head to examine his surroundings and asked, "Oh, wait, I was reverse summoned?" Yes, he was at Mount Mayuboku. He soon realized that he was in the toad's house, although the main warning sign was the humid temperature. A male toad said, "Yeah ma boy," with a sense of joy. And not a moment too soon either, well, maybe a little soon. "Huh, what you mean?" The female toad slyly replied, "Ahem, the lass in her arms." Naruto turned to see the woman still in his arms, still in his tight embrace. He noticed Conan's embarrassed expression, and he wondered if she was blushing. He repeatedly apologized as he swiftly tore his arms away from her. He seemed to be in his own world despite Conan's repeated attempts to calm him down. "Naruto ma boy, glad I could see ya again." The male toad laughed, "But puttin' all dat aside, we gotta take ya to the great Lord Elder. He has some divine tellin' for our future ya need to hear." After the toad's response, Naruto looked at Conan with interest and said, "Oh, okay. Conan-chan, you will have to sit here while I—" The male toad interrupted, drawing both humans' attention. "Actually, Naruto," he said, "bring the lass with ya too. This concerns her as well." Conan said uneasily, "Wait, you can't be serious, what does this have to do with me?" The female toad said, "We're not sure," adding, "He just said that he needs to see a woman with blue hair. I'm not sure." After exchanging glances with Conan, Naruto smiled and said, "Okay. Let's go see Gramps Sage." The grass and dirt were accompanied by the pitter-patter of feet. Naruto and Conan trailed the toads by a small margin. As they approached the elder toad's location, Conan took in the surroundings. Her expression was so filled with wonder that Naruto's lips curled slightly upward as he observed her intense interest. "You've never actually seen anything like this before, have you?" he asked. "No, I haven't seen anything like this at all," she replied with astonishment. "I have been to several countries but this realm is unlike any habitat I have ever had the chance to encounter. It's beautiful." The orange-haired boy laid his hands behind his head and replied, "Yeah, I've been here a bunch of times, but this is only your second time being here." "What? I've been here before?" she asked, her face displaying obvious shock. "Oh yeah, the male toad's brain whirled. I remember now. The last Naruto brought in. He went through a lot of trouble bringing Ya back to his village. He even got the other toads in a fuss fair using the reverse summon technique. But I swear I ain't never seen such a passion in a young man's eyes than I did when he told us about Ya." His gaze rested on Conan. "He really had ta get ta Ya and he ain't such a bad kid, so we did him a favor." Naruto's eyes darted downward as memories of the past began to bloom in his mind. "At first I didn't think it would work," he replied rather dully. "I brought myself to Mount Mayuboku when I realized they could summon me. The only bad part was that they told me that I could only be reversed summoned from my previous location, another toad summoner, or from a special toad teleportation seal. The toads told me it was impossible to summon myself on my old master in the first place." "I apologize, Naruto-kun," the paper user said solemnly, clasping his hands together. "I would have done it long ago if I could have taken it back." The boy shot back, dismissing her apology with a half-convincing smile. No. It's okay. I'm sure Jiraiya-sama would be kinda glad how things worked out." "It's okay really," he said, looking over. He could see that Conan was feeling bad about helping to kill their mentor, but Naruto knew that she had never wanted this to happen. Putting that aside for the moment, he continued, "The only other option that I had was using a special toad teleportation seal. The pervy sage actually had an escape just in case he was in danger. Remember his giant scroll on his back?" The woman replied, "Luckily, pervy sage made this seal a long time ago specifically for deadly situations where he knew there was a possibility he wouldn't return. He would leave his scroll that he had on his back at Konoha or somewhere far enough away to give him an escape when it was dire. These two guys," the child pointed to the two toads, "told me that pervy sage dropped his scroll during his fight with Nagato and his paths. This seal can only be used twice, so I summoned myself there and summoned myself back to Mount Mayuboku after I rescued you. Then finally, I was reversed summoned back to Konoha by the toads." The female toad yelled, "You gave us a lot of trouble, you little twit. But if it weren't for you, this lady would have been saved." Naruto cheerfully replied, "I'm just happy that I made it in time. Who knows what would have happened if I hadn't shown up." "Yeah," Conan replied glumly. Her spine tingled at the thought of it now. She was definitely on the verge of passing away. She would have perished if Naruto had arrived even a minute later. She was plagued by these thoughts every day, and it was difficult to dismiss them as unimportant or useless. A giant toad on an even bigger stone chair was the target of Naruto's loud shout. "Oh, hey giant Gramps Sage. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Through gaps in his eyelids, the elderly toad peered at a nearby man with hazy orange hair. The little male toad replied, "I brought the boy for ya great lord," as he hopped alongside Naruto. "Yes," the large toad replied, "I have called upon you, but who are you again?" "Gramps forgets everything," Naruto said, throwing his hands to his face. "I'm Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto." "Yes. Yes. Naruto. That's right. I have summoned you," the tired toad croaked. "I have not only summoned you, but also an angel with blue hair. Is she with you?" She bowed courteously and said, "My name is Conan. It is an honor to meet you." "Naruto, you will meet an octopus soon. I couldn't see it clearly, but I indeed saw octopus legs," the toad said with a slight smile. Naruto questioned incredulously, "Octopus?" "That is correct," said the toad. "Another vision involves you fighting a being who finds power within his eyes." "I already know that," Naruto said with a sour tone, "and I already have an idea on what I'm going to do." Curious about Naruto's conclusions, the toad asked, "You know what this person is?" "Yes, I have a plan, although I don't really know what I'm going to do yet, but I need time to figure it out for myself." "So be it, Uzumaki Naruto," the giant toad said, his head tilted slightly toward the woman. "Conan, I've had several dreams that contradict one another of you," he said, drawing attention to the older toad from among the smaller ones. "One shows that you have already deceased and yet you are still here. It is not common that I have dreams that predict altered realities. How have you survived this long?" he asked, astonished by Naruto's response, but respectfully letting the boy be. "Uzumaki Naruto saved me from my impending fate. He found me and protected me from the clutches of an evil man with the help of my long-time and deceased friend Nagato," she admitted. "If it wasn't for Nagato realizing my conditions and giving Naruto the help he needed to find me, I wouldn't have survived at all." He complained briefly before continuing, "I saw a blue-haired angel protecting Naruto as the world came together to fight." "I will assume that is you, young one," Conan said, nodding softly. The one named Nagato somehow caused a shift in fate. Could he see into the future? "Given to what has happened before his passing, new futures have appeared in my dreams," the large toad grunted through his flared, wrinkled nostrils. Because of her paper wings and her role as Pain's right hand in any village or combat situation, she was referred to as God's angel throughout her nation. "I have already indebted myself to Naruto. I will do anything and everything I can to protect him. He is the key to saving all of us," she said. The toad silently turned to face the woman and considered what she had said. The expression conveyed a somber vibe to everyone around. The other medium-sized toad in the room looked up at the elder toad before he spoke. "Conan of Omegacure, I have also foreseen you and Naruto working together with the toads and using them to your advantage." "Gamatora," he said. "I have also seen you within a dream where you stored yourself within Naruto. You may give the fourth's key seal to Naruto. Naruto, please summon the toad summoning scroll for Conan to place her name upon." With wide eyes, Conan shot back, "What? There's no way I can't use, I'm not worthy elder toad sage. Please forgive me." Fukasaku observed Conan's anguish. "Ey, take it easy lass. It's not common that de elder ever gives de special summoning scroll to just anyone. You should feel proud that ya are receiving the right. But I'm not worthy. I've even helped in the death of Jiraiya-sama. There's no way that I can possibly be forgiven for this." "Conan-chan, it's okay." Naruto interrupted with a smile, "They already know about all of this stuff. The elder toad seems to like you. I don't know what he's seen, but he is helping us." Conan turned back to face the elder toad before she collapsed to her knees, her head resting on the ground. "I apologize, elder toad. I will treat your kind like a brother or sister from now on. Thank you for giving me this chance. I won't let you down." "Get up, young one. It's all right," the woman said, looking up in bewilderment. "You have proven your worth long ago. You have as much right as Naruto to use our prestigious clan. Please Naruto, gather the scroll and let Conan sign it." The older toad gave her a stern look before he burst out laughing. The boy wiped the blood on his palm and bit his thumb as instructed by the elder toad. "Kuchiyose no jutsu," he said, hurling a number of hand seals before slamming his palm hard into the ground. Bomb through the dense smoke, a larger toad roughly Naruto's height emerged. His skin was bumpy and orange, and he had blue markings in odd patterns all over his body. After a single croak, he used his slimy tongue to hold the scroll out to the group. Naruto thanked the toad, and it fell to the ground with a gentle thud. He quickly slid the scroll open to the next slot. As he saw the name and prints of his master preserved in the scroll, his features gradually turned sad. Just bite your thumb with enough force to draw blood. Write your name and mark your fingers with blood on the bottom. Then you're all set, Naruto said, shifting gears as fast as they appeared and grinning tenderly as he looked at Konan at his side. In response to his orders, Gamatora, who had been sitting quietly by the elder toad's side, swiftly moved. Sir, I will pull the fourth seal scroll fair ya, he said, stretching his body to form a scroll between his body and rolling it out to reveal the full key. Naruto looked up. Just press her fingers in the square. It will give ya what ya need to perfect the jutsu that Jiraiya told ya about. Could this really be it? The boy asked, uncertainly glancing at his hand. This might be much more difficult than I thought. Am I truly prepared? You seem unsure, Naruto-kun, Konan said, frowning slightly. Do you think you're ready for this? It asked. His eyes were closed as he replied, Konan-chan, I know that if I don't do this right, the Nine Tails can take over my will and be released. My only worry is that I won't be able to let go of the rage that fills my heart when bad things happen to people I care about. I can't really take it, you know? Konan nodded her head in understanding. She had personally seen his anger, and she didn't like it either. But she knew in her heart that Naruto could do it. Naruto-kun, I completely understand. It's difficult losing someone close to you or someone that you love. But think of it this way, you will need this chakra to challenge Sasuke, to challenge Madara and help your ultimate goal of saving your friends. Naruto-kun, she placed her hand on his shoulder. You have to do this for yourself. Show the Nine Tails that you can overcome his will. That your will surpasses his will of hatred. I believe in you. Everyone in your village believes you can do anything. Naruto remained in his reverie with his eyes closed. This motivation, he said, feeling the fire in his belly as his confidence reached its highest point ever. It's pleasant. I'm capable. Everyone has faith in me. Dad even claimed to believe in me. He smiled boldly, called forth chakra to his fingertips, and pressed his fingers in the square section of the seal. You're right. I can't get depressed about it now. I have to control it, he said. Good, Gamatora said definitively as he closed the scroll, trying to locate that octopus as the next step. Croak Naruto turned and saw Gama the toad looking at the young woman. Huh? He asked. Gama says that ya didn't finish written her name, stated Gamatora. Naruto snorted and said, You didn't finish your name? How could you forget that? With her eyes downcast, Konan said, I didn't think it was necessary to put my last name. We have her full name so we can complete the ritual, Fukusaku explained. If you don't put your full name then you won't be able to summon anything. As she moved toward the scroll, Konan let out a sigh. She had no choice but to write her last name on the scroll if she wanted to successfully call forth the toads. She was personally attempting to conceal her last name out of concern for public recognition, but she was unable to back down at this point. It's not like I can't trust anyone here, she said. Here, I'm secure. I have faith in Naruto. Since she had never given him her last name, the boy in her head approached her out of curiosity. He didn't even hear it. He couldn't pretend he didn't want to know because she kept it a secret. She always told him that it wasn't the right time to ask her, that she just wanted it to be forgotten, even though he had asked her a couple of times. That she didn't want to ever experience that aspect of her past again. He simply shrugged it off and always followed her rule. Besides, it wasn't like it was hurting anyone. Okay, I finished it, Naruto laughed as he glanced down at the scroll and the background went dark. When he saw it, his eyes grew wide. What was written next to his name made his heart sink. In a million years, it was impossible. It was simply not feasible. Why hadn't he noticed earlier? He retracted it. He can now understand why she didn't want anyone to know. Given where she lived, the name was particularly risky. Her survival over the years has been attributed to her anonymity. Fresh red blood and formal letters were written directly above the 5 fingerprints. Senju Konan. My folks, they're missed. I long for the days when I had a family. Mother used to tell me stories while we sat by the fire on chilly, rainy winter days. I miss those times. When I was afraid at night, my father used to hold me, and I miss that. Even though we didn't have much, I miss the delectable meals my mother would prepare. Father used to bring animals home to cook, and I miss that. I miss sewing in the rain with my mother. I long for a typical life. Where went everything wrong? Naruto-kun, it was a reality where things simply weren't meant to be. Shortly after they completed the signing, they were called back into their house in silence. Once more, the woman glanced up at the boy in their house. The expression of bewilderment etched in his face did not surprise her. To say he was taken aback would be an understatement. A bombshell that was far more powerful than anything he had ever heard struck him. He sat down and said, "Konan, Senju. But that means you're related to Granny." "Yes, it's true," Konan said quietly. "I can't deny it now. My last name is Senju. One of the only ones that I know are left." The boy took time to process that information. Was she who she claimed to be? There isn't a way, can there? Why had this information surfaced at this time? The boy rubbed his temple because he had too many questions running through his mind. "Konan-chan, why didn't you say anything about it until now? I'm pretty sure it was bad, but you could have used your name to your advantage tagging along with Konoha." "What?" the woman exclaimed. That wasn't possible. I would have been killed." She sat down next to the boy with orange hair holding onto her head. "You don't know how dangerous my name actually was to a megacure. Just as quickly as the Uzumaki were slaughtered against their will, my clan was also a high-value target. They gave no remorse to anyone that bore those names. It would have been the end of me had my secret gone out. I only survived by my parents' secrecy. They didn't allow anyone knowing of their last names. They chose a fake name and I didn't know anything about it until I heard my mother and father fighting one night. I was lucky that my mother wasn't a senju. I don't have the famous ability that other senju have." Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Hey," in response. Concentrating, he pursed his lips and said, "Tell me everything." "If you say so," Konan said, lowering her eyes after giving him a startled look. "I mean it. Tell me everything about you. I want to know what really happened to you when you were younger," he said with conviction. "Tell me about Konan Senju." Konan sighed thoughtfully, trying to mentally connect the memories. To tell the truth, she never imagined that she would have to recount her past until now. The majority of the memories she could remember truly made her feel empty inside. "Okay, but promise me that what is said here stays between us. You have to promise me that much," she said, her sight lowering as she bit her lip. "If the time comes and I want anyone else to know, I will let them know myself." She didn't like thinking about her past at all, and uncovering them now was starting to wear her down. With a gentle tug at his lips, the genin nodded his head and said, "Okay, Konan-chan. I promise. You have my word as a ninja." "Okay Naruto, it's star," she said with a delicate smile as she looked at him strangely. "Knock knock knock." "Huh?" both said simultaneously. "I'll get the door," Naruto said, heaving forward and raising his weight. "I wonder who it is?" he asked. The cool handle brushed Naruto's fingertips, and he twisted it. "Yo, Naruto." He opened the door, causing a draft to blow through his hair. "Huh? Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing here?" the boy asked, following the voice with his eyes and noticing a languid gaze fixed on him. The teacher casually said, "Hopefully I wasn't interrupting anything," to the boy who was infested with orange. "No, not at all," Naruto said dismissively, waving his hand. "We were just talking is all." "What do you need?" Naruto glanced at Konan, who was looking curiously at his teacher and noticed her slight disappointment. "I'm sorry Naruto for intruding. I know it's real soon, but you're required for another mission," Kakashi said quietly. "Actually, it's a very important mission." Naruto slapped on his hand and said, "Huh? What did you say?" he asked, drooling lightly down one side of his mouth. "I said we are almost there," Yamato replied. "Geez, Naruto, pay attention." "But Captain Yamato, you said that a few hours ago. It's been forever now. I'm tired of sitting here waiting. I want to get started on my mission already," the boy said, glancing around at his surroundings and noticing the rocking of his foundation. "Patience, Naruto," the captain said, "just unwind until we arrive. We'll be there shortly." With a frustrated sigh, Naruto got up and walked to the railing that looked out over the ocean. He put his chin on his palm and said, yeah, because he was so bored. He was eager to try something new, and sitting on a boat didn't help. He wanted to move somewhere new after staying in the village and after Sakura's passing. Too many negative emotions made him feel confined. As the waves crashed hard against the boat, Konan played in his head. For him, Konan's status as a senju truly changed everything. She shared ancestry with the 5th Hokage in addition to the 1st and 2nd. "I wonder what Konan's story was about," he said, shaking his head even as he reminded himself of that. "She never did get to tell me. She hasn't said much since we were interrupted," he said, looking to his right to see the woman sitting against the cabin with her eyes closed. I wonder how she's doing. Conan felt the boat rocking against the waves as she lay there silently. She became quite drowsy as the serenity relieved all of her internal tension. She continued to reflect on the near spill of her past despite the quiet and tranquility. Yahiko and Nagato were the only people who knew anything about her. She kept her identity a secret from Jiraiya and didn't want anyone else to know until now. All she wanted was to forget her past. Something must have been in the air. Maybe while she wasn't looking, Naruto put something in her drink? No, Naruto would never do that. Perhaps she simply had that much faith in Naruto. In fact, she might have been putting too much trust in the teenager. I have faith in Naruto. Nagato was correct. There was no excuse for not doing so. And now, I can't help but be beside him nowadays, she gripped in bewilderment and sorrow as Conan's fingers slid on the cool metal beneath them. I'm concerned. Is my attachment to Naruto growing too strong? Her amber eyes opened, gazing at the lone Uzumaki who was leaning against the railing. His face was looking off into space. As she looked at the boy, her hand went to her chest. There was a warmth in her chest that she had never experienced before. Her eyebrows arched in confusion as her hand gripped the vest pocket more tightly. Naruto-kun, without you, I truly wouldn't be here. Perhaps you are more important to me than I know. She took another look at the boy and studied his features. The wind blew his orange hair back and forth. Because of all the outdoor activities he had engaged in, his skin was tanned. The woman was captivated by the way his cheeks curved and decided to give him a closer look. His azure eyes shone like the ocean's reflections. She studied his shape, her eyes lowering gently, before she shook her head angrily and let out a frustrated sigh. A strange feeling began to roll uneasily in her chest. I should not think that way. What am I doing? Crash. As he got his bearings, the Jinchuriki let out a loud cry. Ow! What the hell was that? The knock against the railing was so abrupt that he rubbed his head angrily. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tentacle that was peach in color glide against the boat before it slammed back into the water. As Yamato hurriedly replied, "Oh, I don't know, whatever it was, I think it's coming back. I forgot to mention that there is a monstrous squid in these waters. I don't know how he found us." A dark-headed man shouted, one eye closed. It's the squid. Squid? Hey, didn't Gramps mention an octopus? Naruto asked himself. As she bounded across the ship to the teen's side, Conan yelled, Naruto-kun. This is no time to be lost in thought. Be prepared for battle. Yamato leaned into a stance and retorted loudly, Conan's right, we have to be prepared for anything. A giant squid brushed its body against the boat's hull, sending the people on top toppling around as water erupted against the vessel. The boat started to tilt sideways, nearly going overboard at that moment. Naruto struggled to regain his composure and fell to the edge more quickly. Conan cried out for him, No, Naruto-kun. Grab my hand, but was unsuccessful as he fell headfirst into the raging water. Naruto! Yamato exclaimed as he watched the Jinchuriki fall into the water, his eyes widening. A large bull with tentacles emerged from the water and gave the squid a hard punch that crackled in the air. You're out of luck, squid. You hear? I will give you something to fear, a loud voice boomed. Before a rough waving boat and a softer splash were heard, the squid flew through the sky in a trajectory that led to a far-off pad of the ocean. The one-eyed man exclaimed, That's Killer B, we're saved. My chest feels heavy, it burns. I didn't think it would be this difficult to stay at the top of the water. I can't keep my eyes open anymore, Naruto said as he floated, his limbs swimming lifelessly in the ocean. Naruto screamed, No! As Sasuke swung the kunai viciously across Sakura's throat. Blood spattered Sakura's paste-colored coat, causing her eyes to widen. Sakura's life dwindled from her eyes like a dying candle, shattering Naruto's heart into fragments. Hey, Naruto-kun, can you hear me? Naruto-kun. Naruto sat up, bewildered, and opened his eyes wide. Through the white billowy curtains that billowed in a gentle breeze, the sun shone brilliantly. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by the lovely surroundings outside by the faint chirping of a bird. He glanced around the room for a moment, but soon saw that it was not his room at all. Compared to his previous room, this one was much larger. The most peculiar aspect of the room was that, despite the new furnishings, there were still pieces from his own apartment strewn about the dresser and in other areas. A poster that was a perfect duplicate of the one he had on his wall at home caught his attention as he turned to face the peach-colored wall. Where am I? He asked inquisitively. Before he could finish thinking, the room's door creaked open in a melodic manner, and he saw a radiant smile come to life in front of him. Naruto-kun, the woman said, her blue hair hanging loosely against her shoulders like it had just been washed. Her eyes were bright orange, and her face glowed warmly in the reflection of the light from the open window. A lean on one leg emphasized her figure. She wore dark shorts that accentuated her toned legs and a white tank top that fit snugly against her body. Dazed, Naruto said, "Konan-chan, what are you doing?" The teenager was taken aback by her peculiar appearance. A lovely upward smile curled her lips. The Jinchuriki hardly noticed the blush that appeared on her face. "Isn't it obvious, silly? I'm coming to wake you up." Naruto's heartbeat quickened as he saw Konan's eyes change from sweet to cunning. Konan laughed softly at Naruto's antics and began to walk towards the bed before she knelt down on the plush top. Before planting a firm kiss on his lips, she crawled up to his form and grabbed his shoulder. When Naruto sensed her body pressing heatedly against him, his eyes widened. As Konan desperately pressed herself against Naruto, her mind melted. "You made me, this way Naruto," she muttered between kisses. Before the teen's mind finally took over, the woman began to run her hand up his shirt. In a desperate attempt to catch his breath, he pushed her away from him and abruptly ended the kiss, saying, "Konan-chan, why are you? Isn't it obvious? I'm trying to wake you up," she said, her face displaying a dejected expression. Incredulous, Naruto said, "What do you mean? I'm already awake." Konan responded, "No, Naruto-kun," as she gently pressed her body against him, "I want you to wake up. Your warmth is something I've grown to adore. Please don't leave me. You're everything to me." Her body heaved as she continued, "Please wake up Naruto, wake up." Her hand rested gently against his chest and she gently tugged at his shirt. Naruto woke up to a darkened room and reluctantly opened his eyes. He said, "That's right. I fell in the water," as he lay comfortably on a bed and felt pain in his lungs. He attempted to stand up, but an unidentified weight was fastened to his arm and shoulder. "We must be at the island now." As his eyes acclimatized, he noticed a woman peacefully sleeping next to him. As they lay there, he felt her breath against the side of his cheek. Naruto started to shift his feet so they were angled away from the bed because he wanted to get up. "You're finally awake." When he turned his head and saw Konan's eyes softly glowing in the dark, the orange-haired teenager froze in place. "Why yeah," was all he could manage as he felt her worried gaze piercing his own. Was she constantly observing him, or did she always know when he was awake? He wasn't certain, but the more he considered it, the more unsettling it seemed. "Konan-chan, why are you laying with me?" asked Naruto as he lay there in silence, feeling her fingers lightly brush against his forearm and brush against the hairs that crossed his arm. Konan was the next to go quiet. I saw you lying in bed sleeping, but you were tossing and turning, so I took it upon myself to lay beside you and give you comfort," she said, her hand freezing against his arm and landing on top of it. Naruto took a moment to process the information before Konan added, "If it means anything, you became quiet when I started to pet your arm." At Konan's answer, Naruto flushed profusely and swallowed, as if something had been stuck in his throat. Naruto has noticed that she has been acting strangely for the past few days. He couldn't deny that her touch against his arm was soothing, and he was beginning to get the impression that Konan might be opening up to him more. He lay there silently, sighing. "What happened after I drowned in the ocean?" was what he needed to know. "Killer Bee rescued you with one of his tentacles. You were unconscious and weren't breathing when he brought you to the boat, but I quickly resuscitated you," the woman said, blowing air from her exhausted lungs with a saddened strength. As they lay there, her hand lightly tightened against his arm. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you in time. It was strange feeling defenseless in that situation." "I should have been better prepared," the boy said, observing the woman beside him in distress. Konan lowered her eyes in disdain as the teenager ignored her apology. "Yes, exactly. She served no purpose. Totally pointless. She did nothing to stop Naruto from nearly dying. She was carried away in a euphoric catastrophe as her mind recited the same words in a familiar sensation. Useless. Inconsiderate. Not worth it. Not trustworthy." But as soon as it got to be too much, Konan felt a warmth touch her fingers, and her breath caught. Naruto touched her hand with his palm. The boy said quietly, "You did what you could. That's all that matters. You still saved me and I'm still here and grateful for what you've done." He turned his head to meet hers as their eyes met. Against the reflections from the window next to the bed, the passion in his eyes shone dimly. "Don't ever think that you're worthless because you're not. You're far from it." As she repeated the lovely words that kept repeating in her head, Conan's eyes widened a little. He seemed to be reading her thoughts, and the way his eyes pierced hers gave the impression that he was looking directly into her soul. How is that possible? When it was his turn to stroke her hand, Naruto grinned slightly. His thumb followed the ridges and dipped between them, stroking her knuckles up and down. As the sensation swept a wave of emotions through her, Conan remained silent. She wanted to avoid making eye contact with him, so she gently closed her eyes. As they lay there, she experienced a sudden sense of relief and a burning sensation in her chest. What is going on with me? She asked herself. With a hint of fear, she asked. She was unable to comprehend it. She sat motionless, terrified to even shake, her heart hammering hard against her chest. Although she felt Naruto's hand leave hers, she was afraid to open her eyes. She started to appreciate his fiery gaze, which he would use to look at her. His piercing gaze would tear her apart from the inside out. She was unable to pay for his attention. Gasped she. She couldn't help but open her eyes when Naruto's hand reached her waist and she saw the orange-haired boy staring at her so tenderly. Naruto moved closer to her before she could respond, tucking his hand behind her head and pressing it to his chest so that her nose was lightly pressed against his. Conan stiffened, then relaxed in Naruto's hug. She didn't mind at all that it seemed to soothe her thoughts. It's okay, Conan. I know you've been under a lot of stress recently. They lay peacefully, Conan breathing a little rough against his shirt. It had been a long time since she had experienced such consolation from anyone. It was almost impossible to find someone who could support her in that way, and she was certain that she would never experience this kind of solace again if Naruto weren't present. As they lay there in their bliss, her thoughts wandered, but one thing kept coming back to her mind repeatedly. Hey, Naruto-kun. Do you still want to know about what my family was like? Uncertain of Naruto's thoughts, she waited patiently. Probably he had forgotten about it. What purpose would her life serve? Now it's all behind us. He probably just has a dim recollection of it. She kept wondering until the silence became unbearable. She must have known his response. She was dying. Naruto-kun? Snore. Sigh. Conan's forehead furrowed in exasperation. She came to the realization that Naruto did, in fact, sleep quickly at this point. After inhaling, she wrapped her arms around Naruto and held him while he slept. I suppose I'll have to adjust to that. In any case, I can always tell him later. She left it with that last thought before closing her eyes and letting herself get lost in Naruto's rhythm. There's no hurry. She had no idea that she would witness something she would never forget the following day. Life always finds a way to complete a circle. Lady Tsunade. How are you feeling? In a tiny room, a busty blonde woman lay in bed, exhausted, and a moan reverberated against the walls. She was accompanied by a few medic nin who took her blood for additional testing and checked her vitals. She was totally fine before all of this happened, so no one knew what had happened to her. The woman by her side and even the medic nin, who appeared more anxious than usual as they continued their examination, were concerned about her condition even though she appeared normal and had a little more energy. As Tsunade lay there attempting to wriggle out of the blankets, she replied softly, I'm okay, Shizune. I feel weak and my head is just killing me, it's hard to move. With tears in her eyes, Shizune said, Lady Tsunade, don't get up, you nearly died. Yamato curtly replied, Okay Naruto. This is B. He is the host of the Eight Tails, gesturing with his left hand. With a hand to his chin, the boy gazed at the figure and thought, this is, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? With a comforting smile, B said, that I am little man. B is my name, hosting is my game, we. The rhyming that came out of the man's mouth made Naruto flush. To be honest, he didn't enjoy this peculiar manner of speaking. To be honest, it annoyed him a little. All he wanted was to finish his mission and learn new things. A man with spiky hair stepped up and said, and my name is Motoi, I am the supervisor of this island. He would need to introduce himself, wouldn't he? The teenager said, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's an honor to meet you B and Motoi, with a slight bow. B defensively shook his hands and said, hey now, there's no need for all that. All we need is a rap and a fist tap, ya dig? While B waited patiently for the genin to come up with a clever rhyme, Naruto looked around anxiously. The man gave the boy a. It's all on you. Look as he turned to face Yamato. He glanced at Conan, who was not even addressing him. She looked toward the trees. She might have felt a little ashamed of the circumstance. Naruto let out a defeated sigh and considered a catchy rhyme for a moment. To be honest, he wasn't blessed with the ability to sing or even rhyme when he was younger. When he did sing, it sounded more like a screaming banshee than music, and he had no reason to do so. Well, That won't work. That's too cheesy. No, oh no, I'll just see what I can think of by trying to spit something out. Although I'm slow, it isn't hard to flow. I can make a rhyme, pass the time and rewind the best line. Mighty fine. We. The hurried sentences that escaped his lips made him flush. To tell the truth, he was deeply embarrassed by his own words. Even though the rhyme wasn't particularly outstanding, he was still amazed at how good it was. The boy felt a lot of pressure from the man in the dark goggles as he examined him closely. After what seemed like hours, the man opened his mouth and grinned, saying, "Hey, nice work, boy. That spit wasn't so bad, don't be coy." Naruto grinned a little as B raised his fist. Soon after, Naruto smiled broadly and slammed his fist into B's. The elder Jinchuriki turned and said, "Follow me, little man. We're going somewhere special." "All right," Yamato said. "I will have to go with Naruto. I am Naruto's supervisor and a trained Mokuton user." Naruto asked, "What about Konan? Will she come too?" Yamato said sharply, "Yes, she needs to be watched for any unusual behavior." Konan appeared unconcerned by the remarks made about her. At this point, she didn't really care. She was aware of her position. The reply from Motoi was, "Very well, let's walk. This is it. It's where I come to sit, listen to my heart and think of myself a bit." Through a clearing that led to a huge waterfall with a small round island in the middle, Naruto's gaze darted around. Naruto was mesmerized by the stunning location as he looked at the waterfall. Something else about the waterfall felt strange, even though it was hypnotizing. Perhaps a little sinister. Although he was unable to identify it, it gave him a little chill. Perhaps the waterfall's mist was irritating his skin? As they approached the water, Motoi said calmly, "This is the waterfall of truth. This is a preliminary step to gaining control of the Biju." The man crossed the water and waved to Naruto, saying, "Step to the mound and sit down. If you close your eyes, you will see the truth that is inside of you." The boy glanced around, then walked to the mound, which reminded him somewhat of Mount Mayuboku, and sat down quietly, staring silently at the waterfall before closing his eyes in a trance. "Why do you make such an effort to blend in? You are aware that everyone is only manipulating your feelings. Even Konan." Naruto noticed a shadow inside the waterfall when he looked up. "Who's there?" "You are aware that Konan is merely manipulating your feelings, correct?" As the waterfall swept through the unidentified person's hair, a figure appeared out of the water and said, "No one could ever like someone like you. She's only using you until she has her chance to kill you." When Naruto noticed what appeared to be a perfect replica of himself approaching the mound, his eyes widened. "Who are you?" The boy approached him in an odd way, so the Jinchuriki asked warily, "I didn't make any shadow clones." "I am you." The darker Naruto retorted, "I'm the one you try to hide every day, the real you." "A liar." Naruto got up to his feet quickly and dashed towards the darker form. He went to quickly land a punch before he hit the other person's palm. "Huh?" The darker Naruto smiled devilishly before striking the normal Naruto's jaw with his fist, causing his body to spin briefly in the air before he fell into the water with a loud splash. "There's no way this guy is me, is it?" Naruto gasped as he pulled his head up. It seemed kind of strange having another Naruto that resided within his mind. He never knew that one even existed until now, but regardless of him having another Naruto in his head, it wasn't the real Naruto, it was just a lump of hatred that had accumulated over the years. "You see, I'm unbeatable." The darker Naruto held something in his hand that fluttered lightly in the waterfall breeze, and he grinned evilly as he stood there in his malice, saying, "Konan knows who you really are. I'm like you in every way, but I'm better. She belonged to Akatsuki. She made you vulnerable and opened you up. You know you're weak." "That's," Naruto said, looking up to see an orange flower in his dark hand. "What were you attempting to prove with this?" "Yes, this is the flower you made Konan," the darker half replied, looking down with what seemed to be a sad expression. "You're not even friends with her. She will always be angry with you because you made her go to Konoha with you." The darker half's statement caused Naruto's eyes to widen. Would Konan despise him? No, Konan's life was saved by me. She was not deserving of death. She would have sought Madara and would have been killed if I had left her in a megacure. "Are you aware of anyone else? You've only cared about yourself." The darker Naruto screamed in frustration before smashing the orange blossom in his hand until only rumpled paper remained. "When did you start caring about other people?" Naruto sulked as he sat in the water, staring at his legs, saying, "You're right, I was always mad at everyone for what they did to me. I used to lash out at myself for being so kind. I never imagined that people would see me for who I truly am. Just as Naruto Uzumaki." You agree that you need me? The darker half smiled. Naruto thought for a moment, was this really what he needed? Did he really need that hatred? Of course it has helped him through some rough times, but in the end, it became a hindrance to who he is as a person. It caused him to do things he probably shouldn't have done. His rage almost caused the entire Leaf Village to be destroyed again when he fought Nagato. He almost released the Kyuubi and endangered everyone in the vicinity. Could he really afford to make these mistakes again? Naruto couldn't help but sigh as he stood up. There was something about all of this that got him to think deeply about the entire situation. He has to conquer his inner demon, his hatred that he kept for so long, even when he thought it was long gone. He's only trying to get into my head. I can't let him interfere with my thoughts any longer. I can't be mad at anyone for what they've done. At the end of the day, people are only people. How could I possibly be upset at anyone for doing the things they've done? Yes, they've hurt me, but only because they believed what they were told instead of looking underneath and finding the truth. Naruto widened his eyes in amazement. That's it? Humans are not evil. The bad thing was the way they were taught. With hatred in my heart, who am I to pass judgment on someone over something so trivial? Now what are you talking about? The darker Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, just admit that you need me. Looking at his other half, the main Naruto grinned firmly and said, I don't need you. What were your words? Naruto answered definitively, I said, I don't need you, adding, you've been a great help to me and all, but you aren't really needed anymore. The darker half erupted in anger. What do you mean? Will you simply stop thinking about me? Since I'm a part of you, you can't? I'll be here forever. I will always be the person you turn to when you're feeling your lowest. You're right, Naruto said softly, his eyes dropping to the floor. Then you know that, Naruto responded, you're right that you're a part of me and that's what I have come to realize, adding that he now understands the need to accept and let go of his hatred for what it is. As he continued, he walked to his darker half and said, Konan accepts me for who I am. I can't keep living with this undertone in my heart. She has witnessed a lot of things that have improved her perspective on life. Perhaps I need her more than I previously thought. Like the others, she has grown to be a valued individual. I don't regret bringing her here, and she is now a part of my daily life. I have no regrets about remaining in Leaf Village. As of right now, I have no regrets about anything I have done. Now that I'm accepted by everyone in the village, I can't disappoint them. I must keep demonstrating that I am everything they could have imagined. The Orange Hokage of the village. As he continued speaking, the darker Naruto gave the real Naruto a perplexed look. I want to help people see the truth, even though I know there is still a long way to go before there is true peace. I want to contribute to people's ability to comprehend one another at last. Everyone should be able to sleep at night without experiencing any underlying fear, in my opinion. After all, we're not that dissimilar. With his hands behind his head, Naruto smiled a fox-like grin at his evil half, saying, we're all human. If anyone heard Naruto now, they would look twice and still wouldn't believe that he actually came up with these answers on his own. Usually, he would be known as the dense boy or just an idiot. He was oblivious to a lot of things and didn't really think too much about anything, but ever since he obtained his Rinnegan, things have been opened up to him that he wouldn't normally talk about. Things that he never would have seen or thought of before, it's true. Ever since I have had these eyes, I've been thinking a lot more. It could have just been him thinking about Sakura's death that got him pondering more on life and peace. Maybe it was his master's death that made him think. Maybe it was Nagato's whose death seemed to stump him with a lot of questions. Nagato was misunderstood. He lashed out and became the bad guy. But seen through certain eyes, his work could have been seen as good. A necessary evil perhaps. Naruto sighed inwardly, as he took in all of this information. It was everyone that caused me to reevaluate my conclusions. Stop talking. The darker Naruto spat, you'll run to me at the end. The only person who can comprehend you is me. Sakura made an attempt but was unsuccessful. Konan couldn't possibly be your friend, and Sasuke couldn't even understand that you were actually friends with him. She will never be able to comprehend the suffering we have endured. She's not even familiar with us. You're not correct. She does comprehend. She had it just as difficult, and it might have been worse than ours, Naruto screamed firmly. I had. We are only human. We must occasionally play the cards that are dealt to us. She is not malevolent. She's not horrible. She's alone, he said, his eyes dropping as he considered his next words. I want to help her in any way I can because she doesn't have anyone else in her life, Naruto said, raising his gaze to his partner's eyes once more. In Konoha, people can grow to like her. Simply put, everyone's memories of the war are still vivid. Granny has already given her the opportunity to prove herself, which she needs. I'll demonstrate to her the true extent of Konoha. She is deserving of a vacation. Everyone does. How are you able to say that? She was the enemy, the darker Naruto inquired bewilderedly. What about Sakura? You blame yourself for that, don't you? You didn't get there quickly enough. You were correct that I didn't arrive quickly enough, but at this point, there is nothing that can be done about it. Sakura-chan is my friend, so she wouldn't want me to keep berating myself over her passing. Naruto grinned and added, I have to have faith that I can accomplish these objectives in the end. I must have faith in Conan. I must have confidence in myself. Since you're not evil, you ought to as well. You are only me. Sniff. He discovered a lot in a short period of time, and he realized who he really was and overcame it so easily. He never knew that he built up such a hatred in his heart. He thought it as an entity, but something that comes and goes. The real Naruto looked on to the darker Naruto, who began to weep silently, and tears fell lightly from his face as he fell to his knees. Before Naruto knew it, the darker half began to dissipate into nothing as he smiled softly at his responses. Naruto-kun was able to conquer his hatred so easily and in 5 minutes no less. I didn't expect this outcome to turn out so well. He really is something else, said Conan, smiling slightly as she approached Naruto. B and the others watched as Naruto stood up in what seemed like only 5 minutes. He saw Naruto's face and smiled assuredly. Naruto turned to them all and gave a big thumbs up. B clapped in congratulations as he approached Naruto. V. Are you certain that Conan-chan is unable to enter? Yamato said sharply, yes, I'm sure, adding that Guy was keeping an eye on her in case she did something odd. She cannot harm you in any way while you are attempting to control the Kyuubi. As they walked on, Naruto merely scowled at his captain and turned to face B, asking, so, this is the room where you learned how to control the Hachibi? Yeah, B replied as they made their way into the whole white room. To control their Biju, every Jinchuriki in my village must come here. He turned to face Naruto and said, by the way, what seal keeps your Biju at bay? This is only for the case where they couldn't control it and it gets released. Then we have somewhere to contain them to keep them from escaping. A tetragram seal, was Naruto's casual response. Hey, that is amazing. In any case, it's better than mine, B said, taking a seat. So, do you have the key for it? Yeah, all right, great, B smiled in response. Do you think the Kyuubi won't get away? The idea of the 9 tails escaping Naruto and wreaking havoc on the island's population was terrifying, so Yamato asked with a hint of worry in his voice. Do not be alarmed, Captain Yamato. I'll make sure that doesn't occur. I can't allow it to occur. I must do this, Naruto said, glancing down at his balled fists. I must ensure my success at all costs. This is for myself, the people, and everyone who lost their life. I will not fail, he said, his face rising with such fierce determination that the other boys looked at him with mild admiration. The 8-tailed Jinchuriki said, let's get started, as they sat together and slapped fists. From Naruto's perspective, why are you in this place? You're still as cruel as ever, aren't you? Naruto grinned resolutely as he removed the paper covering the circular lock on the sealed barred enclosure, saying, that's not working on me this time. As he watched the boy pull up his shirt, the Kyuubi gave him a demon-like glare through the cage. What are you up to now? He filled his fingers with chakra and pushed into his stomach, where the seal was located, without receiving a response from the Jinchuriki. He used his fingers to twist as though he were opening a door, and the seal started to open on his stomach. He looked up to see the cage lock twisting intricately as it opened slowly. SWUP. Gwa. As he slashed his way out of the cage that had imprisoned him for so long, 9 tails erupted. Naruto flew backward and did a small flip before landing on the ground with a strong thud. A second version of himself made of chakra formed beside him and stayed attached to his shoulder. His foot slid forward as he propelled toward the enraged fox. His memory kicked in from what B had told him earlier. He charged the fox quickly as the Hachibi appeared behind him and lassoed his tentacles around the Kyuubi, surprisingly and ultimately bringing him down. Naruto, now's your chance. Naruto leapt forward with his chakra half beside him. Although things seemed they were going his way, the Kyuubi immediately ripped apart the tentacles that bound him in place. The Kyuubi's chakra half floated outward and made a grab for Naruto's chakra. The boy made a quick dodge but was immediately hit by a large paw that slung him sideways, throwing him to the ground. He pushed off the floor with his hands and swiftly dodged another paw slam. Damn, that fox is fast. I just have to, Naruto gasped as he saw the Kyuubi power up a chakra ball from his mouth. It got bigger and bigger until it was double the size of the Kyuubi itself. Before he knew it, the ball shot straight toward Naruto. The boy's eyes widened because he knew that there was no way he would be able to escape it. He braced for impact as things became dark. He slowly opened his eyes to realize that he was within something that was taking the blast. Octopops, he said in a breath of relief. The cocoon unraveled and deflated slowly into oblivion as the boy walked out of it. His eyes narrowed in determination as he gave the Kyuubi a thumbs up. Not bad, Kyuubi, but this won't last too much longer. I'll see to it that this ends right away. Are you trying to limit my authority, boy? With a laugh, the Kyuubi said, you'll never be able to catch it. I am the embodiment of evil. Activating his Rinnegan in Sage mode, Naruto grinned as his eyes gradually changed into the two-tier irises, turning from round to rectangular and blending into a shade of maroon. I'm going to have to go all out if I want a chance at taking his chakra, he said. The Kyuubi gazed at the boy with interest, and the fox arched an eyebrow, sensing that Naruto's tone was a little off, and he was intrigued. The idiot appeared a bit more arrogant than usual, and he wondered what Naruto had up his sleeve to feel so confident about himself. He watched as the boy slung up his hands into the familiar hand sign, and roughly 1,000 Narutos appeared, encircling the nine-tailed fox, each pair of Naruto forming a Rasengan, while the main Naruto started to form a giant sphere out of his hand, making everyone in the room appear exponentially smaller. I own your chakra. He was too busy trying to fend off the clones to get out of the way quickly enough, so he roared in pain as he saw a huge blue spiraling sphere hovering towards him. All of the clones immediately darted towards the fox and jumped into the air. Most of them were swatted away, but not all of them. The rest flew their Rasengan into the fox's fur. His eyes widened. The fox roared incomprehensibly as the Rasengan ground against his body, but Naruto saw his opportunity and slung his chakra half towards the fox's chakra half, where his chakra counterpart began pulling feverishly. Slowly but surely, the chakra was being pulled out and draining the Kyuubi dry. The Kyuubi saw this as an opportunity, and he smiled devilishly as a darkness began to seep through his chakra, spreading faster as the fox concentrated it further. It then began to travel across into Naruto's chakra half, and as soon as it did, thoughts started to surface that Naruto believed he had left only recently. I am solely to blame. What made him have to leave? I am unable to continue. Why even am I trying? Get out. You're useless. The thoughts were overwhelming his own focus and will, and Naruto clutched his head in bewilderment. The pain and anger he felt flooded his body, uncontrollable and difficult to even register. What is this? He squinted in frustration and possibly exhaustion, saying, it hurts. He lost focus and his eyes returned to their normal color, but something was wrong, very wrong. His left eye darkened. Look. The Kyuubi smiled and said, you can't control this hatred. Your animosity was a small portion of who I am. You're weak. The overwhelming emotion from the Kyuubi's enhanced chakra brought Naruto to his knees as he sat there trying to fight it. I'm weak, he replied, his voice tinged with depression. Never return here again. Get out of here, a voice without a face screamed angrily. A softer voice said, no, stay here, Naruto. The orange-haired boy's eyes widened as he heard a calming, almost melodic voice that stood in stark contrast to the dark voices that gradually began to take over his mind. A figure that was female and wearing a white shirt and green long dressing slowly emerged in the white void. She walked forward with a light gait, but what really moved Naruto was the woman's unusually dark red hair. Hey, who are you? How did you figure out my name? Even if it was only in his subconscious, Naruto wasn't going to make friends with someone he had just met because he didn't know them. Naruto, how about you guess who I am? The woman smiled as she asked. As he examined her closely, Naruto furrowed his brow and thought of only one thing, which was triggered by her red hair. Don't tell me you're the Nine-Tails Fox's true form. Naruto scowled at the woman as she went on. You have a scary laugh. You guffawed loudly at the boy after widening her eyes. Don't try to fool me by effing this woman. Whop. Hey. You know you're mistaken. The woman pounded her fist into his noggin and screamed at him. Naruto moaned in agony as he took in the woman's words, you know? I guess Minato didn't tell you much about me, which makes me a fool. I apologize, Kushina said, scratching her head in embarrassment. Naruto's eyes widened exponentially as he stared at the woman with the gorgeous long red hair. There was something about her that drew him in, the way she held herself as she stood there in that space, the green eyes that held nothing but warmth. You're correct, Naruto. Whoa. This was a moment that she had been waiting for, A moment that he had been waiting for, something that he never would have thought would happen. The boy hurried over to the woman and seized her tightly. His arms wrapped around her back and wouldn't let go, and he trembled. It was difficult for him to control himself as he sobbed softly at that very moment. Years of suppressing emotions came all too easily. The woman could only sigh as the boy held on to her. "Mom, there's so much that I want to ask you. We can talk for a little while, but first," she said, smiling at her son, before releasing her chains inside Naruto and launching them to the Kyuubi in a binding hold. The chains tightly encircled the demon fox as he lay there imprisoned. Kushina is this. He thought he would never see this again, and it gave him an unquestionable itch. The fox roared maniacally. "There." The woman closed her eyes and sighed in frustration. That should buy us some time. She had never enjoyed dealing with the Nine Tails, but it was necessary if she ever wanted to spend time with her son. "Now, how are you, Naruto-kun?" "Oh, I'm doing okay," he replied, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. "I've been through a lot growing up, but I always stuck it out." The boy smiled foolishly as he heard his mother's sweet voice. It was a strange feeling, and seeing his mother after all this time really eased a lot of feelings of discontent within him. He burst with excitement just being within breathing distance of her. "That's good to hear," Kushina said, smiling tenderly at her son. "I appreciate your strength throughout. Being the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki must have been difficult." "Yeah, it wasn't that easy," Naruto said, looking down with a hint of sadness. "However, as I mentioned, I persisted and continued on." I'm just going to come right out with it because I don't know what to say about it," the son said uncertainly as his mother examined him and saw that something was clearly bothering her. "What's causing your orange hair?" she said, her face flat. "I recall it being blonde when you were born." "Oh," he chuckled, "I'm not sure. I had blonde hair before it turned orange, according to Captain Yamato. It's possible that my genes were battling for supremacy. I'm not sure, it's really unclear." "Ooh," Kushina said, her curiosity at its height. "Perhaps your hair will eventually turn red? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Then you might have your mother's hair." She smiled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "At least it would match your face." With an exaggerated tear, he said, "Come on, Mom, saying goodbye to my blonde hair was already difficult enough. I don't think red hair would go well with me." When she did that, the boy looked at his mother and blushed a lot. He had never heard it before, and even then, the way she laughed, and about him specifically, was very interesting. Kushina put her hand to her mouth to stop the giggle that erupted from Naruto's reactions. When Naruto saw her look up at him, he smiled broadly and said, "Hey Mom, I just wanted to know. How did you get to know your father?" With an odd sparkle in her eyes, Kushina began, "So, who's that woman you're with? Is she your girlfriend?" With his hands in the air, Naruto's eyes grew to the size of saucers and he exclaimed, What? She's not my girlfriend, I'm afraid. She's only a friend, after all. She spends a lot of time with me and trains me. Furthermore, she wouldn't even like me, s." The woman said softly, "Easy, Naruto," and Naruto looked up to see her said, "There's nothing wrong with her being older than you." "What?" Incredulous, Naruto asked. To be honest, he didn't think his own mother would say that. Wouldn't it seem strange to her? Hold on a second. What am I saying? What do you mean? Shutting her eyes, Kushina let out a sigh. She spoke calmly to her son while twitching her thumbs. "Well, I don't necessarily approve of the age gap between the two of you, but," she said with a warm smile and a hand that was comfortably resting on the boy's shoulder. "I know love is a powerful thing, so I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to." Embarrassed, the young boy lowered his eyes. That's what his mother was saying about Conan. Hearing his mother say such positive things about a woman she didn't even know was very unusual for him. "Just make sure that she likes you before you try anything. Always be a gentleman to her," the woman began again. Once more, Naruto admired his mother. He had no understanding. What was happening? That was something he assumed his mother would never say. But how can you trust her so much? You don't even know her. The redhead laughed. "Easy. I've watched her through your eyes. I know who she is and I've even seen the way she acts. She's just been through some tough times, Naruto-kun," she sighed and continued. "She needs someone there for her. Someone to save her as Minato was to save me. I can tell that you've done something to her. You changed her, Naruto, and I believe that she feels indebted to you. She did say a couple of times that she owes me. I didn't want her to feel that way, but what could I do about that?" the boy said, casting a dejected glance in her direction. "I know, son. Women are much more complicated than they may seem to you," Kushina said with a knowing smile as he gazed into the white sky. I think there is more to her than you believe, she said, looking down into her hands. It's hard to imagine what Konan-san may have been through, but she needs someone there for her now more than ever, she said, and Naruto nodded his head as he listened. She isn't the same woman that you saw when you first met her. Her closest friends and family members are gone now, and she doesn't have anyone left for her except you. Naruto gazed dejectedly into the emptiness as his mother went on. You're the reason why she is starting to look at life in a different light. You've caused a great impact on her life and great memories may have been gained along the way. I don't think she knows how she feels yet, but I do know, she has feelings for you. What? Say that again. Naruto said, his face turning a deep red. Following Naruto's inquiry, the woman burst out laughing once more. She has feelings for you, Naruto. The boy with the orange hair widened his eyes in wonder. There's just no way, he said, breaking any eye contact he had with his mother. His mind started racing at Mach 3, he was hearing things he couldn't believe. Does Konan harbor affections for him? It isn't feasible. She was unable to. Unthinkable. His mind was filled with memories as he took in this new knowledge. When it came to actual signs, he wasn't all that intelligent. It had a profound effect on him when his mother revealed that one of his closest friends genuinely harbored feelings for him. He reflected on the moment when Konan appeared threatening to kill anyone and the Kumo ninja beat him to within an inch of his life. He reflected on the numerous embraces the paper angel had given him. She appeared to love each and every one of them. Her embraces warmed him. He reflected on their first kiss in the tent as well. She kissed him with such passion. She claimed it was an accident, but is that really something they should put behind them? He reflected on the moment she sobbed on him. How she really succumbed to Naruto. He recollected the smiles she would give him and the tenderness she cultivated for him. The memories of her were numerous. She evolved. In contrast to her previous self as an Akatsuki member, she completely changed. Above all, she developed a beautiful spirit as well as a beautiful body. She began to radiate joy and brightness. Mom, I don't really know what to say, the boy sighed in response. You have plenty of time to figure all of these things out for yourself, Kushina replied, grinning. It's okay, Naruto-kun. A devilish smirk flashed across her face as soon as she smiled, and she said, Hi, I never expected my son to be the older woman type. Naruto's mother's direct statement caused him to flush brightly. Nah, he said, dismissively waving his hand at her, I still don't believe that she likes me like that. That would just be silly. You could say that, although that kiss she gave you is pretty intimate, if I do say so myself. I mean, I used to kiss Minato like that and he would slide his hands. Gah. No, blah, I don't want to hear that, he said, protruding his tongue at the picture. When Naruto revealed who he really was, Kushina grinned brightly and laughed aloud at his antics. She longed to spend these times with her son, and now she had the chance to do so, even if it was only for a brief period of time. It was an absolutely amazing feeling. Now I can say something that I've been meaning to say for quite some time, Kushina said wistfully. I'm so happy. Naruto asked, looking curiously at his mother. What is it? With a gentle smile, she gazed into his eyes and said, I love you. After gazing into her eyes, Naruto blushed and burst out laughing in shame. It made him feel wonderful to hear his mother say that. Inspiring in a way. Shortly after his talk with his mother, the clone's memories were transferred to the real Naruto who was holding the Kyuubi with chakra chains. He was at peace. I'm relieved. Calmed. Joyful. His forehead furrowed as he exerted every ounce of strength to drive out the malevolent chakra that was controlling him. The Kyuubi was taken aback by the abrupt shift and it swiftly withdrew. In a desperate attempt to defend himself before things got out of control, the fox began tearing the chains off of him. However, he was not lucky because Naruto threw his hands up once more, releasing 1,000 more shadow clones. As they charged after the marginally weaker Kyuubi, all of the clones started to form more Rasengan. Every clone was given Sage Mode, and their Rasengan grew 100 times larger than the clones themselves, all at the same time that the Rasengan were formed. Where did all of this power come from? Each clone asked, sending their Udama Rasengan into the body of the defenseless Kyuubi, who only roared out in agony once more. The Kyuubi slid backwards violently, forced to defend himself. When he stopped moving, he looked up to see Naruto coming toward him with a spiraling Rasengan that had grown 100 times larger than usual before he threw it in a desperate attempt at the Kyuubi. A few dozen clones tugged fiercely at the fox's chakra as it struck the Kyuubi with a tremendous explosion, sending him flying backward. Before he knew it, The chakra completely detached itself from the fox and began to draw attention to the room's sole other chakra holder. As Naruto stood there soaking up what he had stolen from the Kyuubi, it slowly soaked into his skin. A brilliant gold glow spread across his body. He stood in wonder, his clothes and shoulders licked by flames. As he began to form another Biju bomb, the Kyuubi roared, "Naruto! You've pissed me off. I can't let you get away." The longer he pushed his chakra into the attack, the more his body began to fade. Naruto exclaimed in awe, "Wow! To think that you still have that much chakra left," before twisting the seal on his stomach. The Kyuubi was trapped in place by massive wooden structures that fell from the sky. He was immobile. It was, "Naruto, you will regret this," that had trapped him once more. As the Kyuubi gradually lost consciousness, the gate closed again and locked. "Don't worry, Kyuubi," Naruto said, lowering his eyes sorrowfully and turning to face the fox. "I won't hold you in this state indefinitely. Give me some time, please." Kushina exclaimed, "You did it, Naruto-kun," with joy. Witnessing her son achieve such a remarkable feat was a significant accomplishment. At last, he was able to control the Kyuubi's chakra. She gazed up at him and gave him a gentle hug, saying, "Now I can finally join Minato." As Naruto heard his mother say that, he looked down. His mother had to go already, and he was finally getting used to seeing her. He felt resentful and a little alone as a result. He hurriedly considered a few last-minute questions that needed to be addressed. One of the last Uzumaki who was aware of his ancestry was his mother. He had to know what had transpired. "Hey mom, who massacred the Uzumaki and why did the Uzumaki have Rinnegan and no one ever told me?" was one of Nagato's statements that truly piqued his interest at the time. "Huh? What do you mean?" Kushina asked, giving her son a slightly odd look. He became very interested after hearing that. "Well, you said that you came to Konoha to become the next Biju host." "Yeah, that's right. Well, who massacred the Uzumaki? Who told you we were massacred? And the Rinnegan?" "I don't," gasped. Kushina gave her son a strange look. "Oh no," Kushina shot back, rather suddenly, "I'm losing a lot of energy." Naruto's eyes widened as he watched his mother vanish right in front of him. In a desperate attempt to embrace his mother, he brushed past her enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Mom! I love you, Naruto. You're everything I hoped you would become. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there for you," she said gently. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve and said, "It was a man named Nagato Uzumaki." Hurriedly, "He was the one who told me that the Uzumaki were massacred." "It's okay. I love you too," he said, sobbing. "But I still want to answer your question." Kushina's eyes widened unexpectedly. "Huh? Naga. To. You. Zu. Ma.